Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with Amazing Fanfiction. This is the series of What if Heartless Luffy possess horrifying ability? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Two boys hid inside a dumpster from the men destroying the entire village, just because a noble had wanted it. Marines came and ravaged their precious home. No one could stop them. There were just too many with guns and swords. Ace and Sabo could hear screams, gunshots, the thuds of dead bodies hitting the ground. They were both covering each other's mouths, trying to not be found. The massacre went on for at least 20 minutes before new screams came, louder ones and the sounds of blood spilling and splattering around the place. Ace and Sabo didn't know what was happening now, but things were getting quieter as screams and shouts died down until there was no sound left. They thought they had gotten away, would be the only ones to live. No more sounds were making it to their ears, so they had hoped they were safe. They would stay put for a while just to make sure. The silence stayed for a good 5 minutes before both heard footsteps coming closer. The blood drained out of their faces when the footsteps stopped right outside of their hiding place. Slowly, so painfully slowly, the lid of the dumpster was opened by small hands. Light flooded into the dark space, hurting Ace and Sabo's eyes from the sudden brightness, until their eyes focused and they saw a child, no older than 6, standing outside of the dumpster, peeking inside. He had black hair, dark eyes, and what looked like some sort of tattoo stretching from his forehead, over his eyebrow, down his eye into the middle of his cheek. He would be cute if it weren't for his dark eyes, which looked dead and blank. They both assumed it was a child who had somehow survived the massacre, but they were wrong. When they both peeked their heads out, they finally noticed that the kid was splattered with blood all over his arms, legs, and chest. All that was clean was his face. He threw open the lid of the dumpster with strength that a 6-year-old shouldn't have. At least, they thought that was his age. What they didn't know was that this monster who had killed everyone, all of the Marines, would become their beloved brother not 2 months after meeting him. "Hey, Lou, how did it go?" Sabo asked kindly once Luffy entered their room. The three heard the door slide shut and lock loudly as they were again isolated, cameras watching their every move. Luffy was dressed in his white pajamas, socks on, and looking very innocent, even after he came back from a mission to kill a whole island. Ace and Sabo hated that Luffy was used like this, but they couldn't voice that with how they were recorded at all times. They had to act like there was no problem, like this was normal, being locked away. They especially had to fake for Luffy, who didn't know this was not how most kids grew up. "Okay," Luffy replied. He was washed of the blood that he'd been covered in, clean and smelling like lavender. Ace and Sabo frowned behind his back. They wished they could leave, but it wasn't safe, not at all, for them or for anyone who angered Luffy. Though the boy loved his brothers and never hurt them. No matter if they got in arguments, it couldn't be said to be the same for anyone else. Even those who ruled this place didn't come into direct contact with the boy. Too many people had been killed by angering him to make it so the most important people didn't get slaughtered. Luffy was a killing machine in his other form, while he was a sweet child when he was a human. Ace and Sabo had never seen his other form, but they knew it was a monster. They also knew that he was used for that he was sent on missions that he didn't see anything wrong with. Ace and Sabo were only there because Luffy wanted them, and when he wanted something, it was best to give it to him. Their room was full of toys, coloring books, stuffed animals. It was a child's dream, but it didn't change the fact that Luffy was just a pawn. An important one, but a pawn nonetheless. But he didn't know that, and it broke Ace and Sabo's hearts. If it weren't for Luffy's protection, they had no doubt they'd have been killed long ago. It seemed that they were cathartic for Luffy, that they made him tame, and when he was away from them, he grew cold and dangerous. With his devil fruit, it made him extremely strong even when he was in child form. Sea Stone didn't work on his fruit, since it was not a normal fruit. They never saw it, was told it was some sort of zoan fruit. Ace stood and walked over to Luffy, who was looking at the ceiling sadly. Neither knew why, but they didn't ask. Luffy would tell them if he was comfortable. Ace sat on the bed and brushed the hair out of his little brother's face. "Are you okay?" Ace asked gently. Luffy nodded, smiling at his big brother. Before he met them and took them home, he was lonely. Now he always had them except when he went on missions. "Do you want to play a game?" Luffy sat up and nodded. To be honest, Ace and Sabo were bored out of their minds here. They were not allowed to leave the room. Luffy was, but only to go on his missions. They got food at least. A lot, and it was good quality, too. They also had a nice bathroom, with a big tub. They had to help Luffy bathe when it wasn't to get rid of blood and grime. He was weak in the water since he'd eaten the mystery fruit. Ace got out the card game they played very often, Sabo joining in. Despite how nice it was here, it was all a farce. They were not in some warm and cozy home. They were in a staged room in a cold facility. Luffy didn't understand this, and the two older brothers didn't want to confuse or upset him with the truth. Someday, they wanted to take him out of this place, though they would have to be careful and maybe teach him to not kill people just for making him mad. The guards and workers here might be disposable, but normal people were not. But Luffy didn't know that killing was wrong. He grew up doing so, after all. It was just normal to him. But he would never dream of hurting his brothers. He loved them as best as he knew how to love. They played the game for a while until dinner came. Then, they all went to bed on the large bed they shared. It was massive, and left all of them a lot of room. It was at least comfortable. But Ace and Sabo missed being free, even if they lived in filth at their home village. Here, they were pampered, but they would rather be free. And to free Luffy from this place, it wasn't a home, not somewhere a little boy should grow up in, not a place anyone should be forced to stay in. Luffy was a prisoner in his own life and didn't even know it. Luffy had been harmed in his last mission, and was in the infirmary for a couple days. His brothers were given no information about what had happened, which angered them both. They were very worried. The youngest had been attacked with water that burned him in his devil fruit form. It was holy water, apparently. No one knew how anyone else knew about Luffy's fruit. He was knocked out and burned across his arm, which was in bandages. He was kept sedated to not risk him going out of control. Since Sea Stone didn't work on him, part of him was trying to fight back against the unknown hands. But he was too tired for it to do anything. All it was the disgusting, sticky-looking black substance that covered his body in zoan form. It formed and reformed, gripping at the bed like sticky fingers, or like gum mixed with some sort of black oil. He was treated for the burns, and was also strapped down, just in case he woke up. Not that it would really do any good if he shifted. The room would be destroyed and everyone inside massacred if he woke and grew angry or afraid. The nurses and doctors were on edge the entire time they treated him, hoping that the sedative would continue to work. The gooey substance making up his arm eventually changed back to the soft and tan skin of his human body. He was kept sedated the entire time and stayed that way until he was eventually brought back to his brothers, who were livid with not being told what had happened. Seeing the bandages along his arm angered them but also worried them. How did he get hurt? When Luffy woke up, he was disoriented. "Where? Ace, Sabo?" he asked. The two hurried over to him and asked how he felt. "Tired. Hurt on my arm," Luffy replied. He asked what had happened, and neither were able to tell him. "We don't know, no one told us. You got hurt and I guess the doctors treated you. Try not to move that arm too much, okay?" Luffy nodded and said he was thirsty, since they were monitored all day. Every day, a water bottle was slotted through the tube connected to the outside. It annoyed Ace and Sabo every time they were reminded that nothing was private, but they brought the water to Luffy, who downed it quickly. He didn't recount his mission, like he never did. They were meaningless to Luffy, and he'd rather hear stories said by Sabo. He didn't know they were stories of truth about the outside world. He thought they were made up, which saddened his brothers. His arm healed quickly, and soon he was back to being on missions, one that was especially dangerous. Ace and Sabo weren't told what it was, so they thought it was just a normal one. Well, as normal as it could be. Having a child as a killing machine was not normal, no matter how Luffy thought it was. Ace and Sabo knew it wasn't normal, and it wasn't right. Luffy stood on the shore of the island his mission was on. There was someone he had to find and steal. He didn't know who it was or why. He just knew it was his job to do so, and he would. Then he could get back home sooner to his brothers. He liked being with them much more than his missions, even if being in his other form was comfortable and fun to be able to be how he was. He didn't know the concept of freedom, or even the word, but that would be how he described his time in his Zoan form. He walked through the village, holding a photo of who he was supposed to take. He wasn't told who or why he was being stolen, but it was his job. Always his job, and he must do them well or Master would be mad. Luffy didn't like Master being mad. He said mean things about Ace and Sabo. He didn't like that. Ace and Sabo were precious to him. He didn't dare harm Master, knowing that would be a bad idea. So, he did his job with no protests. Not that he thought there was any reason to do so. After all, he was praised when he did a good job, which was always. It was only once that Luffy took something with him. He took Ace and Sabo, the only people he loved and wouldn't kill, besides Master, who he rarely saw. Just heard over the speakers. Luffy didn't even know what he looked like. He'd never come face to face with him, for Master's own safety. Luffy was uncontrollable when he was mad, so it was best to not be anywhere near him at any time. Everyone was disposable besides Master and his important friends. Looking down at the poster, he wondered about the haircut of the man he was to find and take. It looked like a pineapple. They were drawn on a pair of his pajamas. Those were his favorites. Luffy wandered around the island, which only had one village on it. He looked everywhere for the man, listening as best as he could for people. It was early in the morning, so maybe the man wasn't awake yet. But Luffy was told he didn't live in houses, but a ship, and that he should take him once he was away from the ship. Luffy didn't turn until it was time to do the climax of his mission. He walked around, looking. Finally, he asked someone about the man, showing her the poster. Luffy looked like a harmless kid, just with a strange tattoo on his face. He noticed that most of the women he came across were nicer than the men, even though he didn't discriminate who he killed. He killed anyone that got in his way. That was how it worked. Oh, he's at the beach right now, having a party. Luffy nodded and turned around, walking to the beach in the direction the woman pointed to. He didn't thank her, but she didn't seem to mind, and went back to her business. Luffy didn't kill her. She was helpful and hadn't been rude in any way. Plus, he wasn't supposed to blow his cover yet. He may not have been told who this man was, but he was told to be careful. Luffy walked through the forest and headed to the beach. When he reached the sand and the foliage started to thin, he stayed in the shadows. There were many people here. Some were very large, some smaller. Searching for the pineapple head, he found him easily, sitting on the shoulder of the largest of the group. Luffy waited patiently in the bushes, watching closely and hiding his presence. He didn't want to get caught. There were too many people for even him to kill quickly. He sat in the foliage, waiting for the man to maybe have to pee. After 2 hours, Luffy still fully focused on the man. He jumped off the big guy's shoulder and walked to the trees to use the bathroom. When the target entered the forest, Luffy followed after him, but the man noticed him immediately. "Hey, kid, what are you doing out here?" Luffy didn't answer. He looked creepy, and the man furrowed his brows, noticing something off about the kid. He didn't look so unassuming anymore. He suddenly changed shape and size, turning into a gruesome monster, 4 legs that looked almost liquidly gooey and sticking to the forest floor and the trees. His form shimmered. No eyes visible and no real shape to his body other than 4 legs. It was disturbing. The man clearly knew he was in danger and tried to get back to the beach, shouting loudly when the disgusting monster shot forward and stuck its substance over his mouth, silencing him. Before he covered him completely in the thick and sticky goo, he consumed him entirely, not seen anymore. Luffy heard people running towards where the scream had come from, and ran away quickly. Feet trampled into the forest, but their friend was gone without a trace. Luffy ran back to the ship, the man inside his body unconscious. He had a small hole reaching to the man's mouth so he could breathe and not suffocate. The ship left quickly, heading back to the base. The Whitebeard crew searched everywhere for their first mate, but could not find him, and began to panic. He was completely gone. No one could feel him with their hacky X. When Marco woke up, he was chained to the wall with sea stone cuffs, disoriented. Luckily, that monster wasn't there. He had never been so terrified. Whatever that thing was, it was the most horrifying thing he'd ever seen, and he'd seen a lot on his journey. It looked like a child at first, but that was far from what he was. Oh, his family must be so worried about him. He had been abducted so easily. It was embarrassing. But the monster had been too fast and strong to fight back against it, despite being the strongest besides Whitebeard on the most powerful pirate crew. He shook the chains, but he was completely caught. There was no getting out of here by himself. The guard nearby heard his chains rattle and came into view of the cell Marco was in. He didn't have any of the gross substance on him, which he was glad of. It had been slimy and sticky at the same time, and Marco had been unable to get it off. It was almost like some sort of glue until he was covered in it completely, helpless and powerless. The guard smirked at him. "Looks like Luffy's really outdone himself." Marco scowled, but he was surprised that monster even had a name. "I'd hate to have been in your place." The guard was clearly quite cocky, even though it had not been him that captured Marco. But he wanted to know what the thing had been, so he asked. And the guard was more than willing to brag about their resident monster. What was that monster? "He's a monster all right, though he wasn't originally. He ate a devil fruit that turned him into that." Marco was surprised to hear that it had been a human. But what the hell kind of fruit would turn anyone into that? Marco had never heard of a fruit that would do something like that to the user. "What kind of fruit?" Marco asked slowly. Maybe he didn't want to hear, but he had to know. Maybe it would help him in the long run in case he ever came across it again once his family came to get him. "A Zoan, demon type," the guard bragged, clearly satisfied with Marco's shocked expression. He'd never heard of a demon devil fruit. It sounded horrible. And despite what he'd done, Marco felt bad for the boy. "It was artificially created, so you've never heard of it." "Artificially?" Marco asked in disbelief. "You couldn't create devil fruits, at least as far as he knew." And he hoped that this kid was the only one with a fruit that disturbing and powerful. He hoped his family was okay and he was the only one who ran into the demon zone. Yeah, Master can create artificial fruits, and this one was an accident. Luffy was unlucky enough to be fed it. Now he's our killing machine. He has no personality except when he's with his useless brothers. We only let them stay or he'd throw a fit and kill everyone here. The guard sure was talkative, clearly thinking Marco would never escape. This was all important information. "Normal brothers." He nodded. Marco suddenly felt bad for those kids, trapped with this Luffy. That terrifying creature. Were they prisoners here? Why are they here? Were they forced here to be his toy? The guard scoffed. Marco frowned at the reaction, not understanding it. No, Luffy thinks he loves them. He doesn't know what love it, but everyone humors him. Marco suddenly felt pity for Luffy. It sounded like a tragic story. He was young, meaning he'd been forced to eat this fruit that turned him into some monster that these people were exploiting. Why did you capture me? Marco asked, changing the subject to something less depressing. He didn't want to hear any more. He was glad that Luffy had brothers, somebody to love him and care about him. But Marco wanted to get them out of there. What kind of life was being trapped in some facility? You don't need to know, the guard said, suddenly not so talkative. Marco scowled at him. This guy was irritating, and Marco wished he'd get out of his sight. He hated how this man talked about those boys, how they used him. Surely, he hadn't always been like this. Or maybe he was. Maybe he'd been fed the fruit at such a young age that he didn't know any different. It was sad to think about. Marco leaned against the wall, irritated with the situation and how easy it was for Luffy to get him. He would never live it down, even if he did have a fruit that would scare anyone. Well, maybe not Pops. Hell, he might be able to fight Demon Luffy. But it was a problem if its entire body was made up of that gooey stuff that was so sticky. It could fight back against Pops if it was stupid enough to try. He then felt bad for thinking it when it should be a he. Poor kid. At least he had brothers, if that was how the relationship was. The guard said he loved them, but maybe his view of love was skewed. Maybe the boys were prisoners to him. Marco would try and help them if Luffy was holding them hostage, and maybe even try to help the boy. Maybe. Luffy played house with his brothers, something they found a bit sad. The boy always seemed so happy when he was playing, like he lived in the outside world. Ace and Sabo had taught him how to play house, since he had never been in one. He liked playing the cook the most. His brothers hoped Luffy would be able to live like this for real someday, free and happy. Yes, they knew Luffy killed indiscriminately, but they were the only two to really see that that wasn't all he was. He was sweet, kind, caring, at least with those he loved. When he first sort of abducted them, they had been afraid of him, even if they'd never seen his other form. He was kind of creepy with the dark eyes and tattoo. But after a while, they saw that Luffy wanted someone to be with him. He just chose those two but never specified why them. Ace hadn't been happy and had lashed out at Luffy multiple times due to hating this place, even though he knew Luffy had killed. It was when it made him cry that Sabo stepped in and tried to comfort him. He had been scared of him too, a bit, but saw that he was just a little kid. It took Ace a bit longer, but the outcome was the same with him. They both eventually claimed him as their little brother. And plus, there was no way to get out. It didn't take long for them to lose the fear of him after he'd never hurt them, even when Ace had been mean to him. Luffy cared about them from day one, trying to make them happy and share his toys even when they rejected him and insisted to be let out. But why? Was Luffy's question every time they said they wanted to leave. Then they realized that he knew no different. This was his life and he accepted it because he didn't know anything different. "Aren't you happy with me?" he asked in a small voice. After that, Ace and Sabo both pitied him, which grew into wanting to help him, which grew into wanting to be with him. If Luffy didn't get to be free, they wouldn't either. Not after growing so fond of him. To be honest, neither of them ever wanted to see Luffy's other form. They never wanted to ever feel afraid of him again. "Ace, pie is ready," Luffy said from the toy kitchen. Ace came over from pretending to wash the dishes and Sabo pretending to read a newspaper at the tea party table. It was really just a coloring book. The two played with Luffy, enjoying it because it made Luffy happy, and they did anything to see that smile. The Luffy no one but them could see. Well, them and whoever watched them from the cameras set around the room. They each completely ignored Luffy's other side of life, which they each were fine to do. There was no need to ruin the image they had of their little brother. Their loving, playful brother that they put up with this life for. They would never leave him alone again. Luffy had a break from his missions for a while, though they didn't tell him why. He didn't mind, and looked forwards to spending more time with his loved ones. He was given more coloring books and new pajamas for a reward of his successful mission. God damn it. Thatch raged when they had searched the entire island and found no Marco. Even with the entire crew searching, Marco was gone. Without a trace with some weird marks in the forest. They didn't look like any sort of footprints, so they weren't helpful one bit. Who the hell could have taken him? "I don't know, Thatch," Izo said in a bland voice, trying to hide his concern and immense worry over the safety and freedom of his brother. "We'll find him. We'll have everyone search, call our allied crews. I don't see any Marines being able to take him so quickly." He left for a minute, shouted, and then was gone. Pops was pacing, something he never did. Even when other crew members were in a bind, he usually stayed calm. But not for Marco. Even though he claimed he had no favorites, Marco was clearly his favorite. It made sense, since he was Whitebeard's first crew member. He was invited when he was only 16, and had been on the crew for a good 30 years, faithful and caring to all of his brothers. Only the commanders knew how Marco had met Pops, and it was a sad story that no one liked to think about. So, they all knew Pops was freaking out, though it didn't show on his face, just his tense body language and pacing. "It was probably a devil fruit user," Whitebeard said, finally. He had barely spoken since they hadn't found any trace of Marco. "Maybe one like that CP9 member, the one with the door, which could be bad, but we'll find him, no matter what. We'll tear the world apart to find him." Don't worry, my sons. And whoever has taken him will pay with their lives. Call everyone now. We need to get searching as soon as possible. 1 week later, Marco was hungry and bored. So bored, with nothing to do and nobody to talk to. Even arguing with the stupid guard would be better than the boring silence that stretched on for forever. He didn't really have any hope that he'd be found anytime soon. He didn't know how long he'd been trapped in Luffy or however he was brought to this place. It could have been hours, or days, or even weeks. He had no way to tell time since there were no windows in here. So, he assumed it was underground. Nobody had still told him why he was there, what the end goal was. Marco assumed he was being used as leverage, since he was sure his captors were not Marines. Even Marines wouldn't stoop so low as this, he thought. And they would never feed a devil fruit like this to a child, who clearly wouldn't have total control over his emotion. Before the guard had been told to shut the hell up, the man had told Marco stories about Luffy and his actions, trying to scare Marco, but only making him sadder, and more worried about possibly saving him, and unleashing him on the world if he really did have a temper like the guard said. One of the stories he told was of someone calling his brother a brat at first, and Luffy tore him to pieces after shifting into demon form. Marco could imagine that beast form tearing into someone, and was grateful it hadn't happened to him, though he would be able to heal if he wasn't in sea stone cuffs. Marco had been told at another time that Luffy was immune to sea stone. It made Marco surprised, but then not so much since it wasn't a normal devil fruit, if it technically even counted as one if it was man-made. The guard has said only holy water hurt him. It was kind of ridiculous to think about. Holy water. He'd never thought that was real, it was just clean water. The stories were made to scare him, but they didn't do much other than irritate him. He was just a little kid. Even if he had that other side, Marco didn't like the way the guard was talking about the boy. The boy they kept in a single room and pretended that he lived in a nice place. His room was full of toys and coloring books, stuffed to the brim with things a kid would like, to bribe him into working for them. Marco had no doubt Luffy could massacre everyone, but there was the problem that they knew his weakness and no doubt had it on hand, ready in case Luffy went out of control against his boss, Master. The man still had no clue of who it could be. Who would pick a fight with Whitebeard? Everyone knew how precious his sons were to him, and to take one of his most important ones was just foolish. The prisoner was given the barest amount of food and water, but that was it. Luckily, he wasn't harmed while useless and helpless. They wanted him in good shape for some reason, probably to not piss off Whitebeard even more, if these people even had any common sense. On 9th day of him being trapped there, Marco was surprised to see Luffy brought in, standing outside the cell. He looked at Marco with a blank stare. Then he looked up at the man standing next to him, who Marco didn't recognize. What? Luffy asked. If he didn't have those dark eyes and creepy tattoo, he'd be a really cute kid. This man wants to hurt your brothers. If he gets let out, you have to suck him in again, but not kill him. Luffy turned to glare at Marco. I would never hurt your brothers, Marco said in a serious voice. I have many brothers myself. I know what it would feel like to have your own hurt or killed. These people are just using you. They don't want you or your brothers to be safe or happy. Luffy didn't look convinced. They give me toys and feed us. That was his argument, but he was a young child after all. And he was brainwashed to be here. He had to be, since Marco could see him getting out if he truly wanted to. But he would also have to keep his brothers safe. That's called bribing. Before Marco could explain anything else, Luffy was ushered outside, and he could hear the man telling Luffy that Marco was a bad man who lies. Now, Marco wanted to get Luffy and his brothers out even more. He felt sick with how they treated Luffy, like he was property, or a pet they could sick on whoever they pleased. The day after that, a man with a mask came in. It was clearly a mask to hide his identity, and he was wearing a suit. Marco had a feeling he was the boss, Master. He gave off strong presence, though not nearly as frightening as Luffy's demon form had. He wasn't the same man who had brought Luffy in previously. I assume you're here to tell me why I've been abducted? Marco asked in a bored voice, so done with this place and wishing to be free. He missed his family deeply, and hated being alone. He did his best not to react to the cuffs and how dirty he was. It reminded him of before Pops found and saved him. Back when he was property much like Luffy, only much more disposable. We want Whitebeard's head. Marco was not surprised by this and scoffed. It was more for show, since Marco was actually full of rage. Whitebeard would never trade his life for one son, and leave all of the rest without a father. You overestimate my importance. Just because I'm the first mate doesn't mean I'm more important than the entire crew. The masked man pulled out a photo. It was of a destroyed island, a castle of ruins, land misshaped. If you weren't so important, why would he destroy an entire chain of islands to get you back? He's an emperor. Do you really think he wouldn't care to ravage a few islands? Marco challenged. But this was before he was an emperor. This was when you had 20 crew members. He put all of them in danger to save you. Marco wasn't happy with this man knowing the past like this. It was an old event that had died off long ago. It was no longer important in any way. It reminded Marco that this was the second time he'd been captured, though he was only 20 at that time. Think what you want. Pops won't trade his life for one son. He won't put the rest of his family through that, Marco argued, though it was a farce. He knew Pops would come, but he also knew that he would save Marco. And he did one out. He missed his family and was humiliated by this. But he also knew that there were 3 children hanging in the balance. One of them would surely be killed if he attacked Pops, and the man didn't know his story or that he was a kid at all. Even if the captain did appear, Marco didn't know the layout of this place. He didn't know where the room housing the kids was. And he knew that Whitebeard would destroy this place. Even if Luffy lived, his brothers would be crushed. He wanted to communicate to his father to not decimate the island and risk killing the children. Marco so wanted them out of here, to be free. Well, you'll call him anyway, the master said, not missing a beat or becoming angered by Marco's rebuttal and reaction. I doubt you can make me, the Phoenix Zoan challenged. Oh, I can. He then ushered in who Marco assumed was one of the children, who was Luffy's brother. He didn't look harmed, but scared and nervous. Marco's face hardened. A gun was pointed to the kid's head, and his eyes grew wide and terrified above a face full of freckles. If you don't call him, I will kill this child and leave his body in here so you can see what your actions have done. Fucker, Marco growled. Surprising Marco, the kid spoke. If you kill me, Luffy will go on a rampage and kill everyone. You'll lose your pawn. Despite his terror, the boy had a strong and determined voice. Master finally showed some impatience and shoved Ace till he hit the bars. Ace didn't show any pain, even as his arm hit the bar pretty hard. Ace was then shoved out of the room, hearing Master shout, if you tell Luffy what happened, I will kill you in Sabo. Luffy has lived without you before, he can do it again. The door slammed shut, with Ace now out of the room and the Master with a transponder snail. He entered the room and unlocked one of Marco's cuffs. The sea stone still affected him, and he was weak with hunger. Call him now. I see that you care about the well-being of those kids. So, I'll make you a proposal. Either you call Whitebeard, or I kill Ace and Sabo and pin the blame on you. Marco scowled at him, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart with his phoenix talons, but he did as the man said, and dialed Whitebeard's personal transponder. He wouldn't let his stubbornness get 2 innocent kids killed, and permanently hurt Luffy. He wasn't innocent, but it wasn't his fault he was brought up like this. When Whitebeard got a call on his transponder snail in his bedroom at just the break of dawn, he hurried to answer. He hoped it was a ransom call and he could learn his son was still alive. Maybe not kicking, but alive. It had been over a week and the stress of no luck had taken its toll on everyone. He answered the snail. Who is it? He asked in his gruff voice, refusing to show weakness in case it was an enemy. It was his public transponder snail that was connected to the snails of the other 3 emperors, and surprisingly, the Marines. They didn't know he had their number, but a certain man had passed on Garp the Fist's number to him before his execution, just in case. It's me, I'm alive, and another idiot wants to take your head, Marco said. He sounded angry, but Whitebeard didn't focus on that, just basking in the fact that his son was alive. He was alive. It's good to hear you again, son. There was muttering on the other end, but the captain couldn't hear it well. They want to trade me for you, but you'd be leaving the rest of the crew alone. Don't come. The captain could hear the lie in Marco's voice. He wanted free, badly. There was a blunt sound and Marco grunted. Whitebeard assumed he'd been struck, and it angered him greatly, but he didn't show it in his voice. I will save you. Do you honestly think some idiot who's foolish enough to abduct my son will take my head? Honestly, not really. But there is someone here that I think could do you harm. The one who was able to abduct me. And there was another sound of Marco being struck. He spit out something and Whitebeard assumed it was blood. Marco wasn't petty enough to spit on an enemy. A kid, Pops. You can't destroy this place until the kids are. He shouted in a fast voice, needing to get this information out. That's enough out of you, a deep voice said. Whitebeard, if you don't come willingly in the next 2 weeks, we will kill your son. He said the word with a disgusted sneer. He then told the captain where the base was located. Whitebeard scowled. He'd take his son back and save those kids Marco clearly cared about. Even the one that had managed to catch him without a trace. He wondered what kind of fruit the kid had. That was the only explanation. You will regret this, but I will be there. Stay strong, son. And then the line hung up. He seethed, but he also had a few tears after knowing his beloved son was not safe, but alive. He did wonder about the children. But he trusted Marco, and if he wanted to save the kids, then they would save the kids. And if the child challenged him, he would knock him out before any harm was done. But if Marco was worried about Whitebeard's safety from a child, the kid must be incredibly strong or incredibly dangerous. Maybe both. He quickly left the room to inform the rest of the crew that Marco was alive and they were going to go save him. And the kids he wished to free. When Ace went back to the room, Luffy had been sleeping. Sabo was awake and incredibly worried. He ran to Ace and asked him in a hush if he was okay. Ace was shaking, though neither acknowledged it. I'm okay. I was threatened, but using Luffy's name saved me. I think someone big will come here, and we might get caught in the middle of the fight, Ace explained in a whisper, as they didn't want Luffy to wake up and hear them. We might be able to escape, but I don't want Luffy to fight. You know he will if he thinks we're in danger, Sabo replied. They both glanced over to the sleeping boy curled into a ball under the blankets of the big bed. Ace sighed, knowing Sabo was right. We'll play it by ear. Ace nodded in reply. And they both went to bed, though Ace was still freaked out and didn't fall asleep until Luffy rolled over and flung his hand onto Ace's chest. He gently took the hand, vowing to keep Luffy and Sabo safe as best as he could. He loved his brothers and would do anything for them. He did look forward to the prospect of going outside in over 2 years, but not without Luffy and Sabo. Luffy still didn't go on any missions while the base was preparing for Whitebeard's arrival. Both Ace and Sabo had never heard of him, and only Ace had met Marco. He must know that Luffy was the one who took him, but was concerned over Ace's safety. Was he concerned over Luffy's safety too? He'd better be, because Ace wasn't leaving without his little brother. But honestly, he didn't know how Luffy would deal with being free. He was raised to kill when told to, and was restricted to the extreme to how he lived. He was used to it and seemed to even like it. Though Ace and Sabo had a feeling it was because it was all he knew and he got toys and to be with his brothers. It was a week and a half of waiting when the alarm siren started going off and there were shaking sounds. A little bit of dust fell from the sky-painted ceiling. Luffy was coloring in a cat coloring book and looked up in surprise. Ace and Sabo acted immediately, putting important things together in a sack for if they got out. Luffy was scared and confused by the loud noise and shaking. He huddled between his brothers, holding their hands, and asked what was happening. I don't know, Lou, but we have to stay calm, okay? No matter what happens, Sabo said, doing his best to stay calm. Don't turn into your Zoan, okay? Luffy didn't like this. I have to protect you, he argued. Sabo got on his knees and gripped Luffy's shoulders, keeping eye contact. If you change, then you might be seen as a threat, and we won't be helped. If the ceiling collapses or we're trapped, you can change and get us out. But don't take part in the fight, okay? We can't look bad. You already abducted his crew member. We don't want a pirate captain to be even angrier with us. He meant you. But Luffy had just done what he'd been told to do, like always. And he hadn't harmed Marco. At least, not visibly as Ace had seen. Luffy hadn't gone into details about it, so they didn't know much about what happened. You could say Luffy kept his work life separate from his personal life. Whitebeard stood in front of the building his son was being kept in, his entire crew behind him. He didn't intend to switch places. He intended to get his son back where he belonged. He slammed his bicento on the ground to make sure everyone knew he was there and ready to get his son back from these damn fools, who would challenge the Emperor like this and think they would continue to live afterwards. The shockwave was small but rattled the island. It didn't take long for Marco to come out, shackled and looking dirty and tired. The man next to him was the boss, and 2 guards stood on either side of Marco. He grinned at his father and family, everyone silent and serious behind the captain. Even though this was the new world, they didn't seem to use haki. Whitebeard had no idea how they had stayed in place for any length of time without the use of haki. They might have been using the kid Marco mentioned to do all their dirty work for them. Everyone saw 2 giant sea stone handcuffs in a cart behind the 4 men, clearly meant for Whitebeard to put on. Nobody waited for any dialogue, rushing forward to attack the enemies, knowing there were many people inside and ready to fight for revenge for taking their brother and to save the kids. Only the commanders knew that one of the children was the one to take their family member. The captain did as he promised and did not unleash his entire strength onto the island, not until the kids were safe from the building collapsing on them. The man Whitebeard had spoken to, the leader, had a devil fruit, but it was underwhelming in his use of it. He seemed to be able to tell anyone what to do, as long as they weren't more powerful than he was. He tried to have Whitebeard's own men attack him, but only some responded. The commanders, who would still not be a match for their captain, were unaffected, and Izo shot him in the leg before leaving the rest for Pops to do. He destroyed the man in a gruesome way by stabbing and then releasing an earthquake inside. It was brutal, but this person took his son and they would pay. He was a bit disappointed the fight lasted so little. The men who had been brainwashed turned back to normal, though they were sluggish and tired. The guards were no match for the commanders, and soon people were running inside the building, going to kill everyone else, the commanders looking for the kids. Jazu ran up to Marco and got to the chase and breaking the sea stone cuffs by changing into diamond and then covering his hand in haki. He easily broke the cuffs and power flooded through Marco again. He turned around, and despite how tired and hungry he was, went to search for the children. He couldn't find them with his haki, meaning they were hindered by sea stone walls and maybe underground. So, he and those accompanying him, all elated to see him again, looked for a room that had a map. Most rooms were storage or bedrooms for those who were now dead, but on the top floor, they came across the communications room. Killing those inside took only a second, and soon the 4 commanders, Haruta, Jazu, Izo and Marco, searched the many screens connected to cameras in various places in the facility. Marco pointed to one that looked like a children's room, with toys and painted walls, and saw Ace, Luffy and the other, blonde one, huddling in one corner. Izo watched as they crawled into a big chest to hide. The first mate truly hoped Luffy wouldn't turn on anyone, so he insisted that he was the only one to go, since he was familiar with Luffy's other form. He would be less shell-shocked than his brothers if Luffy changed. He would still probably be disgusted and a bit frightened, but no longer shocked and vulnerable. They found the room was made out of sea stone, not allowing Luffy to break out, but there was a button behind a door that slid open the large door of the room. Marco told his brothers to get away, and they went behind a corner, close enough to hear but not see. Ace, Luffy, Sabo, Marco said softly, turning on the light switch that the boys had turned off after the commanders knew they were in there. None of the 3 came out of the chest. "It's Marco, from the cell. We're here to set you free." He said it loud enough so they could hear across the room and inside the toy chest. The lid of it popped open, and 3 sets of eyes peered through the crack. Ace and Sabo's were bright, while Luffy's were dull. He looked angry, but did not give off any threatening feeling. It might be how he handles fear, Marco didn't know. "No one will hurt you," Marco said. "I promise." Ace lifted the lid all the way and stood. Luffy stayed sitting while Sabo stood next. "Even though Luffy captured you?" Ace asked challengingly. Marco sat down in a show of peace, making himself vulnerable in case Luffy attacked. But he would regenerate anyway even if the boy did land a hit in his demon form. Luffy has been ordered to do atrocious things, and has had a cruel upbringing. I don't blame him for following his orders. But now, you don't have to anymore. "If you come with me, I'll get you someplace safe," Marco replied. He sounded sincere, but Luffy didn't want to go. He was used to this place, his room. Sabo crouched down next to him, still trying to hide in the chest. "We have to leave, Lou. Even if we don't go with these people, we can't live here anymore. Everyone is gone and the building is broken. We have to go someplace else." Luffy shook his head, and Sabo sighed, finally picking the smaller child up and lifting him out of the chest. "No," Luffy shouted, squirming and trying to get back in the chest. "Would you feel safer if you were in your other form?" Marco asked. The 3 brothers were surprised to hear he would be okay with Luffy's other body. He was much stronger and more volatile in that form. Though Ace and Sabo had never seen it, and didn't want to, if it was the only way, then they would be okay with it. Luffy, surprisingly, looked nervously to his brothers. "It's okay. No matter what you look like, you're still Luffy." Luffy nodded, and his form warped and changed into that terrifying sticky monster. But he was much smaller than he was when Marco first came across him. The man saw the fearful and almost disgusted look on their faces before they hid it. Neither of them could comfort Luffy physically, since Sabo's hand stuck to him when he tried to put it on Luffy's head. Well, where he thought his head was. "Come on, Lou. Let's go," Ace said kindly. Luffy walked forward slowly, between his brothers. The substance he was made of stuck to the ground with every step he took, snapping back with a slick sound after he lifted one leg to move forward. Marco slowly stood up, wearing a kind smile, not making eye contact with Luffy since he didn't know where his eyes were. It was like Luffy didn't emit any light. He truly looked like some sort of demon. The pirate turned around, making himself seem vulnerable if Luffy struck, and walked towards where he knew his brothers were waiting. He walked to the corner and gave his 3 brothers pointed warning looks. They all seemed a bit nervous from the look. Their eyes widened when Luffy turned the corner with his brothers. The moment Luffy saw the 3 other people, his size doubled, standing taller than his brothers now. Marco started to sweat, and Izo had trouble not pulling his gun out. Marco walked forwards, turning his brothers around and pushing them forward. "Let's get out of here," he said to all of them. Luffy didn't like the looks his brothers had on. They looked grossed out by him, even when he was small. He knew Ace and Sabo loved him, but they never saw this form. He was suddenly uneasy. What if, now that they're free, both of them want to leave him? Maybe they only were with him because they were forced to be. He did his best to focus on Marco in front of them. When they turned the corner and saw other adults, Luffy grew bigger on instinct. Sabo touched Luffy again, his hand sinking into Luffy's slimy body, but he kept it there in a way of comfort. Ace followed suit, and Luffy felt warm inside. The simple gesture meant a lot to him. They touched his other form. He didn't know any difference, had always remembered being like this, and only ever saw problems with it when he wasn't using it for his missions. It was normal to him, but he had never had a reason to change around his brothers, and didn't like starting now. His shape bubbled almost and couldn't help but having the substance crawl up his brothers' arms, his way of holding their hands back. Neither yanked their hands away. Luffy would have smiled if he had a mouth. He could see and smell, but the danger didn't come from him biting, since there was no mouth. His power was cutting, hardening every single fiber of his body to slash people and things to pieces, or consuming and then crushing them. When he attacked anyone, the blood sunk into him, feeling sticky and warm. He didn't use it, trusting his brother's words. Not these men, but his brothers would never lie to him. When they reached outside, passing many horrified pirates, Ace and Sabo smiled and breathed out deep breaths. Finally, they were outside. They hadn't seen the sun in years. Both wanted to spread their arms and feel the sunlight on them, but they kept their hands connected to Luffy. When they came around the bend and saw the massive man, Luffy immediately grew to the height of Whitebeard. He towered high over everyone but the pirate captain, who gave the shape a blank look. Luffy bristled at his look, though it was nothing disrespectful. "You won't fit on our ship very comfortably if you were that size," Whitebeard said, donning a cheeky grin. Everyone was shocked by the retort considering the size change was clearly a threat. "I don't know your history, brats, but everyone is a child of the sea. No one deserves to be forced to do anything they don't want to." Luffy couldn't show his emotions, and though he felt this man was a threat, he shrunk and shrunk until he was in the hybrid form. Not quite comfortable enough to be in full human form, but also not feeling he would need all his strength at the moment. In his hybrid form, he was in the shape of a human, only covered in the black substance. He still had no face, but was less threatening. His hands were human-shaped, though they were still sticky. Ace and Sabo took his hands. "Come on, let's get out of this dump," Thatch called from the ship. Ace and Sabo didn't hesitate, but Luffy did. His brother's hands were still stuck to his, but when he stopped, the substance stretched the distance between him and the other two. The rest of the crew hurried onto the ship, making sure not to look at Luffy too long. Marco came up behind him. "This place has trapped you. Don't you want to be free?" Luffy didn't know the feeling, but Ace and Sabo always talked about it. Luffy slowly started walking forwards again, though unsure. He turned around once to look back at his previous home, broken in many places. He'd never return there. He looked to see his brothers were watching the place, too, only they looked triumphant. Suddenly, Luffy felt guilty. Guilty for bringing them there in the first place when they clearly didn't like it. The demon child swallowed thickly and let go of his brother's hands. They seemed to have realized what had happened and made sure to tell Luffy they didn't regret meeting him, even if they didn't like the place they were at much. Everyone stared at Luffy for a while before the black substance was absorbed back into his skin, and the human boy was revealed. He was barefoot and in his pineapple pajamas. Many looked at him uneasily, but the commanders just looked at him in interest, wondering what kind of fruit that was. It was creepy, but many fruits were. Like the one where you become a jacket that someone else wears, or the one where you can literally eat people or anything else. "Would you like to put your things away in the guest room?" Thatch asked in a show of kindness and bravery. The crew was surprised by Thatch, who was terrified of spiders, would willingly get near Luffy that had just been a sticky, disgusting monster. "It's all ready for the kids Marco wanted us to save." "Thank you, sir," Sabo said, holding Luffy's now human hand, while Ace bowed in thanks as well. "Oh, you don't have to call me sir. I'm Thatch, the head chef and 4th Division commander. Don't mind everyone else. I think that Mark is actually pretty cool, and I've never seen a power like yours before." He tried to make small talk with the nervous children, and Luffy was truly unsure about this. The leaders other than Master, who he'd never met, always glared at him. He was used to it, and didn't think much of it until now. Thatch was acting much different than those at his old home. Luffy didn't know why, but he liked it and Ace and Sabo were smiling, so it must be good. The youngest didn't reply, just stared at Thatch. He grew a bit sweaty under the stare, but it went unnoticed by Luffy. Luffy ate a special Zoan devil fruit, Ace explained. Thatch walked them to the room they'd be occupying. "Hey, Marco ate a special one, too. A mythical Zoan fruit, which makes him a phoenix. He can fly and catch on fire and heal any wound he gets. It's pretty cool in my opinion." "I wish I could fly," Thatch rambled. Suddenly, there was a gross squelching sound before black goo exploded out of Luffy's shoulder blades. Thatch stared before grimacing a bit. "Well, close, but not exactly like that. But, hey, it's pretty cool you can manipulate that black stuff. I make it sharp to kill people fast," Luffy replied cluelessly. Sabo put his face in his hand while Ace laughed. Thatch wasn't exactly laughing. "Okay," he said in a high voice. Sabo turned to Luffy and told him not to say stuff like that to other people. His reply was simple. "I know it's the truth, but it scares some people." Thatch scowled and turned around. "I'm not scared," he insisted. Ace started cackling in laughter. Thatch glared at him, clearly embarrassed. Luffy looked to Ace, seeing his smile and laughter. He rarely laughed like that, but it spread to Luffy. He didn't show it, but Ace's laughter was nice. Sabo just sighed, but had a light smile, too. "I'm sorry," Luffy mumbled, the black substance on his back seeping into his skin once again. Ace stopped laughing, and then looked guilty himself. He had a feeling he knew what Luffy was sorry for. "Thatch, can you give us some space?" Sabo asked. Thatch nodded and walked away a bit. They were still far from the boys' guest room. Ace and Sabo turned to Luffy, Sabo crouching and Ace putting his hand on the little boy's shoulder. "We love you, Luffy. We don't blame you for taking us. We didn't like being trapped, but we love and enjoy your company. We love you and always will." But let's move on from the past, okay? We're free now, all of us. Let's make a new, happier life, with no more killing or being trapped. Luffy didn't understand what was so bad about killing, so he asked, well, most people haven't had your background. Killing, well, it's not good most of the time. I guess it depends on who it is, but overall, why don't you take a break from it? Ace offered, unsure how to word it without making it so Luffy is seen as the bad guy. But what else am I here for? Luffy asked in such a confused voice. It broke Ace and Sabo's hearts. You are here to live a long, happy life. With us, we're family. We want the best for you, and the best for you is to have fun, live life to the fullest. You don't have to follow any more orders. You don't need to use your powers for killing. You're free now, Luffy. We all are, and we're going to make sure we take full advantage of that, Ace said in a determined voice. There are so many things you've missed out on. Seeing new places, meeting new people, doing new things. Your purpose isn't to fulfill someone else's wishes. Not anymore. Sabo nodded in agreement. I don't know how to do anything else, the youngest said uncertainly. He wasn't used to these feelings, and he didn't like them. Then you will learn. We all will, Sabo replied. Marco was able to hear everything the three had said, and it made him immensely sad. He sighed and wondered if Luffy would ever be able to move on from his past. He didn't know how Luffy met Ai's brothers, but had a feeling it had not been mutual at first. Now, they were as close as can be, but he had a feeling it didn't start out like that. Whitebeard walked up behind him, some of the commanders following. Marco moved along, too, as they headed to a meeting, probably about what to do with the boys. And after hearing the short conversation just now, Marco wanted to help Luffy be, well, normal. He'd never be fully normal thanks to his abnormal fruit, but he could learn to live like a little boy should, free and fun. The 1st Division commander wasn't sure about how the rest of the crew would feel, and he would support them over the three brothers if it came to that, but he did wish to help them. It was one thing to set them free, but when they didn't know how to be free, wasn't that just cruel? To leave them in an unknown world, at least unknown to Luffy. Thatch had walked back to the three and made eye contact with Pops, who nodded, leaving the boys in Thatch's care for the moment, to lead them to the new room. Marco knew it wasn't nearly as fun as their old room, which was just a colorful jail cell. At the meeting, it was extremely quiet while everyone looked to Marco, wanting an explanation. They didn't know what had happened to him, how he got caught, and what the situation was with Luffy and the other two. No one asked. But when Pops cleared his voice, Marco began to explain everything. How he got caught like a chump, how he was treated at the facility, which made everyone livid that he had been chained and starved. Then, he told them everything he'd been told about Luffy and subsequently, the other two as well. Everyone was shocked about Luffy's artificial devil fruit. Never had they heard of something like that, but also had never heard of a demon Zoan fruit, though it was clearly a Zoan. It changed his whole body. Had 2 forms along with his human form. I think he had been there his whole life, Marco said at the end. I would like to help them adjust to the outside world. Maybe teach Luffy there is another way to live besides killing. Haruto was frowning and said, but isn't that dangerous for us? He could get angry and lash out. After all, that guard guy said he kills just from people annoying him. Marco and a few others looked at him in an unhappy way. You realize that's how Blenheim was, don't you? You were here when he was recruited, so you should remember that well, Marco said, a bit coldly. Haruto pouted, but leaned back in his chair. Next to speak was Namor. Blenheim was an exception, and he didn't enjoy killing other humans, the fishman said. Luffy has been raised like this. It'll be a hard habit to break. Aizo chose to try and lighten the situation. Well, it can't be a habit harder to break than trying to get Pops to stop drinking himself unconscious, the man said, fiddling with his expensive fan. A few chuckled while others looked at him in an unimpressed way. Oh come on, you know how many people we've killed. Ryuko responded with, we don't do it for fun. Oh, then why do we enjoy when Marines attack our ship? Marco challenged hotly, losing his usually calm demeanor. A lot had happened in the last couple weeks. He'd learned a lot about how evil some in the world could be. He really shouldn't have been surprised one bit, as people could be evil, but this situation was a new level of evil. And now that these children were free, some wanted them to go off alone, unsure about the world. Marco wanted to instill affection and good values into Luffy. He could be a blank canvas now. Marco could paint good things, try to change his views. And if everyone pitched in, it would be even easier. I think that Luffy can heal as long as he has his brothers, but they will all need support. It isn't like they can live by themselves, get all their own food, somehow rent or buy some place to live at their age. You know how creepy Luffy looks. Do you think he'd end up loving people when they'd call him creepy and reject him? How would that do? You think it would make him a better person, just dumping him in the next convenient place for us? We are the Whitebeard pirates. We do what we want, when we want. We don't just pass up challenges, we take them and overcome them easily. We can use that to help a little boy be a little boy, not some killing machine that someone else made him into. Not some freak who was fed an artificial devil fruit. By the time he was done yelling, many looked ashamed for their actions, and the captain was looking at Marco with an almost fond and proud look. While I value everyone's opinions equally, I am the one who makes the final decision. I'd like us to take a vote first. Those in favor in keeping the boys on the ship for now, raise your hand, Whitebeard said. Jazu, Vista, Marco, Izo, Curiel, Juru, and Atmos all raised their hands. Those who are against, the rest raised their hands. Well, it's my decision and, personally, I've been moved by Marco's speech. We're keeping them on the ship. We'll deal with any problems as they may arise. Now, since our first mate has returned, why don't we forget about this mess for a while and have a party tonight? Surely, we don't want to be angry with Marco when he just came home. It made some feel guilty for arguing with Marco. He's also a bit skinny. We'll need to fill him out again. Marco sighed, though knew he was skinny and pale, being in that cell for weeks. I'd also like him checked out by the nurses. The mythical Zoan groaned, hating going to the nurses, which was rare since he didn't get ill or injured. After everyone else left, Marco thanked Whitebeard. You were quite passionate about this, even though Luffy was the one to take you. He's just a kid, Pops. He deserves to have a nice childhood. Or at least what's left of it, just like you were and did, the captain observed. I know you are sympathizing with these boys, who said pirates have cold hearts. I've missed you dearly, Marco. Marco smiled. I missed you, too. And everyone else. It was especially lonely there. I may get annoyed with how many people are here sometimes, but I love having people around me. I hope it's the same for the brothers. Any child deserves to decide their own future. Anyone deserves that. Whitebeard laughed good-naturedly. I've instilled good morals in my sons, he bragged. Marco grinned and laughed, until Pop said, now go see the nurses. Luffy stood in their little bedroom, not impressed with it. It was small, and the walls and floor were the same color, not painted at all. The beds were bunk beds, too small for all three to fit on. He sat down on the bed and frowned. It wasn't very comfortable. Ace and Sabo were unpacking the sacks they stocked with keepsakes. Some coloring books, stuffed animals, clothes, Luffy's favorite blanket, and his favorite puzzle. Most of these things had been with him since he was a baby, or however old he was when he was taken in by psychopaths. So they were old and worn, but important to Luffy. Ace looked to the side to see the boy frowning at his surroundings. I know it's not especially cozy or colorful, but guess what we have here that we didn't have in our old room? Ace asked. Luffy looked at him with a questioning look. The eldest stood up and walked to the door, opening it wide. And this, too, he said, and walked to the porthole window. It was small, but it was a window. When was the last time you got to wander around anywhere other than missions in our bedroom? Never, Luffy replied, though he still wished the room was more colorful. The door stayed wide open, and people walked past, keeping their eyes straight ahead and not peeking inside. Sabo spread the toys out about the room so everywhere Luffy looked, there was something he was familiar with. Hey, Lou, you know what would be so cool? Sabo asked. Luffy gave him a wondering expression. Well, what Thatch said about your powers. What if you used it to create things? Not just as a weapon? Sabo and Ace did not like Luffy's demon form, but it was less frightening than they expected it would be. Well, or they got used to it in a matter of minutes. After all, they touched the unsettling texture almost immediately to help Luffy. That would be really cool, Ace said enthusiastically. What if you could change into different shapes? Is there anything you can do with the power already, besides changing into that form? Maybe there are other powers that come along with it. After all, it's not a normal devil fruit. Luffy looked at his hand, and the black substance was secreted by his pores and covered his hand. His fingers elongated and turned into sharp blades. Can you make it into other shapes? Sabo asked helpfully. Luffy tried to, but nothing really happened. Well, you'll learn with practice, and we'll help you, Ace added. He then pushed the bunks together to make one big bed, working the contraption that secured them to the floor. The room was quite cozy, and the dark-colored lamp was much nicer on the eyes than the lights on the ceiling of the old room. Ace and Sabo liked it here much more. No cameras or recording devices in the nooks and crannies. Thatch wasn't gone long before he came back, arms full of food. Fresh food, perfectly ripe fruit cut into little cute shapes, freshly baked bread, and some cookies. You're all not starved, which is great, but you do need to fill out a little more. So, here are some snacks for you, the chef said, setting the plates down on the bed, which he didn't comment on them moving them to different spots in the room. He also didn't say anything about the toys scattered about. As the boys ate, Luffy and Ace scarfing down everything before Sabo really got a chance to eat anything, Thatch spoke. Pops, Whitebeard. That is, wants you boys to go see the nurses for a physical. We gotta know if you have any health conditions we should know about while you're here. Sabo and Ace were more than happy to obey, since they were free and they weren't going to mess this up. No, they'd do everything they were asked. Luffy didn't understand why they had to see doctors when they weren't sick. A physical means they weigh us, see how tall we are, take our temperature. It won't be that bad. Then maybe we could go thank Marco and the captain for letting us stay, Sabo explained patiently. Thatch looked pleased with Sabo's explanation. The plates were empty extremely quickly, and Thatch took them back to the kitchen. They passed some people on their way to the infirmary, seeing a sign in the hallway pointing down another hallway to the infirmary. It made Ace wonder why they had this on their own ship. Wouldn't they know their way around? Maybe it was for guests like them. Did pirates often have guests? Long ago, he remembered a dream with Sabo on their island. To be pirates. Now they had been rescued by pirates. It wasn't what they imagined, but they are on a pirate ship. They just had one more brother and a lot of major issues to work with. The infirmary was very large and had many beds. There were a few beds that had patients in them. Some had been injured in the fight, though no one too severely. A few cuts, a stray bullet wound, but no one died. Hello, Luffy, Ace and Sabo, the nurse said. Luffy wondered why she was wearing a fluffy pink outfit. That wasn't how the doctors dressed at home. He tried not to think of it as home, because Ace said it wasn't home. But it was to Luffy. This place wasn't familiar. He didn't know anyone and some people glared at him a lot. My name is Whiskey, and this is Tommy. Marco told us about your physical. He'll be coming in shortly to inspect Luffy's devil fruit powers. We'll start with height and weight, Whiskey said. The three boys, the two older ones in particular, didn't like that idea. They didn't want people poking and prodding Luffy, though Marco saved them out of his own kindness, so they couldn't be picky or disobey. Luffy looked to them to see what they thought of that. Both boys had brought the pleasant expression back, losing the worried one almost instantly before Luffy noticed. All three of them were on the lighter side, but not underweight. Luffy was too short for his age, according to Tommy. Luffy was 8 but still at the size of a 6-year-old. Sabo and Ace were both 12. Sabo was an inch taller than Ace, while he was slightly more muscular. They even had their feet measured so they could get proper shoes. Luffy was barefoot and the other two were in socks, and that was it. Shoes were a must, so Tommy said Izo would get on that quickly. None of them had any known underlying health conditions, so that part was quick. I will ask for permission, but I need to take blood samples. In case any of you are gravely injured, we should know what blood type you are in case you need a blood transfusion. Only if you get stuck in a pirate or marine raid on the ship. Are you okay with this? Sabo nodded, making Ace and Luffy both agree. Sabo was the smart one. The needles were tiny, and they only took a small sample of each one. When the nurses were unable to get blood samples of Luffy thanks to his fruit nullifying anything sharp, the doctor, Kirill, came in and took the sample himself, covering the needle in haki to make it into the skin and take blood. Luffy freaked out a bit when something stabbed him and didn't go through his skin like liquid. Ace and Sabo calmed him. He didn't hurt anyone because Ace and Sabo said that was bad. Then, Marco and the captain had come in and were waiting by the door. They watched Luffy closely, who was growing irritated with the poking and prodding, though the nurses were being as nice as they could. Luffy finally yanked his arm back when Tommy's nail poked it. He already had needles. He didn't need to be scratched, too. Stop it, Luffy shouted, pulling his arm away. Sabo very lightly scolded Luffy for not being nice, but Luffy just frowned. He was uncomfortable here and was tired of this testing. He wanted his room again. But no one got hurt, and the event passed quickly. Luffy was a tad grumpy, but hadn't killed anyone. That was a plus. I'm almost done. One more thing and then I'll let you go to Pops and Marco, Tommy said, having apologized for poking him. Ace and Sabo didn't seem worried Luffy would kill the nurses, knowing that he killed people, but not as mercilessly as an accidental poking his arm with a fingernail. Once the boys were done with the troublesome physical, Marco and the captain stood with another woman, Amy. She was the one that looked most like a pirate. She wasn't wearing the puffy outfit Tommy, Whiskey, and the other unnamed nurses were. Amy wore a more pirate outfit, a sash on and leather boots on. She wore shorts and a tank top. Come, let's do this outside, she said, and lead the 5 boys out onto the deck, towards the back where no one would be watching. Okay, Luffy, we're going to inspect your devil fruit. If anything is uncomfortable, tell me immediately. I don't want to distress you or make you upset. I did this with Jazu, another one of our devil fruit users. It will be poking and prodding, so I'm just going to warn you of that ahead of time. If it bothers you, say so. I'll listen and stop. Are you ready? Amy asked, getting straight to the point. Luffy nodded, but his brows were furrowed in suspense, not knowing what to expect. Now, what is the name of your devil fruit? The boys were surprised with the simple question after she just acted like they were getting right into it. It doesn't have a name, it's man-made, Sabo said. Marco had already told Whitebeard this, so it wasn't a surprise. But it's supposed to be a Zoan demon model. That's what they named it, the blonde explained. Amy wrote that down on her clipboard. Can you tell me how you use it? And be honest, all the gruesome facts as well. Anything it can do, I'd like to know. No one but the captain and commanders will see this sheet of paper. It's confidential, I promise, she swore. Ace and Sabo didn't know anything about the fruit and they'd never been with Luffy on a mission. Luffy shifted an arm, and spikes shot forward from it and pierced the deck all around them, barely missing the humans around. Whitebeard's eyes grew wide in surprise. "Well, that was fast," Amy said, and scribbled something down. "What else can you do?" No one needed to ask what Luffy used that particular move for. It was obvious. "Suck things in," Luffy replied. Amy asked for him to show her. Luffy transformed completely into that pulsing black monster and faced Marco. "Go ahead," he sighed and stood up. But not for too long. Luffy already knew Marco would survive this, so he was a good one to use as an example. It was also a show of trust, and Luffy knew that. Marco trusted that Luffy would put him back out. The man grimaced as he was swallowed whole into the black mass before he was completely gone. The captain looked amazed but also horrified. Suddenly, Marco was expelled, landing on his back and coughing. He hadn't been awake the last time he was expelled, and was covered in a slick liquid that they could only compare to saliva. "Anything else?" Amy wrote, scribbling on the paper, having turned it around from running out of room to write. Luffy extended one arm that hooked into the deck, and pulled upwards, splintering the wood as he pulled it towards him. "Okay, that's enough, please don't hurt the ship." Luffy released the wood, his stick snapping back into place. "So, I saw earlier that you were able to change the size. Can you go your biggest, please? And don't worry about the weight on the deck, it will not break." Everyone moved out of the way as Luffy expanded until he was too big, and the ship actually started to tilt backwards once he was roughly 1/3 of the mass of the ship. His brothers and the crew members around him were pressed against the railing. By then, he shrunk back and the ship went back to normal. It had been bigger than any of them expected. Luffy might have been able to suck the entire ship into his body if he got big enough. Then he went on the opposite spectrum, but could only be as small as a house cat. He changed back into human shape. "And there's an in-between form you can make?" Amy asked, watching him with bright eyes. Clearly she was interested in his fruit. Luffy was back to normal size, and then he was covered in the substance. "May I touch you?" Amy asked cautiously. Luffy didn't react for a second before he nodded. Amy hesitantly touched him, and her hand sank into her arm. She pulled it back, though the substance stuck to her until she pulled back further. "All right." Luffy changed back, the black seeping back into his skin. "Well, what's interesting is that this fruit, as they called it, well, it's not a Zoan. I don't think it's a devil fruit at all." "Luffy, do you remember first eating it? What did it look like?" Luffy didn't remember. "I don't remember." "What do you mean, daughter?" Whitebeard asked, hiding his fascination with Luffy's ability. "Normal fruits are either Zoan, Paramecia, or Loja. There are subcategories, such as mythical Zoan, or an awakened fruit. Awakened fruit users are rare, but they are out there. Luffy's power doesn't fit into any neat category. It has attributes of all three categories. The growing and shrinking, as well as being able to suck things in and store them, is more like a Paramecia power, such as the Big Mom pirate fruit user who can us his body as similar to a Loja and Paramecia. But Luffy also has the attributes as a Loja. Being able to have my hand pass through him is more like a Loja ability. While it does have certain aspects of a Zoan fruit, like the 2 stages of form besides his normal, human form, it is not a Zoan. Honestly, we should stop calling it a devil fruit at all. That just confuses things. At least for lesser people," Amy explained. The 3 brothers looked surprised. Marco smiled and said, "Amy is a nut about devil fruit powers, yet she doesn't want to be one herself." "Oh, and someone said that sea stone doesn't work on him, correct?" Amy questioned. Luffy shook his head. "Only bad water hurts." Amy nodded, like he'd proven her point. All in all, Luffy's ability can be called a demon's ability, though there is no scientific study that has proven demons do exist. But it's clearly not a devil fruit. It doesn't sit neatly in one category, and does not react to sea stone. I wouldn't be surprised if he can swim. I don't know what the nut job scientists made and gave to Luffy, but they were cocky to say they can create their own devil fruit. She then turned to Luffy with a grin. "Your powers have been fascinating to study, Luffy, so thank you," and she walked away. It was sudden, and the boys were surprised by her immediate exit. Ace turned to Marco with a questioning look. Amy loves to study devil fruit users and their progression of abilities. She has whole journals about my, Pops's, and Jazu's abilities. She's a bit bummed that there are only 3 of us here. So, you're not alone with that experience. She's been on the crew years and still asks us questions that pop up out of nowhere. Marco sounded fond, though. Whitebeard stood, towering over the brothers. Luffy frowned at it, not liking how big this man was. He could smoosh Ace or Sabo. "Well, Luffy, your powers are very interesting. I'm going to be honest. Some are concerned over your abilities, that they're too powerful, but I'd love to help you grow in your skill of the powers. I think you can do so much more with these powers." All 3 children looked thoroughly confused. "But," Sabo mumbled, "the captain just contradicted himself, didn't he?" But the man laughed. "I may love my children, but it does not mean I share each and every one's opinions." Whitebeard chuckled. Though I do veto or pass the final decisions, a lot of thought comes from my commanders. This time, there was one side and the other, and I chose the side to keep you three on for now, until an event happens or we end up someplace and you'd like to leave on your own." He was grinning at the shocked children. Sabo suddenly bowed, and Ace followed after. Luffy didn't know what to do, so he bowed as well, following his big brother's leads. "Thank you, sir," Sabo shouted, sounding choked up. Whitebeard laughed his unique laugh. "Stand tall, boys. I do enjoy new things. And your situation is definitely a new thing." Marco looked to Luffy, who looked painfully confused and unsure. He looked at him in sadness, feeling for him. Marco observed as he lowered his eyes. "But I'm bad," Luffy said, loud enough to be heard by the other four. "I kill people. People say I'm a monster, evil." Ace and Sabo said it's bad. Ace put a hand on Luffy's head gently and pulled him to the side to rest against himself. "Luffy, don't let what others say about you dictate what you think of yourself. You choose if you fit into cookie-cutter good or evil. I agree, there are some truly wicked people in this world, but I think it's your actions that are either good or evil. Maybe some of your actions have been evil, maybe not. But don't let those words make you feel you are one or the other. I do not consider myself or any of my children evil, but the Marines and world government throw that word around so often it's become null. If you want to be good, do good things. If you would like to be evil, do wicked deeds. It's as simple as that. This is your chance to start over. Don't waste it, kid." Whitebeard finished with a grin and walked away from the group. Ace and Sabo were both smiling. Luffy wore a blank expression for a good minute. "I like banana mustache man." Marco and the brothers broke out in laughter. "I heard that, cheeky brat," Whitebeard called, though he sounded amused as well. For the next 2 hours, Luffy followed Whitebeard around like a puppy. The man pretended he didn't notice when Luffy spied on him from some obvious hiding place. Everyone else, however, did notice. His face was full of adoration that it made them all confused as to what had happened before Marco summed it up for them. Already, some were doubting their initial thoughts about Luffy based on past behavior. Amy hadn't told anyone else about the fruit as it was not her place to do so, so they still all thought he had some creepy Zoan fruit. It didn't help that no one knew the form of what Luffy's powers came from. It could have been some liquid, he could have been injected. It could have been all sorts of stuff, and it left them without a definitive answer about where the power had come from. When Haruta heard about Luffy's reaction to the captain's words, he was the first to feel guilt for wishing him gone in such a situation. Amy had seen his fruit in full form and wasn't shaking in fear from it. Yes, she was a strong-willed woman, but he clearly hadn't attempted to harm anyone. Kingu's theory that he hadn't said in front of those wishing Luffy well was that the kid must not be able to control it when he was in demon form was shot out of the water when nothing happened during the testing. Some did report seeing Luffy turn massive, and the ship had tilted suddenly, people sliding down the deck and falling into one another before the ship righted itself. Pops didn't deny that being what happened, but wasn't worried one bit. He seemed perfectly at ease, and it did make some of the crew feel better, trusting his judgment, which was almost impeccable. Dinner that night was an uncomfortable event. It was clear that not everyone was in agreement with keeping Luffy there. The three boys had walked into the galley, unsure of where to go. The room went quiet for a moment before the sounds resumed. Thatch called the boys over to the counter of the kitchen that was like a bar. "We are having a party tonight, so eat as much as you want. Nothing is off limits but the alcohol. Enjoy," the chef said with a bright grin. Ace and Sabo made their own plates, Luffy unsure about much of the food. He picked out everything that was familiar. Ace chose some things he didn't recognize, as did Sabo. They turned around but didn't know where to sit. Everywhere seemed full. Marco called them over, and they saw that there were 3 chairs at the head of the table. Clearly there wasn't any more room for them. The 3 walked over, under the stare and glares of many people. The dinner was a little awkward, Luffy hating everyone's eyes on him. But he wasn't going to get angry. Now that he knew killing was bad, it made him feel like a bad person. No one had ever told him killing was bad or wrong. Everyone always encouraged it, and Ace and Sabo had never said anything about it either. He didn't understand why. After all, Luffy never saw the people at the facility as bad people. He wouldn't know that Ace and Sabo would have been punished if they told Luffy killing was wrong. Thatch's food was yummy, but so was the last place's. There was more variety of what people were eating here. Ace and Sabo liked that. They had only been able to eat Luffy's favorite foods, since he was the only one that mattered to those workers and master. It was mostly meat and sweets. All sorts of meat recipes, not just chunks of it, which was lucky. When they were finished eating, Luffy couldn't help but be angry. He was irritated with everyone watching him. They still all thought he ate a demon devil fruit when the nurse lady said he didn't. Why didn't anyone tell everybody else about that? Ace put his hand over Luffy's on the table. It calmed down Luffy a little, but he was having trouble keeping his anger under control and not snapping. He was doing his best not to, but he was never taught to not get angry. He was always told it was fine. It was fine to kill anyone. Well, anybody but his brothers, who he wouldn't dream of hurting. He was lost. unsure. Ace and Sabo noticed and removed themselves and Luffy from the room. I think we should make an announcement about Luffy's powers. Just the word demon devil fruit is unnerving. Since that's not the case, maybe if we told everyone they wouldn't be so afraid of him. I know they just seem angry, but everyone's afraid, Marco said to his father at the dinner table. Thatch and those two were the only ones inside as everyone else was starting the party. The chef was washing down the last table, since he always did a thorough cleaning after each meal and was quite fast at it. It was impressive, but he was used to cleaning up after messy people. He'd had 7 younger siblings before he joined the pirate crew. He seemed nice enough. I don't see what the big deal is, Thatch said, having been listening to Marco and Whitebeard's conversation. If it were anyone but a commander, they would have been sent out of the room. Both the captain and his first mate looked surprised at Thatch. I'm surprised you aren't terrified of him. Thatch sat down at the table next to Marco, the room nice and clean. Well, I was at first. I mean, his power is really creepy, and I was a bit angry he'd stolen you. But after talking and spending a little time with him, and then knowing you and Pops have allowed him to stay, well, he's not that bad. I just feel sorry for him, you know. He just seems so confused. Thatch had always liked kids, and would cook feasts for little ones on their protected islands whenever they visited. He had been brainwashed, and was made to believe killing was nothing. Not a big deal. I mean, his missions were mostly killing people, and apparently he would just off whoever irritated him. After all, he was raised with that purpose, Marco explained with a scowl. Thatch and Whitebeard were frowning. So, he doesn't have a devil fruit? Thatch questioned, wanting to change the subject a little. Marco shook his head. Amy said he doesn't. She thinks he was given something that wasn't a fruit, possibly an injection of some sort, but he's not affiliated with demons in any way. He may look scary, but demons don't exist. We know that, Marco replied. His powers make him very strong, which makes sense as to why he was used instead of anyone else. A kid, a powerful kid, told murdering is fine would mess anyone up. I honestly don't think he will kill anyone here. Not after his brothers told him that killing was not good. I think it confused him a lot, but then after what Pops said to him, I think it made a real impact. If we can show him the perks of living normally, not killing, then I think he'll live a much happier life. The Phoenix Zone finished. Whitebeard spoke next, pushing the bench back to stand. We'll make an announcement tomorrow at breakfast, he said in his deep voice. Now, we have a party to attend about the reunion of our dear Marco. No one was surprised when the boys weren't out there for the party. They were inside their rooms, the commander's hacky told them. They tried to push the 3 out of their minds as they celebrated finding Marco again. It had been a dark time without him. Pops had been especially frustrated the whole time. More than once he'd snapped at someone, only to apologize and feel bad for it. The one who really tried to keep everyone happy was Thatch, though he was having a lot of trouble as well. He was the first member of the crew to join that had been Marco's age, both 17 years old. He had been there during the event that Boss had brought up with Marco when he was locked up. Everyone got as drunk as they could, with the exception of Izo and Marco, who couldn't get shit-faced from his powers, though he still drank just as much as everyone else. Son, do you know how old the brats are? 8 and both older boys are 12, Curiel said. I looked into their files since I'm the head doctor. Luffy's a bit small for his age. Marco was pleased that Curiel used Luffy's name. Some on the crew were referring him as the Monster Kid, which Whitebeard quickly shut down as soon as he heard someone utter it. Much of the crew was unconscious once the party was over. Marco kept watch, even though if anyone came, Pops Hacky would wake him. Izo was the only other one not passed out, and walked up next to him. He had let his hair down, as it was late and almost everyone else were asleep. It was normal for Izo to dress like this, ever since he was a child and was then later brought to the ship, unwillingly. Marco had been there, too, wondering why he was dressed like that at first before not caring much, just interested with the guy holding onto the rope attached to the back of the ship. How you doing? Izo asked, leaning against the railing that Marco was looking over. No one has asked you what happened when you were abducted. Izo always got right to the point. It was lonely. Luffy absorbed me in just a second. There was no way anyone could have found me. I assume everyone felt guilty about that. I woke up chained to the wall with sea stone cuffs. It was in there that I decided I wanted to save the kids, including Luffy. The people there sickened me, turning a little kid into some sort of artificial monster. Even if it wasn't conventional, Luffy was a slave. He just didn't know it, which broke my heart even more. What do you want to do with them now? Izo questioned quietly. Marco looked to the side at his brother. I want to help Luffy adapt to the outside world and the brothers be able to live somewhere in peace, even if something can go wrong. Izo, something can always go wrong. I was going to piss in the woods and instead got kidnapped by an 8-year-old. Something can always go wrong, Marco pointed out. Izo smiled and shook his head. Well, I guess you have a point. Pop seems to have faith in the boys, so I will, too. Tomorrow I'll get their measurements and make them some clothes. Some nice ones, not those pajamas and prison-like outfits. And we'll get some shoes for Luffy. Marco nodded. Thanks, Izo, for everything. I'm gonna go to bed. Haven't slept in 1 weeks and my mattress sounds pretty nice right now, the blonde said, clapping his hand on Izo's shoulder. Good night. Night. X. Despite being somewhere he wasn't familiar with, and not liking the bedroom much, Luffy slept quite well that night. No bad dreams or anything. He didn't remember any dreams, but knew none were bad. He didn't look forwards to breakfast. He didn't want to be stared at. But as they headed to the galley, in another outfit since they each had two, though Luffy's were both sleep outfits, they noticed everyone looked sick. What's wrong with them? Luffy asked as he heard people vomiting in the bathroom. Ace laughed. Probably hangovers. Makes you sick if you drink too much alcohol. Wouldn't want to be them right now. When they entered the galley, almost nobody was in there. Only 2 commanders, the captain, and a handful of pirates with their heads resting on the tables. There were people other than Thatch in the kitchen, cooking breakfast, which was small compared to last night's dinner. The 3 got the food and cups of water and headed to the commanders, Marco having waved them over. So, once it's dinner or lunchtime and everyone's feeling better, we're gonna make an announcement about Luffy's false devil fruit. If they know you're not affiliated with demons in any way, maybe things will go more smoothly. Marco said it quite cheerfully. We won't tell anyone but the commanders the varied powers you can use. Whitebeard was thinking about something and asked, Luffy, are you sure what wounds you is holy water? That's what they said it was, Luffy replied. But they lied a lot, I guess. Maybe that's not true. Izo then spoke. You know, since you're not related to demons, which I believe don't exist in the first place, then being allergic or weak to holy water doesn't make sense. It has to be something else. Did it have a smell? A texture? Maybe it was something else. Luffy took a bite of the French toast before answering. Smelled really bad. Sour. It burned bad. Made me feel weak where it hit me. Marco was thinking, and put his hand to his chin. Then his eyes brightened and he got up and walked away. Everyone looked after him, wondering where he went, but he was back quickly, carrying a glass bottle with clear liquid in it. Everyone but Luffy knew what it was and their eyes widened. Marco stood in front of Luffy and popped the lid off. I'm not going to put it on you, but I want you to smell this and tell me if it smells familiar, Marco explained patiently. Luffy nodded, and Marco set the bottle under his nose. His eyes widened and he shied away from the bottle. Well damn, Whitebeard said with a sigh. So, alcohol makes you react badly. What happens when it touches you? Burns my skin and takes away my power. I don't remember it. But this happened, Luffy said. Glad Marco took the bottle of alcohol and poured it down the drain in the kitchen. He lifted up the sleeve of his pajama shirt to show a nasty white patch on it with a pinkish white line that wrapped around his arm in the spot with the bruise. Izo looked horrified, Ace and Sabo ashamed. They knew it was there since they met Luffy, which meant it had happened to him before they came, when he was younger than 6 years old. It sickened both of them. They were clearly unable to do anything about it, but still felt guilty for some reason. Did someone cut your arm off? Whitebeard asked, voice steady despite the horrible topic. I think, and it grew back. Luffy nodded. We'll need to tell that to Amy so she can record it. We will all be careful with the alcohol on this ship. How about you don't go near any pirates who are drunk? Alcohol reacts to regular humans quite different than reacting to your body. It makes us feel good, so we drink it a lot. There is no way we can get rid of all the booze on the ship, but we can be more careful. Marco walked back over and Izo said, Boys, I'd like to get your measurements to make you some new clothes. You need more than pajamas, and some shoes for Luffy would be very useful. Thank you, Sabo said politely. He looked at his own and Ace clothes, which were white shirts and white shorts. It was clear that Luffy had been favored and they were both afterthoughts. New clothes would be welcomed. Luffy nodded in agreement, though he had no issues with his pajamas. He ate the rest of his food in peace, the brothers left alone while they chowed down. Pirates started to trickle in, some looking worse than others. One of the bigger commanders that the boys hadn't met came over and sat down, glaring at Luffy before going to get his food. He was a grumpy-looking man, with dark skin and blonde hair. Don't worry, he glares at everyone, the smallest commander said in Luffy's ear, making him jump. My name's Haruta. He stuck his hand out to shake the brothers' hands individually. Hey, do you think I could see your powers sometime? I want to see how you got Marco. How on earth could he get caught so easily? Then he laughed and hurried to get food, which was coming out in a faster pace as the cooks worked. Thatch still wasn't there. Luffy looked confused and glanced at his brothers. Sabo ruffled his hair affectionately. Not everyone is scared, apparently, he said with a smile. Everyone was surprised with Haruta's interaction with Luffy. He had been one of those to vote against keeping him, yet now he was acting like they were old friends. Marco and Izo eyed him suspiciously, thinking he might still be drunk and that was why, but he didn't seem intoxicated. He even sat next to Luffy. The kid was confused and shuffled away from the smaller commander. Haruta was the youngest of the commanders and one of the youngest on the ship. only 24, the only commander who was younger than 30. He was also one of the most immature ones on the ship, the only one to rival him, Thatch. After the commanders all sat at the table, Izo, already done with his food, asked the boys if they were ready to go get their measurements taken. Ace and Sabo had done this before, with a nice lady in their village who made them clothes, since they didn't exactly have a very nice home life. They didn't like to think about her because it made them sad. They both assumed the Marines killed Makino before Luffy got there and wiped out the Marines and government officials. As gruesome and terrifying as it was, the boys had been glad to see the Marines all dead. It had been scary, being dragged away by Luffy, who had been soaked in blood. Even when they got back to the facility, burlap sacks over their heads, Luffy looked frightening. Ace and Sabo had been afraid to speak, until Luffy had completely changed and smiled, announcing they all needed baths. He didn't understand why his new friends were afraid of him. It hurt his feelings when they rejected him trying to play with them. But things had changed a lot since then, and none of them liked thinking of that time. The boys were led to a room that was full of things they assumed made clothes and mended them when they needed. The wall was a huge shelf, full of different colored and textured fabrics. There were multiple sewing stations, and tons of clothes everywhere. "Come over here," Izo said, gaining their attention again and leading them to a stool with a bunch of mirrors near it. "Who wants to go first?" The three didn't answer for a moment before Ace volunteered with a sigh. It was easy, he didn't have to take his shirt off. Izo measured around his chest, waist, hips and his torso and legs lengthwise. It went fairly quickly, and Izo took Luffy's shoe size, even though he told Izo what it was. Next, they were led to the wall of fabrics. "What colors would you like?" he asked. "You can choose any color." Luffy chose the patterned ones, while Ace chose red and Sabo chose blue. It went by quickly, and then Izo brought Luffy to Amy to tell her the new things the pirates had discovered. Of course, his brothers came, too. "You can regrow limbs?" Amy asked in shock when Luffy told her. "I don't remember what happened, but I guess so," Luffy replied. Amy said she was glad he didn't remember, and jotted down the information on bold pen about Luffy's being very vulnerable to alcohol. While they all spoke, Izo left to go back to the galley, where Whitebeard was addressing everyone. The moment Whitebeard knew the boys and Izo were far from the galley's double doors, he stood up, pushing the bench out and making many of his sons scramble for balance. The room went quiet, even though the man could have been getting up for any reason. But it was too much of a coincidence for him to get up right as their guests left. "Sons, I want to let you all know some information about Luffy. He does not have a Zoan devil fruit, and he is not related to any demons. His captors gave him something that supplied him with powers similar to a devil fruit's, but he is not a fruit user. He doesn't react to sea stone, which is a good enough indicator that he is not one. Amy has tested him, and we all know how skilled she is with devil fruits. This fact does not change that Luffy has lived a dark life so far, but it does show he is just a child. A child who was given something to make him abnormal. If there's any proof to let you know he didn't ask for this life, it is that his captors cut off his entire arm as an experiment. I want us, and everyone on this ship, to do their best to welcome him and show that not all adults is cruel and bloodthirsty. Pirates though we may be, we are not evil. And Luffy is not, either. I want you to all do your best to give him a blank slate." When he sat down, it was silent for a few more seconds before chatter started up again. There were many conversations about the topic at hand, but most went back to what they'd been talking about before the captain's announcement. The commanders started asking questions of the two who had been there for Amy's testing, but the two didn't want to talk into too much detail while others in the crew were eavesdropping. "I will tell you all more in a commander's meeting, as soon as everyone is feeling better from their hangovers." Some at the table still felt sick. Thatch had come in during the announcement looking ill, face a little green. He was usually the one on the ship that reacted the strongest to too much alcohol, yet he never limited himself. His limit was until he's passed out. He downed a couple pills from his pocket and ate his sous chef's food slowly. They were talented, and he wasn't disgusted with the food, but eating was never pleasant after being hungover. But Thatch knew the importance of keeping yourself healthy and eating 2 or 3 meals a day. The boys didn't go back inside, but Izo came back and informed them he had measured the kids, and they had gone back to their room. "I gave Luffy some paper and pencils in case he wanted to draw." "Since when do you like kids?" Vista asked curiously. Izo didn't have much patience for young people, including Haruta, and he was 24. "These ones aren't bratty, little shits," he answered simply. Marco chuckled, but agreed. Luffy seemed like a handful, not all for the wrong reasons, but he didn't seem bratty or generally a rude kid. Sure, he grew frustrated with the nurses, but they were also poking, prodding, and sticking needles in him. He hadn't gotten violent, despite the fact he was upset. The other two were respectful as well, though they'd all been through a lot. Marco and the others wanted to know how the three met. It sounded interesting, but like it would also be sad. After the pills had taken effect with Thatch, he said he was good enough to have the commander's meeting. He knew was dependent on him feeling better. The higher-ups cleaned up their plates and brought them to the kitchen for the sous chefs on duty to wash before too many plates overwhelmed them. The 16 pirates walked through the tall hallways into the meeting room, which had a door that locked and was thick enough that no one could dream of hearing what was being said inside. Whitebeard sat at the head of the table, his sons in their division seats, counting to 16 around the table, though the second division seat still wasn't filled. It would be hard to replace the previous commander. He was an interesting guy to say the least. I'll get straight to the point. I've already said Luffy is not a demon zone, but theirs is a lot to explain about it. It may make some of you uneasy, but remember, I could destroy the world if I wish. It was an interesting way to start the briefing, but it was a good hook as well. And all the commanders were silent to hear more. Whitebeard explained the entirety of Amy's session, having some of them finally know what had tilted the ship. They couldn't help but be glad he wasn't some sort of demon zone, even though he had still done some bad things. Well, bad to most people. After all, none of them had clean hands as well. We have found his weakness. It weakened him enough they were able to chop his entire arm off. The captain gave a heavy sigh. It's not holy water, it's alcohol. Everyone was silent for a moment before talk erupted, many lamenting that we can't get rid of the booze. Marco put his hand to his forehead, and Thatch covered his ears from the loud noises. Sons, calm yourselves, Whitebeard shouted, though he was amused. We are not purging the ship of all alcohol. We are just going to be more careful. I think we should only drink when Luffy is not in the room. And I doubt anyone else, don't want him to get hurt. I don't want him to lose any trust in us. We will have to be careful. We can't throw alcohol around leisurely anymore. Someone on our ship is highly allergic, so we must be respectful about that. Pops, why are we doing so much for them? Luffy kidnapped Marco, caused him to be locked in a prison cell for weeks. Why? Namor asked. Whitebeard had a blank mask on, and Marco had turned his chair around completely. None of you were here when I found Marco, so you don't understand the similarities I see in their situations. I will not go into detail. Marco will tell you if he is ever comfortable. I cannot stand by and not try to help someone as I helped Marco. Luffy is even younger than your brother was when he was in a similar situation. That is reason enough, but I have taken a liking to him already. Marco had composed his expression and turned back around to give appraising looks to those who were watching him in confusion. Thatch was frowning, remembering what Marco was like back then. It was before he had his devil fruit, and he was still covered in scars and burns. All of those are gone now, but they were very noticeable back then. Marco gave Thatch a pointed look. Don't tell anyone. Thatch could tell what he was thinking, and he nodded. He wouldn't say anything. After the briefing was over, Whitebeard took questions. Well, some were aimed at Marco instead. It was like being enveloped into a sticky swamp. Honestly, it was a disgusting feeling, but I was knocked out quickly. It might have just been because of my powers that I didn't suffocate, he explained when Haruta asked. They wrinkled their noses. It didn't smell like anything, but I would like to not have to touch it again. Ace and Sabo willingly stuck their hands into it, didn't they? Jazu asked. Marco smiled. They're brothers, what did you expect? They did what they could to calm him. It worked, didn't it? He was then asked if he knew the story of how they met, but he didn't. So, wait, those guys just said he ate a demon devil fruit. How lame. Making up a devil fruit just to sound cool, Ryuko said. Aizo replied with, well, it worked, right. Before Amy's session, we all thought it was accurate, and it made everyone uneasy. It struck fear in us just by the name. They were wonderful manipulators, making Luffy feel he was loved. Marco had told them about Luffy not knowing anything was wrong, and assuming that Ace and Sabo only didn't say anything for Luffy's sake. I guess that's true. Will we tell anyone else about the alcohol weakness? Vista wondered. Whitebeard replied that they wouldn't specifically say that it was Luffy's only weakness, but to be careful because his skin reacts to it unfavorably. I'm so glad we don't have to get rid of the booze, Thatch sighed. Marco chuckled. So you can continue to have horrific hangovers. Thatch shot back that it was all worth it. The meeting had changed tones, and it was now light talking, nothing overly serious, and they were relaxed now that the decisions had been made. Marco really thought his brothers would try with the boys. Luffy was sitting on the bed while Ace went to the bathroom and Sabo was reading one of the books he'd gotten from the library, trying to make something out of his goo. They wished there was a name for it. Thick, textured oil. Well, he had his hand turned into it, slowly his arm changing along with it. But all he could make was sharp edges. He couldn't make any sort of form. Sabo looked up from his book. Lou, there's no need to force yourself. But all I can do is bad stuff, Luffy protested in a frustrated voice. Sabo closed his novel, sticking a piece of paper inside to mark his page, and walked to the bed. Your power isn't only bad. We now know Whitebeard's fruit, and nothing good comes from that one, right? No matter what he does, it will cause damage to somewhere or someone. Your power is very versatile. Meaning, it can be used in many ways. How about you just make sure you do useful things, like protecting yourself or your brothers, Sabo said in a kind voice. Luffy kicked his feet over the side of the bed, and mumbled something too quiet for Sabo to understand. What was that? I thought I was doing useful stuff. They told me I was, he said loudly, looking angry but feeling upset and confused, like he was having an identity crisis after learning everything he thought was fine was bad. The people he thought cared for him didn't. Sabo sighed and touched Luffy's cheek. You are who you want to be, not what anyone else says you are. Do you want to be evil? The blonde asked seriously. No. Well, then you aren't. Easy as that, right? Sabo said lightly. And Whitebeard already said it pretty well, don't you think? Luffy pouted but nodded his head. And hey, maybe while we're here, you can learn how to use your power for more productive things. There are 3 devil fruit users here, after all. You may not have a real devil fruit, but they still have powers. Maybe you can relate to them and learn some stuff yourself. Will they want to teach me? People think I look gross in my other form. I feel gross, too, Luffy replied in a grumpy voice. Sabo was quiet for a moment, trying to think of what to say that wasn't a lie. He didn't want to lie to Luffy anymore. He wanted the boy to have the truth form those around him, not live in someone else's bubbles. Well, I do admit that your other form is a little shocking, but maybe someday you'll be able to change shape. After all, you have a shape in your half-changed form. Your power can save you, too. That's why you've been alive after all of your missions. But you didn't learn much in those missions, right? You just used one move to kill people. The youngest nodded. Then you can't be expected to learn new things overnight after not having anyone encourage you in any way. Luffy didn't reply, but knew Sabo had a point. The people here, I think, are good people. You think so, too? Better people than those where we came from. These people will tell you the truth. Being here is a good thing. Don't lose hope, Lou. Now that we're free from that place, we have all the hope we want. Luffy leaned forward and hugged Sabo tightly. Ace walked in on the hug and hurriedly shut the bedroom door. What's wrong? He asked quickly, heading to the bed. Is everything okay? Sabo smiled. It's fine. Luffy is just feeling a little unsure and insecure. It's a new situation. Things haven't been new for Lou in a long time, the blonde explained patiently. Luffy nodded in agreement. The door was knocked on a few minutes later. Sabo stood up and opened the door to see Thatch there. He didn't look hungover anymore, but it was mid-afternoon. Maybe they didn't last that long. None of the boys would know, after all. Hey guys, so, since you'll probably be here for a while, I wanted to show you around, the chef said cheerfully. The ship is really big, so it will be easy to get lost. How about it? Luffy's nod was the deciding vote for all 3, and Luffy took their hands like the unsure child he was. He looked especially young right now. The ship was extremely large. They already knew that, but hadn't really thought about it being big on the inside, too. There were 5 floors, and 2 of them were for bedrooms. Their guest room was on the 2nd floor from the bottom. The very bottom had the brig and most of the storage rooms that weren't for food. The 3 didn't get a tour of the brig, since Thatch said it was smelly and cold. No one was ever down there, so there was no reason for them to see it. They didn't mind, never really wanting to be anywhere like a jail ever again. The 4th floor up, above the 2 bedroom floors and the brig, had most of the important places that weren't the galley and infirmary. It also had the most storage, the library Sabo had visited earlier, a lounge of some sort that no one really went in for some reason, the meeting room, and the winery, where all the booze was stored. Thatch pointedly kept that door closed, and he pointed out the new lock on the door. Since the booze won't be leaving the ship, we've put some more precautions on it. He winked at Luffy with a smile. The ground floor had the galley, kitchen, a few empty rooms, and the large infirmary. There were 3 staircases positioned at ends of the ship. Luffy was sure he'd still get lost, but was glad his brothers had been there so they could help him. All 3 of them noticed less glares and dark looks were given to them, and were glad. It made Luffy feel less bad. When they ended back up at their room, Thatch still seemed to want to hang out, and might have noticed Luffy's sad demeanor. Do you guys want to hear some stories? Ace didn't look especially interested, but both Sabo and Luffy did, if it was a little hesitant for the youngest. Okay, Sabo answered for all 3 of them. The boys were sitting on one side of the bed while Thatch was sitting on the desk against the wall near the door, where a lamp and Sabo's book were sitting, along with Luffy coloring books. Let me tell you about when we recruited Haruta. Thatch then launched into a story about Haruta setting the ship on fire for a prank, and Ace and Sabo had no idea how stupid someone could be to set something on fire as a prank. He was the one to do all the repairs, had offered it himself. And he did, all by himself. His excuse for the prank was that the ship is in the water, so I thought it would make the flames go out. Thatch laughed at the story. The boys, however, were concerned with the higher-ups on the ship being so stupid. Luffy didn't mention it, but shared looks with his brothers. Someone that impulsive was made a commander. Sabo asked slowly in disbelief. Oh, I left out the fact he was drunk. That's still not very reassuring, Ace replied. The man laughed again. That's nothing compared to what me and Marco did when we were teens. But I'm sure he wouldn't want me talking about that. Instead, he started talking about a much better topic that didn't have the brothers questioning the higher-ups on the ship, the floating city on water. None of the three had ever heard of sea trains, so it was nice to listen to. Marco walked into the infirmary to get some pain cream since Haruta had slammed his arm into the doorway and was whining about it. When he saw the nurses gathered in the corner, looking confused, he knocked on the doorway to announce his presence. Tommy jumped, but turned around and walked over, asking what she could do for Marco. Haruta slammed his elbow into the doorframe and wants some pain cream. "What's going on? Is everything okay?" he asked, looking at the other nurses all crowded around Whiskey, who was looking through a microscope. "Well, Luffy won't be able to get any blood transfusion from anyone if he needs it," the blonde nurse said. When Marco gave a questioning look, Tommy gave him the cream and then lead him over to the head nurse. "Is that Luffy's blood right there?" Marco asked. "Yes," Whiskey said slowly. "You said he didn't have a devil fruit, correct?" she asked, still looking at the blood through the microscope. When Marco answered no, she continued. "I think Luffy was injected with whatever gave him those powers." She stood and moved to the side for Marco to look. "Normal blood doesn't do this," Whiskey said as Marco watched. There were tiny black particles in it, swirling around but not making any move towards the other cells. They didn't look like a disease as they weren't targeting anything or multiplying. The black particles seemed relatively harmless, as they looked like red blood cells but black and with a hole in them. Little hoops. As an experiment, after Kirill told us about the new danger of alcohol, we took a little aside and dropped a drop of alcohol in it. It reacted quite strongly to it. "Look," Wendy explained, and held up a baggie that had a glass slide in it. It had a charred burn on it, clearly ruined and never able to be reused again. Almost blinded Whiskey under the microscope, Tommy commented, "Ace and Sabo's blood are both normal, so they weren't affected by whatever was done to Luffy. But we cannot let him ingest any alcohol or I could honestly see it killing him. If his blood had such a violent reaction to it, imagine what it would do to the inside of his body." Marco frowned. "That sounds a lot worse than the effects of sea stone," he said slowly. He brought his thumb to his bottom lip and chewed on the nail while thinking. "Well, there's no way anyone on this crew would be okay with the alcohol going, besides you guys. And we put a lock on the winery door. What else can we do?" he asked. Whiskey leaned back in the chair. "I don't see that we could do anything more. I don't know if it's the best idea to let everyone know about this big danger. On one hand, it would make everyone aware, but on the other, it would be an easy way to off him if anyone doesn't agree with him being here." Marco finished. Tommy added, "Or if he goes out of control, someone might use it carelessly and end up killing him." Marco sighed, putting the little plastic container of pain cream in his pocket. "Don't tell anyone about this, not even Luffy himself." "Not yet," Marco ordered. The nurses agreed, but Whiskey continued to observe the blood. "I would like to do more tests on it, so I'll keep you or Pops updated on anything new we learn," the head nurse said, removing the slide she was looking at and taking Sabo's capsule and observing that. Marco thanked them and left. He was uneasy, but hid the expression from the others when he took the cream to his fellow commander. "What took you so long?" he shouted, snatching the cream and rubbing it over the red spot on his arm. He glared at Marco, who apologized. Didn't give his reason, but apologized. He did seem distracted, though. It was after dinner that Whitebeard was approached by Kirill and the nurses. He was walking down the hall when Whiskey called for him to stop, having been looking for him. They each looked concerned and a bit freaked out. The captain stopped and asked them what was wrong. "We need you to come to the infirmary," Kirill said in a dark voice. "All right," Whitebeard replied, feeling nervous and worried about whatever gave his children these unnerved looks. Two of the nurses were standing outside the room, keeping the doors closed. Usually, at least two of the nurses would be asleep since they'd have the night shift, but all of them were awake and outside of the infirmary. The doors were open to let the captain in and his eyes widened. Whiskey was stuck to the wall, her hand trapped in that disgusting gooey substance that Luffy's power was made of. It wasn't moving around, but Whiskey's wrist was bleeding. She didn't look afraid, just irritated and bored. "Pops, please bring someone to get this fucking thing off of me," she snapped. Whiskey didn't get afraid easily, and didn't show pain when she was in it. Whitebeard was speechless, but saw the shattered remains of a microscope on the floor. "What the hell happened?" he asked as he hurried over and grabbed the thing attached to his daughter's hand and pulled on it, hard. It stuck to his hand next, but didn't do anything other than just stick there. He tried to get it off with his other hand, but it just stuck to that one, like an annoying piece of tape. "We've separated Luffy's vial of blood from the others and any of the blood supplies. Apparently, whatever substance that is in his blood doesn't react well with other types of blood. If this was man-made, which they said it is, someone may have designed it this way," Whiskey said as she treated her own wrist. The stick had had a broken piece of the microscope in it and it had cut the head nurse. "This was formed when the blood mixed?" the captain asked, stopping trying to get the blob off, because it clearly wasn't going to. "Has it done anything but stick to things?" Tommy started quarantining the section of the infirmary that this thing had touched. Tyrael looked highly disturbed. "I wasn't in here, but Wendy was screaming so I heard and came running." It was bubbling up and ended up breaking the microscope. It doesn't seem to have done any harm, but we can't have this in here. We'll have to disinfect the whole area. Whitebeard walked outside and brought out a broom from the broom closet near the entrance into the ship. He peeled off the goop from his hand, and it stuck to the broom, which he threw into the water. There was nothing left on his hands, and it didn't seem to have harmed him in any way. He hurried back inside, Marco following after seeing the captain throw something overboard. The nurses were wiping down every surface, the infirmary doors shut and locked. The two pirates could see them working through the windows. Whiskey was ushered inside the showers to wash her down in case the goop carried anything harmful. After all, it originated from blood. Curiel was standing outside the doors and pacing. "Son, what do you think?" "I don't think it was sentient. It looked like a reaction, a chemical reaction. All it did was stick, but it did seem to absorb pieces of the broken microscope, which injured Whiskey's wrist. But it was only for a single drop. Imagine his blood being in the blood cooler. I wish we could have done testing on it. But it is too unknown to not be testing in a secure room, so thank you for getting rid of it. We didn't try anything else on it, just leaving it be and not touching it. It may be hazardous, but I do not think it was alive. It stuck, but it didn't move on its own. I wish we knew whatever was put into Luffy so we knew more about this, but you say he was too young to know, so we won't be getting any easy answers." It caught Whiskey on the wall because she started trying to fling it off and her arm hit the wall, sticking to it. "Do you think it's a danger?" Whitebeard asked quietly. Curiel shook his head. "I do not think Luffy's goop, as we'll call it, since that's what it looks like, is toxic or hazardous. After all, Marco was completely enveloped in it when Luffy took him. Ace and Sabo had also touched it, stuck their hands in it, and nothing happened. I don't think it's a danger by itself. If Luffy used it in a way of a weapon, then it would be different. I don't think we need to worry about some sort of outbreak on the ship. To be completely honest, I feel that Luffy is an accident. I know chemistry and most chemical concoctions were originally made by accident. I have no idea what would have made him like this, though. He might have been an experiment, which could explain him having his arm chopped off as a test." Marco had no idea what was going on, but he was patient and asked once the conversation was mostly over. Curiel explained the situation, and Marco just looked thoroughly interested. "Is Whiskey all right? Are you all right? You two are the ones who touched it, right?" he asked the captain. "I am fine, son. I didn't feel any pain from it. It was just an annoyance. Whiskey got a cut from a piece of the microscope that was stuck in it," he answered. "Marco, did you feel any pain when Luffy's goop touched you?" Marco shook his head. "It seems there is still much to know about this substance. I am curious about it now. I can't help it." Marco sighed. Curiel then commented, "As long as it's not dangerous, we can section off a part of the ship and use it for testing. Maybe Luffy would be willing to assist. Might make him feel more welcome if we're not shunning him for this." Marco smiled. "That sounds like a great idea. I'm sure it would entertain the three as well." He looked up to the captain, who shrugged in a way to say that it was fine with him. "But not tonight, of course. Maybe tomorrow, then." Sharing the information with him and his brothers will hopefully convey a sense of trust. "We're not hiding anything from them regarding them," Whitebeard said. Marco confessed that he'd told the nurses to hide the information about the alcohol being so deadly. "We'll keep that unknown for now," Whitebeard responded. It was later, so he wouldn't be surprised if the boys were asleep after a long day. He walked past their room on his way to his own captain's quarters, and felt all three inside and laying down. He had a feeling things would be very interesting on the ship. At least in one sense. Before breakfast, Luffy was trying to do anything useful with his power, but all it was either liquidy goo or sharp shards of whatever it was in hardened form. He huffed quietly, his brothers getting ready for the day. There had been some clothes outside of their bedroom door, 3 outfits each. The speed at which they were created impressed the boys. Luffy's were short-sleeved shirts and comfy shorts. Sabo had requested long sleeves, so that's what he had. Ace had tank tops. The main reason Luffy didn't have tank tops was the scar on his upper arm that showed the burn and proof his arm had been cut off. Luffy had shoes, which were flip-flops. They were comfortable enough, so he was fine with him. After Sabo was fully dressed, more than satisfied with his clothes, he opted for them to go eat breakfast. Luffy made the stick disappear into his skin again and stood up to follow his brothers out of the room into the galley. He may not be too good with remembering where things were, but both of his brothers had paid close attention to the tour the previous day. Chatter was loud in the galley, and this time didn't die down to much with the boys' entrance. Luffy shot some people a glare who looked at them, but it was nothing too threatening. They just scowled and looked away, which was good enough for Luffy. He wasn't going to kill them as long as, no, he wasn't going to kill anyone. Period. Some could see the conflict play out on his face, but no one said anything of it. The three ate a large amount of food when they were free to, which none of the pirates got mad at, which was nice and comforting. They could also see some of those on the crew eating a very large portion. Whitebeard was at the table, a little diagonal to the boys, and he had a massive serving as well. though it was to be expected for someone so big. It was shocking to the other pirates with how much Luffy ate considering his small stature. He ate so much food that they all wondered if it had something to do with his powers. Maybe they absorbed the food or burned it off quickly. But that didn't explain Ace's near-identical amount of food he consumed. After pirates began to leave the galley after the meal, most of the commanders stayed. Marco called the brothers over to sit closer to Whitebeard. Shuffling was made while the pirate let up some room for the boys to sit nearer the captain and first mate. "What is it?" Sabo asked, albeit sounding nervous, not knowing what to expect, good news or bad. At first, it sounded bad. "Last night, the nurses were doing some tests with your blood samples. We found what blood type Ace and Sabo are, but Luffy's blood is abnormal. Everyone is sure it is having to do with your powers. When they then tested further on that, and mixed yours and your brother's, something formed." Marco handed the boys a photo of the goo that was on Whiskey's wrist. "Hey, that's my thing," Luffy exclaimed. Sabo looked worried. He looked up from the photo and asked nervously, "Did it do anything bad?" Whitebeard shook his head, making the boys sigh in relief. "It was just incredibly sticky," Curiel said, finally jumping into the conversation. "We wanted to see if you'd like to be present while we do further testing. It's your blood, after all." Ace exchanged a look with Sabo and then both looked down to Luffy. He looked excited for once, not scared or confused. "Can we figure out what I am?" Luffy asked eagerly. "That's not how I would word it," Curiel said slowly, "but we may learn more about your abilities by more testing. Is that all right? Do we have permission to do more tests on your blood?" Luffy nodded immediately. 10 minutes later, the boys stood outside one of the empty storage rooms that had been converted. In the short amount of time before breakfast, the nurses had put up plastic tarps along the walls, along with a pile of gloves and surgical masks. There was a fire extinguisher, 2 bottles of alcohol in a sealed bag, and some other supplies in case something went wrong. The boys had the masks on, and were told it was a precaution to be careful when handling blood. There was a vial of Luffy's blood and a few vials of others' bloods, including the devil fruit users on the ship and all the singular types of blood. "Make sure you stay back," Whiskey said. The 3 boys couldn't conceal their excitement. They did as they were told and stood back. Curiel was in full hazard-out outfit. There were commanders standing outside, making sure no one came by and also wanting to hear what was happening. The first reaction was between Luffy and Sabo's blood. It was the same reaction as it had been the night before, and Luffy looked at it interestedly. Curiel handled it and then slipped it into a plastic bag. Whiskey wrote down what was in it and handed it to the boys to look at. "Don't touch it. We've determined they aren't hazardous, but it's never a bad thing to play it safe." Next was a reaction to Ace's blood, which was a different substance than Sabo's had been. While Sabo's reaction had made it into a thick glob of stickiness, Ace's reaction made it turn into liquid, and they couldn't wipe it up. It was like oil. Eventually, a mop was used, and it worked. They just had to get rid of the mop now. For some reason, they were losing cleaning supplies with these reactions. It sparked interest in everyone present. Reacting to other blood types was each different as well. Different textures, but still sticky and slimy. Some just more liquidy than others. The only type that got no reaction was F, which made the medical experts in the room think that must be Luffy's blood type, or had been before whatever was put into his body. "Do you want to see what happens when we mix it with devil fruit users' blood?" Tommy asked. Luffy nodded excitedly. Ace and Sabo hadn't seen him this fascinated with anything since the massive pack of crayons he'd gotten last year. First was Jazu's blood. Jazu has the power to turn his body into diamond, Tommy explained before mixing the blood and hurrying away. Nothing happened for a moment before Luffy's blood seemed to evaporate until only Jazu's blood was left. The room was quiet for a moment. "What happened?" Luffy asked. "Where'd it go?" The medical experts were all stumped but fascinated. "Well, I'm not sure. It looks like it evaporated, or maybe burned away somehow." "Well, let's try the other ones too. Then we can test them again a second time just to see," Whiskey explained. "Next up is Marco's blood. He has a Phoenix Zoan fruit. It makes him able to regenerate and heal." "I know. They told me when I was supposed to get him," Luffy said casually, reminding everyone that it was him who had caught the great Phoenix Marco. Though they weren't mad at him anymore. It just reminded them of how strong this little boy really was. Maybe not strong, powerful was a better word. A drop of Luffy's blood was mixed with Marco's, and it erupted into flame that soon turned black and didn't burn out. They waited for it to burn out, but it continued to burn and burn. Soon it had been burning for 10 minutes, a tiny flame that wasn't spreading anywhere or growing any bigger or smaller. Curiel came over eventually and doused it in water, which sizzled it out and nothing was left. "That was cool," Luffy exclaimed. Whitebeard looked absolutely fascinated, and it was his turn to have his blood mixed. Marco also looked extremely interested. His blue flames had turned into black and he had to admit that it was unsettling, while also amazing. And the fact that they didn't burn away. Incredible. He couldn't set other things on fire, but his flames could last for a long time if he didn't willingly turn them off. Ace and Sabo were sitting down against the wall by now, Luffy still standing and watching excitedly. Lastly, Pop's blood, Curiel said. Everyone grew quiet and watched as the 2 drops of blood mixed. Nothing happened for a minute before it turned black and started to grow bigger. A tiny drop had turned into a small puddle on the plastic floor. When it continued to grow, the nurses took action and cut the plastic on the floor up to make a bag and sealed it closed while it grew more and more, hurrying outside to toss it over the side of the ship. When it hit the water, the bag floated away, blood still inside. Whitebeard had to admit he was disappointed with his reaction. Marco read that on his face and smirked in amusement. The captain looked away, embarrassed he was caught. Marco laughed and so did the other few in the room. Now, time for the next phase in the experiments, Curiel announced once the floor was covered in plastic once again. They were going to need to restock on it at the next island they got to. There was a small bowl with Luffy's blood in it, and the head nurse lit a match before dropping it into the little bowl. Tommy had the extinguisher ready, but the blood didn't react at all. The flames were doused once the match sunk into the red liquid. Well, that was anticlimactic, Marco commented. Next, Luffy's blood was mixed with water. It didn't mix in the water, it stayed together like a sort of oil would. Even though his blood seemed normal enough by looks, it was not like normal blood. It floated along the surface, not sinking but also not mixing. Whiskey looked at Luffy and walked in front of him. Luffy, you might not want to see the next test. It could be possibly scary, she warned. Luffy looked confused. We're going to try mixing alcohol with the blood to see what the reaction will be, she explained slowly. Luffy frowned, but then his expression turned determined. I'll be fine, he said. Whiskey nodded, accepting his decision, and opened the bag with both bottles of alcohol. The brothers were told they were both the strongest and weakest of the alcohol on the ship. They started with the weakest, mixing a drop into Luffy's blood. His vial was dwindling ever smaller. The blood burned, letting off smoke before it was entirely gone. It burned away, Luffy said in an unusually small voice. The Whitebeards in the room looked worried. That was the weakest of the booze. What would the reaction to the highest be? Everyone, step back a little more, the head doctor said. Those who weren't already at the wall backed up closer to it. He uncapped the second bottle, which made the room smell of it immediately. To be honest, not many drank this one. It was overly strong and mostly used to spike things like coffee or hot chocolate, since so little could do so much. This one had a much more extreme reaction, and it exploded, melting the plastic on the floor under it. Tommy used the fire extinguisher on it. Everyone was silent for a few seconds. Ace put his hand on Luffy's shoulder. Who was tense? Well, just don't go near the alcohol. Or drink it, Ace reassured. Luffy wasn't in a happy mood anymore. He wished he didn't watch the last part. And everyone was regretting letting him watch. Luffy didn't say anything, just left the room, his brothers hurrying after him. He found his way to the deck and climbed up to the crow's nest. Ace and Sabo scrambled after him, up the ratlines after their brother. Immediately, everyone got into cleaning the room and taking the objects back to the infirmary. The alcohol was returned to the winery, which Marco had the key to. The rest of the plastic on the walls of the test room was removed, and soon it was back to being an empty storage room. It had been fascinating to watch, but raised more questions than it answered. Sons, daughters, I want you to do more research on Luffy's blood. It is a mystery I wish us to solve, the captain said after the room was back to normal and people were starting to leave. The commanders that hadn't been in the room were asking about what happened, which Marco explained in detail. Whiskey was personally dedicated to learning what the heck Luffy's blood was infused with. More and more possibilities popped into her head, as she did most of the blood work on the ship and off the ship at her old job. But without any proof to back them up, she didn't wish to speculate aloud. After Marco told the commanders what had happened regarding the alcohol, they each personally searched their own division's rooms, along with their own bedrooms, and found all hidden safe and locked it up safely in the winery. It was a huge room with barrels and barrels of booze, shelves of expensive and cheap wine. Beer bottles were in bins in the corner. All of it was locked up, Fossa making a second lock on the door. While Luffy was there, for however long it was that Pops and Marco wanted to keep them, things had to change on the ship. There was now a curfew for how early anyone could drink. After 9 p.m., the pirates could drink if they wanted, but before then was restricted only to Whitebeard, of course, because he could make that order. No matter how irate it made some of his children. What life would it be if it didn't include alcohol? It wasn't a selling point to his children. When people started to notice their stashes missing, or the heavily locked door of the winery, questions arose. Many came to Marco to ask why this was happening. Marco usually knew everything, unlike some commanders who might have not known the answer of something if it had happened just recently. Commander Marco, why is the booze locked up? And my flask is gone, Perry, one of Marco's division members asked. He sounded accusatory, thinking someone stole his. Marco explained. The commanders have each searched our men's rooms and have confiscated the alcohol. It is not poisoned in any way, but we have changed some things regarding how easy it is to access. At dinner, Pops will announce the new rules regarding the intake of the booze. All types, not just sake. The only alcohol that didn't count was those in the infirmary that were used for medicinal or cleaning purposes. Marco was honestly very pleased with how well the commanders took the restrictions. Everyone loved drinking on this ship, and the cost of booze was more expensive than food, but they were taking into consideration someone's life on the ship, even if he wasn't officially one of them or welcomed by all. But they'd never had anyone on the ship that could die of alcohol. Just his skin was burned by it. If he drank it, Marco wouldn't think there would be any way to heal inside of the kid if he ingested any. The man moaned, but didn't complain or protest. After all, he and everyone else trusted the decisions made by the higher-ups, especially Pops and Marco. The decision was supported most by the medical department. They already didn't really approve of how much everyone drank themselves under the table, so this was killing two birds with one stone. Marco eventually went to check on the boys, flying up to where he knew they were. He landed on the side of the Crocinus to see Luffy napping against Ace, looking so young. He also looked sad, even while he slept. Sabo was talking to Ace in a hush, stroking Luffy's hair. "How is he?" Marco questioned in a quiet voice. Ace looked up into the side to see Marco, who was looking concerned at the napping boy. It scared him, more than he'd ever admit, Ace replied. Marco explained the new restrictions on the alcohol throughout the ship, which the two older boys were thankful for. Marco watched them and wondered how this happened, how these three had come together, how they had been trapped at that place. He didn't feel he knew them enough to ask, but he couldn't stop himself from doing so. Sitting down on the side of the nest, Marco asked, "How did you meet Luffy?" Sabo shared a look with Ace. "You don't need to tell me if you don't want to," Marco was quick to assure. He didn't want to force them to talk or make them uncomfortable. "No, we'll tell you," Sabo said after he interpreted Ace's expression. "Marines came to our home village and killed everyone we knew. We were hiding in the dumpster. We thought it was over soon before everyone started screaming in agony and dying. Everything was quiet and we thought we were the only ones left until we heard footsteps coming near. Luffy, tiny and 6 years old, opened the dumpster soaked in blood. He decided he wanted us to come with him. He's never been able to tell us what made him want to take us with him. We rejected him at first. He tried so hard to have us like him. Tried to play games with us, cried when we wouldn't. Eventually, it didn't take long, we grew attached to him. Outside of his work life, Luffy was just a normal, familyless boy. He never once threatened us, he loved us. It was hard being stuck there, but we didn't tell Luffy that his life was abnormal. We didn't want to hurt or confuse him. We loved him and wanted him to be happy, and he was. He thought his life was perfectly normal. Killing people was normal. We'd never seen his devil fruit, or whatever the hell it is, before you broke us out. It's difficult and confusing for him to learn everything he knew was a lie, but he'll be fine as long as he has us," Ace finished. Luffy was still sleeping peacefully. Sabo brushed a strand of hair out of Luffy's face, thinking they were all in need of a haircut. Ace's curled down the back of his neck in little waves, while Sabo's was more curly. Luffy's hair was the only one that was perfectly straight. Sabo adjusted his sitting a bit to be more comfortable and asked, "Marco, why are you doing so much for Luffy?" "I'm doing it for all of you. You know what I mean. Why for Luffy after he was the one to take you away from your family? And why are they helping your kidnapper when they know how he's lived? Is it pity? Do you expect to get something out of this?" He had a calm voice, but there was hidden anger. If Marco said the wrong thing, then it would mess everything up, but he would be truthful. Marco looked up at the cloud-splattered sky. He had missed the sun and sky while in that prison. He saw there were no windows inside the kid's old room, and wondered how long it had been since Ace and Sabo were in the sunlight. Not pity, more like sympathy and empathy. "I'm not going to go into too much detail, but when I was a kid, I was in an unfortunate situation similar to yours. I was under someone else's control, and not free. I was supposed to kill Pops, even though I was sickly and malnourished. He forgave him and instead adopted me. He didn't hate me or hold it against me because it wasn't my choice. I have no doubt Pops wouldn't have disliked me even if it was my choice, but he understood I was following the orders of someone else, like Luffy was. The only difference was that Luffy pulled it off, while I failed. I forgave Luffy for kidnapping me a while ago. Pops forgave him, too, even if he did miss and worry about me," Marco explained, quietly, too, as he didn't want to wake the sleeping child. The boys were quiet for a few minutes as they digested what Marco had said, but didn't ask for more detail. He didn't ask for them to give him more details, so they wouldn't either. Marco was about to leave before Sabo spoke again. "What if Luffy did eat a devil fruit? What if he is connected to demons, or something else? Will people be afraid of him again?" He looked deeply troubled. Marco shrugged his shoulder. "It's up to Luffy what people think of him. We helped a little bit, but Luffy is the only one who can show who he truly is. And I don't think he is a monster at all. regardless of his past or powers. "We are all children of the sea," Marco said with a warm smile, quoting his father. Both children were left speechless, and Marco flew off of the yardarm he was standing on and headed inside. He hoped his story had made them feel he could relate to Luffy, because he could, but he also didn't tell them enough. There was no need for them to know how slaves were usually treated. Luffy had been quite healthy, as were his brothers, even though they were prisoners and a pawn. Most slaves were starved or beaten or both. Marco had been both, but he wouldn't wish that fate upon anybody. No one deserved to be treated in the way slaves were. Talking about it hadn't brought back bad memories for once, which was a surprise. Usually, he left from those types of conversations feeling tainted. But he actually felt good bringing that subject up because there was finally a use that had come from that past. To understand these boys and the unique pain Luffy had been in his whole life. Dinner time had the pirates on the ship not very happy. They were allowed no booze with dinner, no alcohol, and they weren't pleased when offered water or juice. But when they started getting rowdy about the complaints, Whitebeard shut that down very quickly. They already had been told about the restrictions, but apparently hadn't really thought it was serious until no one had anything to drink. Luffy didn't feel guilty about this. Not at all. Sure, it was too bad the pirates were upset, but he cared about his own life and safety more than he did about the pirates' happiness. Luffy didn't want to die, didn't want to be touched or polluted with alcohol and end up how his blood had. While the whole thing had been more cool than scary, the end of the experiments wasn't a good one. The three boys didn't make any comment on the irritation throughout the galley. The anger and frustration was almost palpable, and Luffy couldn't see how angry everyone was getting over this drink. When Luffy was giving disbelieving frowns to the bemoaning pirates, Sabo said in his ear, "Imagine you being denied meat." Luffy's eyes widened and he understood. Though meat was better and more healthy than alcohol, and meat never hurt anyone, so it wasn't the same. Sabo could see the argument on Luffy's face, and just shook his head in an amused way. "Well, since we've become off course after our detour to find Marco and the boys, the next island isn't what we were predicting it would be. We've skipped Kulu Island completely, and are heading towards Rikuai Isle," Namor explained, being the navigator. A few of those at the table moaned, clearly not liking the island. "What's wrong with that island?" Sabo asked curiously. Jazu replied, "It's full of assholes. Not many people are actually residents of it. Some tourists, but mostly pirates stopping by to restock. It's plentiful and selling the stuff makes profit, but people would rather not be surrounded by jerks all day, every day." Aizo nodded. "They are quite rude to everyone, even us, even Marco. No one has manners these days," he complained. Someone belched somewhere near, including us apparently, the man said loudly. "Sorry, Commander Aizo," someone called from another table. Whitebeard started laughing and Luffy chuckled. "Anyways, we have to restock a lot, so most of us will be off the ship during that time. You boys could come with one of the commanders while they do their jobs and get off the ship," Aizo explained. The children exchanged glances, and Luffy looked much less excited than his brothers, making him realize just how worse off it was for them at their old home. They were stuck in the room and Luffy had never thought twice about it since he didn't like leaving the room. Ace pat Luffy's back, seeming to know what he was thinking. "Why don't we go with one of the commanders? Might not be a nice place, but it will be new sights. And you won't be on some mission to kill people, Lou," Ace said the last part much quieter. Luffy nodded. "When should we be arriving?" Whitebeard asked. Many of the crew were listening in, getting the information that they'd be getting anyway. Everyone liked to know what the commanders talked about, thinking they talked about much more interesting things. It really wasn't the truth. More of their conversations were actually much more serious, though they weren't all sticks in the mud. "Tomorrow afternoon, should we dock at the safer part, or the faster part?" Namor questioned. He explained to the boys. "There is a place to dock near the shops, which is easier to load things up, but there are more raids there." Sabo raised his hand. "Aren't you strong and well known? Why would anyone try and attack this ship? Who would be that stupid?" "Sabo, honey, there will always be people who are more stupid than someone else is strong. You'd be surprised with how many people attempt to raid or hack our ship. Your previous master or boss or whatever he was one of those idiots. He just got further in by successfully getting Marco, but his plan was a failure from the start. Pops is too strong for some chump to kill off," Aizo explained patiently. "It's a mark on our dear first mate's record to get captured and held hostage." Marco glowered at him, and Luffy felt bad. Marco was nice, but he had scared and trapped him. "Don't feel bad, Luffy. It was his fault for not being self-aware," Haruda teased. Marco grumbled but went back to his food. "That's all nice, but is someone gonna answer my question?" Namor grumbled. "Commanders' meeting are much better to announce things at," he said more quietly, and Ace and Sabo could understand why. Everyone was distracted here. "We'll dock at the safer area since we have guests on our ship. And I'd rather not risk anything happening," Whitebeard said. Dinner was about done, for everyone. It was 7:30 and the boys could practically hear the countdown clock to 9:30 for all of the pirates to get drunk. Thatch served dessert that was made earlier that day, which was chocolate cake, donuts, and candies. Luffy ate more than anybody expected him to. He snatched donut after donut off of the kitchen counter, and pirates actually got into a tiff, trying to get their own donuts before Sabo dragged Luffy away. Ace thought it was funny. Well, he is used to getting as much sweets as he wants. The freckled child laughed. Luffy's stomach was full to the brim, and he let out a burp, sigh. After they had their dessert, more pirates than usual stayed inside the galley. The three brothers had left, following Izo since he asked them to. Thatch was working on cleaning up the galley, Marco helping him this time, making things go much faster than usual. Luffy, have you always had that mark on your face? Izo questioned when they entered a room that was off of the one housing all of the clothing materials and necessities. Luffy touched his face and nodded. He didn't remember never having the tattooed mark over his eye. Well, it attracts a lot of attention, so I was hoping you'd be okay with covering it up when we land at the island tomorrow. Okay, Luffy replied. He had almost forgotten about it. When he was out on missions, people thought he was scary because of the creepy factor of the mark. He didn't know if he was born with it or not, but he had almost forgotten about it because the pirates didn't stare at him anymore. It was only the second night, but they all seemed to have moved on from it or gotten used to the mark. Izo sat Luffy down in front of mirrors and got some paint out. At least, it looked like paint to the boys. Izo started mixing shades of it to try and replicate Luffy's skin color by reference. After 10 minutes of mixing, he was able to come up with a color that would match Luffy's natural tan skin. Sabo and Ace were inspecting the hats on the hall. There were many types, and Sabo liked the top hat one while Ace was trying on a cowboy hat. Luffy watched them from the chair before Izo said that he was free to go for tonight. Ace returned the hat to the wall. The three walked to their room, passing by a very long line of pirates waiting to access the alcohol. The three were shocked by just how much pirates liked booze. Nobody knew the reason for the restriction, so Luffy didn't get any hate for being the cause of it. The commanders and captain knew everyone would hate the new regime, so decided to not give them the reason why. The three boys went to the bathroom in the hallway to brush their teeth and change into their pajama outfits. They went back to their room and shut the door behind them, locking it for good measure. The moment the lights were turned off, Luffy scrunched his eyes up and pursed his lips together. The first sniffle that came out had the bedside lamp turning on. Ace and Sabo looked at him with concerned eyes. "Lou, what's wrong?" Ace asked in concern, sitting up more. He had burrowed under the covers immediately once they laid down. "I'm sorry I kept you both as prisoners. I didn't know you hated living there." Luffy sniffled in a surprisingly strong voice considering how blotchy and teary his face was. Sabo and Ace both frowned deeply. They had hated it there, but were unable to leave and didn't want to leave their brother in such a heartless place alone. "No, we didn't like it there. Yes, you were the one to take us. It's hard to explain, but you didn't keep us prisoner there emotionally. It would be different if you had done it to be malicious. You've never told us why you brought us with you, but we don't regret being there. We were living in poverty and everyone was gone already. At least with you, we were alive and kept healthy. While we wouldn't want to go back, we don't blame you for not knowing better. You were brainwashed, but still loved us. Let's just move on. And not think of those days. Think of the fun times, but move on. We're all free for forever. There is no going back. There is no use to keep thinking back," Sabo tried to explain without hurting Luffy's feeling. It was a difficult topic to breach, which was why they avoided it for so long. "I love you. I don't want you sad," Luffy whimpered. Ace and Sabo both frowned softly, bringing him into a group hug. "We love you, too, Lou. But we also want to look towards the future. And of course we'll bring you along with us," Ace responded in a whisper. They didn't want anyone else hearing this very private conversation. Luffy nodded, sniffling still. "Why don't we go to bed and can go on land tomorrow? Maybe there won't be any assholes there this time," the freckled child said in a cheery voice. "Come on, bedtime before the drunken pirates start singing," Sabo murmured. The three cozied under the blankets, Sabo turning the lamp off. All three of them fell asleep quickly, even though Luffy was still feeling the traces of guilt that his brothers tried to wipe away completely. The three had a peaceful sleep, despite the racket the pirates caused, finally having their beloved sake unrestricted. Even the captain's booming laugh from various parts of the ship was audible but didn't wake them up. Already, they were getting used to the new life. Maybe temporary, but new regardless. Marco watched his dear brothers argue over who got the booze first in disbelief. They honestly hadn't thought of how damn dependent the pirates were on their sake. The commanders besides Thatch also shared the feeling. Watching them bicker was irritating, and Pops wasn't helping by laughing at the whole thing while Marco had to be the mature one. This is not how grown men act when their alcohol intake is scheduled. You are not being deprived completely, only until night time. Like most people, Marco shouted, irritated with their behavior. And honestly, even if they did know it was all for the safety of Luffy, He was sure they wouldn't care. It was a rude awakening to the behavior of pirates. Brothers or not, they were pirates. The captain laughed at his anger, while someone complained that Pops got to drink. Why couldn't they? Brats, I'm the captain. I can drink if I want. Your dear commanders are all following the order fine. Do you see any of them having a tizzy or throwing a fit about cutting back on the alcohol? Whitebeard asked. He was right. None of the commanders showed even a trace of the childishness the normal crew members were. That's why they are the commanders, Teach pointed out with a bark of laughter, eating a cherry pie. Whitebeard laughed as well. Don't worry, Commander Marco. We'll get used to it eventually, the man said with a grin. Marco hoped he was right, or this would be a pain in the ass every single night. As long as Luffy and his brothers were aboard, this curfew or restriction, whatever you want to call it, would be in place. Someone's life was more important than a tasty drink. Though, the pirates would be offended if anyone called alcohol just a tasty drink. Clearly, to them, it was a necessary part of life. The pirates left the winery with the sake like it was the most valuable thing imaginable. That all of the alcohol was the one piece. Marco was sure they had to rethink this. It wouldn't work this way smoothly. They'd run out of alcohol at this rate. Well, they always ran out, but they'd lose it much faster. As he did his paperwork after things calmed down, in the back of his mind he was coming up with alternate plans. He was able to multitask well, which was helpful. Focusing only on the paperwork was boring, no matter how important it was and how much he had missed. After everyone went to bed, besides those on watch duty that night, Marco went to the log room and read everything in the log books that he'd missed. 2 pirate raids, no casualties and only minor injuries. But he felt guilty for not being there to help. He had worried them all so much, he knew they were keeping just how much from him. He was the first mate, and the only reason the ship hadn't fallen apart was Pop's design of the chain of command. The commanders were all a sort of first mate. Only Marco was the highest of them. That's what kept Pops from being completely overwhelmed. The log said that his health got worse, blood pressure went up and other stress-causing things happened, and it made Marco feel sick with himself. Yet, he could not place the blame on Luffy. He had been doing what he was brainwashed to think was right. Maybe if he had been anyone but a mentally damaged child, Marco would have put harsher blame upon him. But he wasn't. Besides, Marco honestly had not been very good when he was taken. He had underestimated Luffy, even after how unsettling his appearance had been at first. But even after he transformed and had shown he wasn't there for friendly reasons, Marco was too slow to react. He needed to work on that, or at least recognize that he needed to. Marco felt bad when his brothers, almost all 14 of the division commanders, walked past his office at least once, getting up from their sleep to make sure he was still there. He missed them a lot, but they must have been much more uncomfortable, not knowing if Marco was alive for days. The first mate knew his fellow commanders would not put the blame on Luffy after learning his background, but the rest of the crew might still hold it to him. Like always, his father knew when he was having a hard time, and it didn't take long for his presence to be outside the door before gently knocking. "Come in," he said in a detached voice. He was at his desk, the light on next to him. Pops quietly entered and closed the door behind him and sat down on the couch in the corner. "Do you need something?" Marco asked pleasantly. Even after all these years, he still had trouble asking for help, especially emotional help. "Just here to check on my son." "Is there a lot of work you have to make up?" Whitebeard asked lightly, like small talk, but it was enough to warm Marco up. Instead of replying to the question, Marco said, "I'm sorry I got kidnapped." Whitebeard chuckled. "I'd say it would make more sense if you said adult napped." Marco scoffed out a laugh. "While it was unexpected, everything has worked out. It wasn't working out when I was gone. Your health weakened because of my mistake. Everyone was scared that I was hurt or dead. No one knew what happened to me. I put everyone at risk. I put my family at risk, and no one is upset with me." Whitebeard stayed where he was, Marco breathing harshly. "Do you see anything in the logs about anyone dying?" "No, but do you see any damage to our ship?" "No." "Do I look like I'm on the verge of death, son?" Marco gulped and shook his head. "All is right again, Marco. Many of us have gotten into an embarrassing or dangerous altercation. Most times, they come back as being good things. Remember when Thatch went fishing and somehow got abducted by pirates? And then those pirates became part of our crew," Marco said with a laugh. They were both quiet for a bit. "I'm still sorry, Pops. I know, and we all forgive you. Besides, getting adult napped helped out 3 unfortunate brats. Everything happens for a reason, clearly," Whitebeard said softly. "And we have learned that our crew has a humiliating weakness." Marco scoffed. "Alcohol restriction. Shoulda known. What father gets all of his sons hooked on alcohol so badly they can't take any change?" He teased, not meaning his words. The captain laughed. "What father deprives his children of the liquid of life?" "A sane one," Marco threw back. "Though I am grateful that you've gone along with me on this. I know it's not orthodox for me to do something like this, especially to someone that should be an enemy. But he's not. I just want to help them. Help Luffy be a person and not a killing machine." He gave a deep sigh but then smiled softly. I understand completely, son, and I support your choices and wishes, though we may need to change things about the restriction of the sake. Your brothers showed their inability to handle such change today, the captain said, sounding both exasperated and amused. But I do have an idea about it. It may work, but we will have to see. I hope so. The sight tonight was pathetic, Marco replied. His father laughed and agreed. The next morning, all three boys wore shirts with the Whitebeard Jolly Roger on both the front and backs of their shirts. They didn't have a problem with it. And no one mentioned that they weren't part of the crew and so didn't deserve to wear the mark of their crew. The three would not be venturing off on their own due to safety reasons and to monitor Luffy. Marco would be busy and the boys would hinder him if he needed to supervise them closely. So, they'd be going with Izo onto the island. More than enough protection if they did as he said. He had administered the paint over Luffy's tattoo, making him much less unsettling. Thatch offered to take them, but knew that he was usually the best one to lead stocking up on food, always knowing what exactly to get and how much of each thing. Ace and Sabo looked forwards to the visit much more than Luffy did. After all, he had been outside much more than the other two had. It just reminded the youngest about how he made his brothers hate the life they had with him. Though they convinced him they cared for him, he still stole and trapped both of them. It was noon before the pirates left the ship to take stock or hunt for meat in the dense forest between the Moby Dick and the village they headed to. The one full of assholes. Ace and Sabo knew Luffy would be fine. Never captured and never killed, but they weren't strong enough to even protect themselves. They knew that. They had been deprived of practicing or exercising for so long. But Izo was with them and they knew the man was strong to be a commander on the ship. And the fact that he was the 16th of the commanders didn't mean he was the 16th in a line of strongest to weakest. Izo was the leader of the sharpshooting division, who also happened to have been taught much about fixing damaged clothes, some learning to make them out of necessity or curiosity. Izo kept his senses sharp with the boys, walking with much of the crew before they branched off to do different things. The three boys found the first asshole halfway through the woods, harassing a woman. Sabo and Ace took his hands, silently telling him no to do anything. Luffy had never been one to go out of his way to save other people, only kill. But neither knew if the new situation made Luffy feel he had to be good. Overly good, that is. They didn't need to worry, as the woman seemed to get too irritated and sliced the man's throat, not giving the pirate and children a second look as she stole everything on the man and wandered away, not a care in the world. Izo didn't blink an eye, though Ace and Sabo were put off by the sight, not that they could blame the woman. The village wasn't very nice, even at first glance. Graffiti was on almost every wall, and trash was thrown everywhere. There were fights everywhere, but Izo expertly avoided them with no problem. He had the Whitebeard mark on his kimono, just for the added safety of the boys. Sadly, he didn't have a large bounty and his face was now well known like Marco's. The three boys had Whitebeard's marks, too, but many children on their protected islands liked to dress up as commanders or wear the marks, so it wasn't so strange to have children dress up, even not on their own islands. Some people used the mark for protection in places they knew they would not get in trouble with the real Whitebeard pirates. Their duty was to get new fabrics and leather. It would be easy since they were all children, and fabrics were light. Even smaller Luffy would be able to carry a nice amount of their bounty. Luffy didn't blink an eye at any of the fights, since he was very used to violence at his own hands. Ace and Sabo hadn't had the best childhoods, and had seen a lot, but they did have the decency to look uneasy or disgusted with the fights or bloody bodies. Some parts of the town didn't seem to care about removing dead bodies, and the three boys didn't like this island at all. They wished they had stayed on the ship. Ace and Sabo had wanted to see the village, though they now regretted it. The store they got a nice amount of quality fabrics in was clean and nice. Clearly, it wasn't a place worth stealing or looting from, and the woman at the counter had guns strapped around every limb, along with two swords crossing behind her back. Izo knew her personally, having stopped at this island before. "Hello, Diana. I hope you are well," Izo greeted politely. "Izo-san, it's nice to see you. What brings you to our disgusting island?" Diana replied politely. Izo just said they were there to stock up on foods and other necessities. She looked curiously to the boys, but did not ask, knowing better than to butt into others' business, especially pirates, even though the Whitebeards were not necessarily bad pirates. At least, not to any civilians. The three boys carried the fabrics in large plastic bags, while Izo carried the leather, which was much heavier. They witnessed more fights, robberies, and vandalization as they walked through the town. They were heading back a way they hadn't come in. Izo said this part of town didn't usually have many brawls and wasn't anywhere near any bars. Luffy was quiet while his brothers were also or when they talked. Izo explained things about the town, while Luffy was keeping track of everyone around them. He would never let anything or anyone hurt Ace and Sabo. His eyes were blank as they darted around. A few people recoiled from his empty gaze. He didn't wear so much anymore, but most didn't pay any attention to him. There were many people on the island with face tattoos, so maybe his covered mark wouldn't have meant anything to them. Most of the tattoos on the other men's faces looked like teardrops under their eyes. Distantly, Luffy thought it was a weird choice to get. He didn't remember getting this tattoo, and thought it might have been a birthmark, a strange one. After stopping in an ice cream shop, the four continued their walk and were soon back in the forest, though not on one of the usual paths. They heard laughs around them, but Aizo could tell they were his brothers having fun hunting, since the forest was populated heavily by all sorts of animals. It was quiet for a while before Aizo stopped them, putting his hand out in front of the boys to stop walking. Luffy had already stopped. They all turned around to see multiple big men, some cracking knuckles and others holding weapons. Luffy growled lowly, though it didn't frighten anyone but put his brothers on edge. Sabo touched his shoulder, but Luffy paid no attention to it, ready to defend his brothers. "Looks like we found a fag." Aizo took the insult with an exasperated sigh. "You're seriously going to antagonize Whitebeard pirates?" Aizo asked in a bored tone, not making any move to get out his gun. "Any of them." He mostly looked impatient. "I only see one pirate, not a very strong one. Those three are children, easy to kill, like taking candy from babies," the man said. Luffy moved faster than anyone realized, and blood sprayed across the ground as his black and hardened substance sliced through his abdomen. He was in full Zoan form, since that was the easiest way to explain it. No sound came from him, but the men started shooting. Nothing happened, the bullets were absorbed. He made sure not to let them go through his brothers, who were watching in horror. Even if they were scared of him, Luffy would never let anything happen to them. He sliced off the head of the nearest man, absorbing the second one who tried to attack him with his spiked club. Luffy crushed him inside and expelled the mutilated remains. It was quick, and soon they were all dead, mangled, crushed, or sliced into pieces. Luffy didn't care. When he smoothly reformed into his small, human form, he was absolutely drenched in blood. It had been hard to see when he was the black mass, but he was soaked in the thick red liquid. He turned around slowly, hesitantly, to see the other three gaping at him. He had been very careful to not get anyone else covered in blood. The fabrics were still spotless, Luffy having dropped his bag when he attacked. He walked back to the group, wiping blood out of his eyes. His clothes were ruined. Aizo just stared at him, some sweat on his face. When the boy reached down to pick up the bag, Aizo offered to carry it for him. Ace and Sabo were looking at him in horror, but not because they were afraid of him. It was scary, seeing him covered in blood. Much scarier now than it had been when they met. After all, it could be Luffy's blood and they didn't see any wounds. "Boys, we're taking a detour," Aizo announced, and led the three away into a lake. "Luffy, why don't you wash the blood off?" the man said lightly. He was either faking it or wasn't bothered. Luffy assumed faking it. "Will help," Sabo said in a surprisingly strong voice, despite the negative reaction to Luffy's actions. Those men did threaten to kill them. Luffy didn't kill them for fun, but for protection. Preemptive self-defense. Luffy was pulled out of his bloody clothing except for his monkey-patterned underwear, which had no blood on them, and walked into the water. Their tub back at the base had been shallow, so it only made it to Luffy's waist when he sat down. It annoyed Ace and Sabo with how shallow it was when one of them tried to bathe, but luckily there was a separate shower. The second Luffy got deeper than his waist. He became limp and lethargic. It surprised everyone, since Luffy wasn't supposed to have eaten a devil fruit, but Ace was quick to grab him before he sunk like a rock. Since he was so limp, Ace and Sabo were the ones who did most of the washing, gently pouring water over and rubbing the blood away from Luffy's skin and hair. Aizo soaked Luffy's clothes in the water, though he'd go back to the ship wet. It was lucky this island was a summer one or Luffy might be in danger of hypothermia. After Luffy's body and hair were clean of blood, Sabo and Ace helped him out of the little lake and the four ventured back to the ship, wondering if anyone would come upon the massacre site, and how the pirates would react when they knew what had happened. On the way, Luffy fell asleep for some reason, and Ace carried him. When Luffy appeared back on the ship with stark red clothing and shoes, most of the pirates were confused as to why his previously yellow and blue clothes were now a deep shade of red. Then it dawned on everyone what it must be, but no one commented. Aizo was acting normal, so nothing too bad must have happened. Only the commanders noticed that his face was slightly pinched. Luffy looked a little sleepy, like he'd been napping. Sabo ended up picking him up when they walked up the plank. He was practically limp in Sabo's arms, eyes dazed. The commanders worry about what happened, assuming all of the red was blood and Luffy was looked overly exhausted. Ace and Sabo head to their bedroom, ignoring pirates asking them what happened. They walked straight to their room and shut the door, locking it. Marco had followed them a bit but stopped after they ignored his questioning. He tried not to take it personally and then headed straight for Aizo, who had his arms crossed, bringing all of the bags of clothes to the correct location. The four had gotten the job done, but something clearly happened while they were gone. Aizo called a commander's meeting, and those aboard followed immediately, Pops getting up from his seat with a sigh. There sure were a lot of meeting with the kids here. But it might be something important, more important than him relaxing. They also had something else to talk about, so now would be a good time to address it. Haruta, Kingdu, and Blenheim hadn't come back yet, but Izo said it was urgent. They'd fill those three in once they came back or knocked on the double doors to announce they were back. Izo spoke the moment everyone was situated in their chairs. In case you're all wondering, Luffy's clothes were red because they were soaked in blood, and he was exhausted due to his devil fruit. When someone started to point out he wasn't supposed to have a devil fruit, based on previous information, Izo held a hand up. I will explain everything. Everyone grew silent, Pops giving him the go-ahead to start the meeting. Everyone knows this place is chock full of assholes, and we saw quite the fill in town. Luffy looked on edge, but acted normal, enjoyed the ice cream we stopped at, didn't cause any trouble. Even when we came across a guy harassing a woman, Luffy did nothing. She killed the guy, but nothing came of that. It was when a group of burly assholes came up and started talking shit. The moment they threatened the boys, Luffy killed them all. I don't mean he just cut them up or chopped their heads off to kill them. He mutilated them. I mean, he was in that scary black form, but it was highly disturbing. And he positioned himself so no blood got on any of us. And Marco, you are lucky he was sent to abduct you and not kill you. Apparently, he can crush whatever he absorbs and then spit out the remains. Marco's face went white, wondering if he would have died if Luffy did that to him. And I do think whatever he ate was a devil fruit of some sort. We went to wash him off and he got lethargic in the water, like how our devil fruit users do. But it lasted the entire way back, sleeping and then barely able to stand and having to be carried to his room by Ace. The room was quiet as they all thought about the information they'd been given. Luffy was a mystery that was slowly unfolding. Well, actually quite quickly, considering he'd only been there a couple days. But Amy had specifically said Luffy hadn't eaten a devil fruit, and she'd never been wrong before. They had Whiskey still studying his blood on the side of her usual duties, but nothing new had come to light. They also shuddered at the thought of what could have happened to Marco when he was absorbed into Luffy's monster body. His ability was disturbing and powerful. None of the fruit users on the crew could call their powers disturbing. Pop's powerful, to the extreme, but Marco and Jazu's powers were quite beautiful. Luffy's was this disgusting and dark malformation that had too many tricks for anyone else's good. At least he showed he could protect himself and his brothers. It got Marco to thinking the two older ones must not enjoy being protected by their younger brother. Maybe they'd teach them some basic self-defense while they were there, for however long that was going to be. The captain finally spoke, saying, well, it doesn't change much but reawaken mystery over his powers. He reacts to water but not sea stone. Quite abnormal. But he didn't hurt anyone on our side while you were out. And he can clearly control himself if he hadn't reacted to any of the violence around before his brothers were threatened. Plus, he didn't lash out at Izo while he was in monster form, if that's what we're going to call it. Izo shook his head. He didn't come across threatening to me or the boys. He was in complete control and even angled his attacks so none of the blood sprayed on us, he commented. Marco was glad nothing bad had happened that made anyone want the boys to leave. Well, Luffy to leave. The other two were both polite and well-mannered, not frightening in any way. Jazu crossed his arms. So do you think he's only merciless when he's ordered to be? After all, attacking the men who threatened you was to protect someone. Well, he at least proved he had control of himself when being violent. And he's not emotionally unstable like we thought at first, Vista pointed out. It doesn't change the fact that his powers themselves are terrifying, if not only by presentation. Maybe he just did his job back at that place. Halfway through his sentence, there was a knock on the door and Namor let the other three commanders in, filling them in quietly. When Namor sat back down, he responded to Vista with, then why did he kill anyone he got mad at? That's not doing his job. He still didn't like the kid. He gave off a bad feeling to the fishmen. Granted, many on the crew had given him that feeling at first, but they grew to be his brothers. So, it wasn't something that everyone on the crew trusted as being a way to determine bad people from good people, or what their conceived notions of those were. Simple, he was never told not to, Thatch said. From what we know, Luffy never even knew killing was necessarily bad, by what Izo said. Then he killed the men almost immediately. Maybe on his missions, he didn't leave anyone alive long enough to make it seem like him killing them was bad. It left the pirates to think. It was reminiscent of the way the Marines worked, but only for a young child. Marines followed orders, no matter how heinous or whether they wanted to do such things or not. Whitebeard knew of plenty of seasoned, high-ranking Marines that did not agree with the world government but did the duties given to them. The big difference was that they were adults, and knew that some of the things they did were questionable at best. Luffy was a child and was raised to be that way. It had the commanders conflicted. A difficult situation to grapple and not of anyone hurt, including the source of the problem. So, what should we do? Haruta wondered, laying his upper body on the table in not such a respectful manner. Keep housing them. It's not like we can kick him off for protecting his brothers, Whitebeard said. I'd do anything for the safety of my family. Just as he did. If he had attacked Izo while in monster form, things would be much more different. But he didn't. I have grown more and more curious about the source of his abilities, though. Jazu sighed. Amy will be pissed if she ends up being wrong in her diagnosis. The woman would see it as a stain on her record. Luffy sure was an enigma. Well, things will unfold eventually. Our dear nurses are adept at their jobs. But this is a different matter. Speaking of different matters, we have another issue to discuss. Your brothers and their inability to be restricted when it comes to alcohol. Last night was atrocious, and I have to say I was briefly embarrassed for them. Haruta and Thatch burst into laughter. It was indeed pathetic the night before. What were you thinking? Marco questioned. Instead of restricting the time they can drink, we can restrict where they can drink. If we set aside certain locations, Luffy won't come into contact with them. This was a better plan we should have come up with in the first place, the captain replied. Much of the table slapped their foreheads. It was a simple solution and they felt stupid for not coming up with it easily. We can use the lounge and maybe a secluded part of the deck that will be off limits to Luffy. And we will be very strict about not drinking anywhere else, Marco suggested. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. I think that's the best course of action because, personally, I never want to have a mess like last night happen again, Jazu said, making Haruta chuckle. It was pathetic. It caused more distress than a full-on marine raid. I'll drink to that, Ryuko replied. Wait, does this mean you can't drink anywhere you want, Pops? Thatch asked. When Whitebeard frowned, Thatch grinned. Don't you want to set a good example for your sons? Don't test me, brat. You're 1,000 years too young to try and restrict my drinking habits. The table laughed, ending the meeting on a positive note. Marco decided to check on the boys, ask how they felt about the day so far. When he arrived at their room, the door closed and locked. He heard worried whispers by both Ace and Sabo. Marco knocked on the door gently. It's Marco, he said. Ace walked to the door and unlocked it, opening it a crack to see Marco standing there, asking to come in. Ace walked aside, letting the door open wide enough for Marco to enter. Only the bedside light was on, and he saw Luffy sleeping. Both boys looked nervous. What's wrong? Marco asked in concern. Sabo looked to the bed and said, he's never been like this. Sleepy? Marco questioned, since all Luffy was doing was sleeping. Sabo nodded, but then explained, it's after he went in the water. He's never done this after a bath. He was so out of it on our way back to the ship. They both were very frightened, and Marco felt for them. Was this bathtub very shallow? When they nodded, Marco said, if he does have some sort of devil fruit, then it makes sense that he's sleepy. I've heard that children who eat devil fruits are affected much more by water. It doesn't help that we know very little about his powers or how they affect him. Would you like to take him to the infirmary? To be safe. Sabo and Ace exchanged a glance before both looking back at their dozing brother. Marco thought they were very protective when they nodded. And Ace woke Luffy up and brought him to the infirmary, Marco leading them there and glancing back at Luffy multiple times. He was staggering around like a drunk, but kept yawning and rubbing his eyes. Tommy, Ace and Sabo would like you to do a checkup on Luffy here, Marco explained. He lifted said boy onto the hospital bed. And Luffy smacked his lips tiredly, looking at the wall with a sleepy expression before falling over on the bed and going to sleep. What happened? She asked, immediately taking a sleeping Luffy's temperature. He was normal on that, and his pupils reacted normally. When we went in the water, he fell asleep and won't wake up. But he's not supposed to have a devil fruit, Ace supplied, worry thick in his voice. Marco knew neither were angry or put off with Luffy's protection if they were so glued to him in concern. Suddenly, Whiskey was there, not too gently moving Tommy aside to take the flashlight from her. She shined it in Luffy's eyes and scowled, worrying both boys, but all it was suspicion. We don't know he hasn't eaten a devil fruit yet. I'm still doing blood work, so we don't know yet. Amy could be wrong. What? They heard Amy shout from across the room. Whiskey sighed and rolled her eyes. Everyone makes errors, Amy. A huff was followed but no reply. Anyways, Luffy's pupils are reacting slowly, which is common with devil fruit users who had just been in the water. Whatever gave him these powers, I think the water might have affected him. Otherwise, he's completely fine. No temperature, no clamminess, just tired. When the boys left, Luffy more awake than he had been but not by much, Marco watched Whiskey ball her fists and wear an angry scowl. Whiskey, Marco asked hesitantly, wondering if there really was something wrong with Luffy and Whiskey was just trying to make it easier on the brothers. I'm irritated, Marco. I'm irritated that Luffy's blood is uncooperative. Irritated it's not giving me any answers. I've never wanted an answer so much and it makes me so angry I'm itching, the head nurse hissed. Marco knew better than to say anything. He may be the second most powerful pirate on the ship, but Whiskey was the head nurse, practically equally as important as the first mate. And he didn't like when Whiskey was upset, which she was. He wasn't going to make it worse. Do you need anything for helping to determine where his powers have come from? Something I can do, Marco offered when she started heading back to the office. A Loja fruit would be helpful, since I have the blood of a Zoan and 2 Paramecias. Maybe if I had a loja I could compare the blood samples. I don't know what I need, just something I haven't tried yet. I'll let you know if I learn anything new." And she walked away, slamming the office door behind her. Marco sighed and left the infirmary. It was going to be dinner time soon. And thank God they weren't going to suffer through the same debacle of the previous night. They'd announced the new and improved Keep Luffy Alive plan. It was a frightening thought, how sloppy some of the crew got when they were drunk, and the fact that Luffy was severely allergic to alcohol. What a terrible mix, someone allergic to alcohol on a pirate ship. When dinner came, Luffy was perfectly awake. His sleepy episode clearly over and done with, at least for now. The man wondered how long it ended up taking for it to pass. Word had spread by one commander about what had happened and why Luffy had been covered in blood. At least, why his clothes had been. Not everyone was glaring at him or looking at him suspiciously. After all, they weren't innocent from killing people either. Luckily, nothing about the nature of Luffy's killing had slipped out. Marco was sure they wouldn't find out who had let anything slip. Maybe it was an accident, maybe not. Usually, information didn't slip out. Probably someone asked what had happened to Luffy's clothes and a commander had replied. Luffy ate at a faster pace, shoving food into his mouth like he'd been deprived of it for weeks. His brothers didn't stop him, or tell him to slow down even once. They just raced to get their own food before Luffy ate it all. Even though they were using their own plates that they'd filled themselves, nothing was off limit to Luffy apparently. "How are you feeling now, Luffy?" Whitebeard asked, turning away from his finished conversation with Ryuko. "Not so sleepy anymore." "That was weird. I've never had that happen before," the 8-year-old said thoughtfully, though he didn't sound particularly bothered. He stuffed a spoonful of mashed potatoes in his mouth. Thatch clearly wondered if he knew what he was eating, or was just shoving what was nearest into his mouth. It astounded everyone how much he and Ace ate, and why Sabo didn't share their eating habits. Dessert was strawberry shortcakes with fresh strawberries from the market the pirates went to. Despite was a shithole this island was regarding the people that visited, they had good food. The only real upside to the island, and everyone knew it. The three boys headed out of the galley before everyone else to take a bath, since Luffy still had blood crusted to his scalp and had only bathed in dirty lake water. They'd waited for a long time while he was so exhausted. Once they were gone, the announcement about the alcohol was made, and everyone liked this option much more than the previous. Whitebeard threw out a jab at their maturity the night before, and how it was frankly embarrassing. Some looked embarrassed themselves while others chuckled awkwardly. Being scolded by Whitebeard was never pleasant, but this was more lighthearted than most scolding. If anyone breaks the new rules and removes any alcohol from the designated areas, cleaning duty for 3 weeks. It was a heavy punishment, but this was a serious matter, even if most of the pirates didn't know the reason for the restrictions. They were satisfied with being able to drink whenever. "Pops, what about parties on deck?" Ryan asked, one of the division members under Namor. "Parties will be the exception, though we will be mindful with not spilling any and being responsible with the bottles and kegs," the captain replied. After that, Marco and Blenheim set up the rack out on the designated area on the deck where alcohol would be put every day and removed every night by anyone on watch. The rack was very large and bolted to the deck. It should work fine, since it was sturdy and could be locked and closed during a storm or heavy waves. It was the new world. They had to take precautions. The drinking was enthusiastic for everyone, much better than the previous night had been. Whitebeard drank himself, but it wasn't anything new for him since he made an exception for himself. Everyone trusted him to not spill on Luffy or be careless with his alcohol, so no one worried about him causing any problems. The lounge was full of pirates, and it was good that it was quite large. They would need to do something about the room's heat. It was the hottest part of the ship for some reason. Maybe they could stop at an island and get some portholes added that could open to cool the room. That might work. It was not a room that was underwater, so no water would really get in unless they were in tumultuous waves. The room was loud and full of happy pirates, who were glad they didn't need to wait until nighttime to drink. Marco shook his head at it. He himself liked sake, but his brothers were just ridiculous. He and Izo supervised the pirates, reminding them to not take the sake outside of the room. Kingdu was out on deck, making sure those outside were responsible and followed the new rules. The brothers didn't make an appearance in either one of the designated drinking destinations. They stayed in their room, which Marco checked once he switched places with Thatch. Izo was bored, but was still on duty when he left. All 3 children were asleep, his Haki told him. It had been a taxing day, from the exploration on the island and the situation that caused Luffy to use his abilities in a terrifying way. Marco couldn't help but shiver about what could have happened to him when he was trapped in Luffy's monster form's body, crushed and then spit out. Part of Marco wanted to get off the ship and see what was left. But it was too late and he didn't wish to be disturbed by Luffy. He knew enough to know it was gruesome. He didn't need to see it in person. But he was impressed that Izo seemed to not be much affected by the scene. Sure, the pirates killed many times, not really caring about slaying marines and enemy pirates, but rarely were any of them overly gruesome. They didn't mutilate bodies. Teach sometimes shot the bodies once they were dead. But it wasn't that big of a deal. A little unsettling, but the man was trustworthy and no one worried that he'd turn on them. The next day, Luffy spent much of it on deck, enjoying the sun. He never really got to relax outside on his missions. He never cared to, only fulfilling his orders. Ace and Sabo napped on deck, arms behind their heads while laying on a picnic blanket. Luffy was drawing on the papers Izo had given him, little objects laying on the corners so the breeze didn't blow the sheets away. He wasn't the best artist, but it was a nice enough thing to do to pass time. Pirates bustled around them, doing their jobs while avoiding stepping on the three boys or their blanket. A few times, Thatch came over and brought them drinks since it was hot outside. He didn't linger long, but Luffy thanked him each time. When he gave him a toothy smile after tasting an ice cream drink, Thatch grinned back. Luffy heard him talking about how cute he was on his way back inside. He took as neither a compliment or an insult. He felt a bit lonely with Ace and Sabo both not able to talk, but Luffy couldn't fall asleep in front of strangers, which most of the crew were. He only really knew Thatch, Whitebeard, and Marco. Haruto was nice, but they were it. No one was mean to him anymore, sometimes looking wary, but not mean. But he didn't feel he belonged. He couldn't think of anywhere he would belong. Well, with Ace and Sabo. He just didn't know where. The people here were good people, he thought. They were nice to each other, but Luffy had been nice to Ace and Sabo and had been a bad person. Bad. Maybe not evil like Whitebeard said, but bad. Killing was bad. But sometimes you had to do it. That's what he felt. Killing for no real reason, like he'd done so many times, was not good. He wished he knew sooner, but no one ever told him. They lied to him, told him it was fine. Nothing to feel guilty for. He didn't feel guilty, cause he now knew all of the people he'd killed for stupid reasons were bad. Never getting told the reason Luffy killed masses of people, he did what he was instructed. He didn't know why he killed who he killed on those missions. And hadn't cared much, that was what his life was after all. Following directions and then having fun with his brothers. His trapped brothers. The boy donned an angry face, looking down at his hands, which would never be clean of blood, even if he never used them to kill directly. Looking up at the expansive ocean, he wondered if there were others like him out there. Probably not. His situation was unique, but he did wonder. Eventually, Ace and Sabo woke up, yawning and feel happy and well rested. Luffy had stopped coloring once he had gotten lost in his own depressing thoughts. The moment his brothers sat up, he lost the look and hugged them. They were a bit surprised but returned the hug. "You okay?" Sabo asked. Luffy nodded. "Was just thinking," he mumbled. They didn't need to ask to know they weren't good thoughts. "No thinking about the past," Ace instructed. Luffy nodded, though he wouldn't be able to not think about the past, which was all he had to remember. Not able to look forward to anything. Really? He didn't know anything about the outside world much, outside of his jobs and his time at the facility. It wasn't a home, as Sabo had stressed to him. It was a prison place to hold all three of them hostage from a better, freer life. They were at the opposite end of the ship where the booze was allowed, so it didn't risk bothering Luffy easily. Marco had told them not to go over there, and none of them had argued. For Luffy's safety, they didn't mind being banned from certain areas of the ship. After all, they had free reign to almost everywhere else, able to explore if they wished. It was after lunch that someone shouted a marine ship was coming up quickly to the ship. Marco ushered the boys inside, but somehow the Marines had gotten there in record time, and the pirates saw they had paddle wheels on the ship to make them faster. Too far from the entrance to the ship, Marco told the boys to hide under Whitebeard's chair, small enough to do so. They crawled underneath it as pirates fought Marines. Ace and Sabo were nervous, scared, but Luffy was used to Marines and killed countless of them for years. They were usually not very good fighters, easy to kill. When the pirates fought, they laughed and shouted, having fun and enjoying the fight. Luffy inched closer to the edge of the chair to watch everyone fight in interest. He was itching to fight too, wanting to feel useful. But they didn't need any help, and pummeled the Marines until their leader came aboard. Luffy then noticed that these Marines looked different than the usual ones. They were dressed more like thugs Luffy saw on that previous island. Some wore buckets on their heads. The leader had a thick pole, and 2 cigars sticking out of his mouth. Luffy wondered if he had to bite down on them all the time. A woman appeared, too, holding a sword. She was clumsy, not very good, but held her own against the weaker pirates. Whitebeard eventually joined the fight, having fun against Smoker as the boys heard his name. Both Ace and Sabo had crawled to watch as well. Some pirates got injured by the captain, but most were fine. These Marines were weak but unorthodox, fighting dirty. The lone woman saw the kids peeking their faces out to watch, and grew angry. "I didn't think the Whitebeards were so shameful to kidnap children," she shouted furiously. Ace and Sabo shuffled back deeper under the chair, Luffy not wishing to lose sight of the fight. Sabo pulled at his foot to get him to come back. "Don't you touch them," Thatch shouted, taking up arms against the woman who had started to run to the captain's chair to take the children. Luffy looked younger and weaker than he really was, so it made sense to others that they would think the boy was helpless. Thatch attacked the woman ruthlessly, making her have to block instead of swing back. Thatch was strong, which Luffy honestly wasn't expecting. He was usually so nice, but he guessed you could be very kind but also strong. He just hadn't come across anyone like that before. Someone came up from behind the chair, one of the ones with a bucket on their head, and reached under and grabbed Luffy by the neck of his shirt to drag him out. Luffy didn't hesitate to change his arm and coat it in the black substance, crushing his hand and forearm before releasing the bloody mess of mangled skin and muscle and broken bone. The man screamed and the deck went silent for just a moment before the fight started again. The Marines were getting their butts kicked and then thrown over the side of the ship to drown or be helpless. The leader looked at Luffy's angry face in anger. Luffy had just mutilated one of the man's subordinates after all. Though, Luffy had never come across a Marine captain that cared about his underlings. Sabo dragged Luffy back deeper, and he didn't fight it this time. No one could reach them under the chair, under the middle of it. No one but them would be able to crawl under. They were just small enough to fit, and it was a snug fit. All the three could see now were feet running about, and bodies falling to the deck. Only a handful of them were the pirates, mostly the bucket-headed Marines. The leader shouted in pain after the boys heard a splintering crack that shook the air. A splash was made. "You will never take these boys from us, Marine scum," Marco's voice said in a threatening voice. "Why do you have them?" The woman shouted, despite Luffy decimating one of her co-workers' arms. "Why would pirates have children with them?" "Quiet, frankly, miss. That is none of your business," Thatch's voice said coldly before the woman screamed and there was a splash. The fighting noises died down, and the boys could hear shouts of names form the water. They all crawled closer to the edge to see the fight was over. They watched as Marco flew to the Navy ship, ripping apart the sails with his talons in full phoenix form, and kicking the paddles hard enough to splinter them into pieces. "You can come out now, boys," Whitebeard's deep voice said. They three kids crawled out from under the chair, covered in dust. There was blood on the deck, much of it from where Luffy crushed that guy's hand. Marco and Thatch were visibly angry from the Marines trying to take the kids, even grabbing Luffy. Good thing Luffy was able to fight back. The two men took deep breaths to calm down, Thatch sheathing his swords back on his waist. The dead or unconscious Marines had all been thrown over the side of the ship already, and the three brothers turned to see the stranded Marine ship getting smaller as they sailed away from it. "Thanks for not joining the fight, Luffy. It would have complicated things if you were fully spotted," Marco said with a smile. Luffy nodded, and asked why those Marines looked different than the usuals he killed. A few people shuddered, but most didn't mind. After all, they killed Marines as well. Those are the trash of the Marines, as the higher-ups like to say. Criminal-like fools that decided they wished to be Marines. They act like pirates, but no one addresses that. The leader was Smoker, a Loja, not that we can't handle them easily. "Don't know who the woman was," Thatch said sourly. Ace and Sabo were frowning at the deck, looking irritated and embarrassed. Marco noticed, and asked, "Would you two like us to train you to be able to fight while on the ship?" Ace and Sabo's head snapped up as they made eye contact with Marco, who was looking genuine. They were ashamed they had to hide, and even if they had been hiding like Luffy and had been grabbed, they might not have been able to break away. "Yes, please," both older boys said at the same time, immediately. "Why didn't you kill them?" Luffy asked suddenly, confused as to why the pirates didn't finish the job. "They were enemies and attacked first," he pointed out. "We prefer to humiliate Marines that are not a real threat over killing them," Aizo explained as he walked nearer. "Crushing their pride is more satisfying than killing them, to be honest." The other pirates on deck that were not injured nodded in agreement. One of the regular pirates, not a commander, laughed out. "And what fun would it be to kill off the strong ones, the only ones that can stand a fight with New World pirates like ourselves." The man was big and hairy, broken teeth. Luffy felt like he must smell bad, though he was too far to be able to tell. "Hear, hear," a few pirates shouted. Thatch and Marco had calmed themselves down, and the captain sat on his massive chair, the boys' good hiding place. Marco turned to Luffy, who still looked a bit confused as to why they hadn't offed the Marines when they had the choice. "Luffy, who taught you to use your powers?" he asked curiously. "I learned by myself," Luffy replied. Ace and Sabo's faces darkening, making the pirates realize there was more to that answer than they knew. "How? They locked me in a room and didn't feed me until I was able to use them," he replied simply. Thatch and Aizo's face fell into pity, while Marco sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "So they made you learn through reward and punishment." Luffy nodded. "It's okay, I eventually killed those guys," Luffy said in a calm voice. Thatch looked pleased that those people were dead. He then asked how old Luffy was when he was forced to learn his powers. 4, I think. A long time before meeting Ace and Sabo. He was already incredibly strong when he found us, Ace supplied, Sabo nodding in agreement. Deciding to share the story that would make Luffy seem better, since pirates hated Marines, Ace said. "He found us on a mission to off a couple ships worth of Marines. We were hiding in a dumpster when he came across us. Haruta had come over and was sitting cross-legged on the deck by the captain's chair. How did he know how to find you? He asked curiously. Luffy shrugged. Just knew. The others didn't think it was hacky, as Luffy had shown no signs of using it, sometimes running into people he should have been able to sense around the corner if he had hacky. There was also the trouble of him not having a Zoan fruit, supposedly, though that was now up in the air again. Luffy was such a mystery, and even though he'd been with them only a few days, it felt like forever while not knowing much about his powers or origin. Marco was seething on his way to his office, hating what he'd learned about Luffy. What sick person locks and starves a 4-year-old until he masters some power that he didn't understand? Marco had never heard of a child that young being a fruit user. It was sickening. He knew there was a girl with Doflamingo, a higher-up, that ate her fruit when she was a child, but an older one, not barely out of toddlerhood. He also wanted to know why Luffy, why him, and why someone so young. Was it so they could mold him into their weapon from a young age? It made him so angry that his shoulders were flaming with feathers while the rest of him was in full human form. He wanted to go blow off some steam by flying, but he had a report to write about the battle, and to write more notes on Luffy now that he learned some more information. He knew they could just ask for the information, but it was unanimous that it was not right to ask him such things when only knowing him less than a week. He'd be there for a while, considering the next island was weeks away, and he might tell them if they asked, but no one wanted to risk losing his trust if he thought they were prying. They also had a feeling Ace and Sabo would limit what information they gave out on their brother. Sure, they told Marco some stuff that he didn't share with anyone but Pops, but it had been short, and not too damning on Luffy. Maybe more information would make the crew uneasy with the youngest again. He went into the office to write up the report, wondering why they were attacked now. Was it a coincidence? Did the Marines know about Marco having been missing? Haruta had said nothing about any Marine ships tailing them, which was good, but he had a feeling there was a reason now. Though, if Luffy was telling the truth, then the kid had killed masses of Marines. Maybe he was wanted and someone reported him. Though the pirates had never seen a wanted poster of him, it would be easy to remember seeing one of a child. But the man couldn't feel sorry for any Marines he slaughtered. They'd done it many times, as well. Despite what they said, the pirates killed Marines quite often. The only real reason they didn't kill a Smoker when they could have was that he was a fun one to fight, being a skilled Loja and all. They didn't want to snuff out potential for a fun fight, and he hadn't attacked them even on the ship. Only when they were on certain islands back in the Grand Line. None of them even knew the captain had made it to the New World in the first place. As he wrote up the report, which wasn't too long, Marco lamented not finding paperwork and information at the base when he could. But there had been no reason to at the time. He had not known they would grow fond of the boys. He thought that Luffy had eaten a devil fruit, even if he didn't believe it was man-made. He hoped Whiskey found something soon. The curiosity was irritating him. Every time he saw Luffy use his power, or heard about it, it made him more and more impatient. He could sympathize with the head nurse's description of being itchy. The next day, Luffy watched as Marco trained with Ace and Sabo, teaching them basic moves. Ace was doing better than Sabo, though the blonde wasn't doing badly. Luffy was a bit bored, wishing he could play, too. When he was little, he was told practicing his powers was playing. Not training, but a different type of play besides his toys. After a while, Thatch brought out some snacks for Luffy and a nice fizzy drink. He didn't stay long, as he was working on lunch, but he did give Luffy a puzzle to try and distract him while his brothers were occupied. Luffy thanked him and did the puzzle, though it was a bit boring to do on his own. The pirates were all busy, though, preparing to go through Sea King-infested waters. Sea Kings didn't generally attack the ship, Marco had assured the boys, but it was dangerous nonetheless and they were to stay inside the entire time. The three weren't looking forward to being cooped up again, but they didn't want to risk falling into the water and being eaten alive by Sea Kings. Having never seen them before, the first time there was a sighting of one, Ace and Sabo had been shocked. Luffy had seen them before, had killed them. It was part of his playing to hunt dangerous animals, no matter if he risked getting hurt. It was before they knew that it was hard for him to be injured, before they knew about the alcohol. So, after lunch, everyone left the galley right away to prepare, the boys instructed to stay inside. Whitebeard was kind and understanding with their unease at being cooped up, and offered to let them hang out in his captain's quarters since it had large windows instead of tiny portholes. Much of the pirates had been shocked of the offer, since it was only Marco that went in and out of there, but the man said it was to help the boys. It was also a show of trust, which made the three feel better. Whitebeard trusted them to not break anything in there. It felt good to have that trust, even if it was something simple. They had no reason to break anything. After all, when the three were introduced to Whitebeard's room by Marco, they were in awe at how massive the bed was. It could fit half of their old bedroom on it, but the three didn't dare touch it, not wanting to touch anything. There was a large couch in the corner by the windows that Marco said they were welcome to sit on. It was cloudy outside, sky swirling. Marco said it was normal in this area, so not to worry. Are the windows thick? Could they break? Sabo asked in worry, seeing the huge windows and wondering how they survived storms. Yeah, the grids are made of sea stone, which is, unfortunately, very difficult to break, Marco explained. Even if the thick glass shattered, the grids will still be there to protect you. You'll probably see some sea kings in this area, but don't worry. They tend to leave our ship alone due to its size. Huge sea kings aren't common at the surface, mostly in the deeper waters. Ace and Sabo nodded while Luffy pressed his face against the window. The two older brothers got comfortable on the couch, their feet unable to hang over the edge since the furniture was supposed to hold someone as big as Whitebeard. Once Marco left, the boys looked around the room curiously, seeing framed photos on the walls all around. They could see them easily, since they were big. Many were of the steadily growing family of pirates. The first picture was just of Whitebeard, a full head of long hair, and a small teenager with a grumpy face. It was young Marco, and he was very short and scrawny. The next photo had Whitebeard, still young, with Marco, a few other guys that the three had never seen on the ship, and Thatch. Marco and Thatch were older teenagers, and the blonde looked much happier in this photo than the previous. What do you think happened to Marco, Sabo? Ace asked. Luffy wondered what he meant, so he explained what Marco had told them while he had been asleep in the Crocinus. Probably a slave, Sabo answered immediately, having already given this a lot of thought. While the circumstances of our situation were very unique, we were still captured, and Luffy used without knowing it. That basically makes us slaves, only who weren't tortured or starved. But I did the stuff willingly, Luffy pointed out, trying to understand. Ace frowned at him. You didn't know what you were doing. They kept information from you and made you do those things. They still used you, only you didn't know it and thought what you were doing was right. You were maybe not a slave, but a servant of some sort, Ace said. Luffy didn't argue. I think Marco had a very bad and messy past, but it's none of our business unless he tells us about it personally. We shouldn't pry, Sabo said seriously. Ace frowned at him as well. He pries all the time, Ace replied. No, he asks for information. He's never gone behind our back to get it, not that he really can. They've all been quite truthful to us, even letting us in on their research into Luffy's blood. They didn't hide how dangerous the alcohol is to Luffy by showing us the blood reaction. They have all been hospitable. And we can't repay that service by being nosy, Sabo insisted. They changed the subject away from Marco, Luffy looking back out the window. The first sighting of a sea king came quickly, its fin protruding from the surface before sinking back down. Luffy pressed his face closer to the glass, both palms against it and looking at the water intently. More and more sea kings were spotted, and it began to sprinkle, but stayed that way. There was no frightening storm, just light ran in a cloudy and dark sky. The sea kings didn't approach the ship, at least from the back that they could see. Marco said they'd be in this area for a while, and the boys weren't so afraid anymore. The sea kings didn't seem to be interested in the ship at all. That might not mean that they wouldn't eat someone if they fell overboard, so they were fine with staying inside this room most of the time, at least not when eating and sleeping. Sabo left to get a book after a while of silence, while Ace and Luffy played tic-tac-toe on a piece of paper. Eventually, dinner came, and Thatch knocked on the door to tell them. He was hesitant to come in, and stayed in the hallway. Usually, after dinner, they headed back to their room so they wouldn't be returning to Whitebeard's room again that day. Dinner was sea king meat, as Marco had killed one and brought chunks of it back to have for dinner. Luffy and Ace loved it, eating fifths of the delicious meat. It was juicy and tasted much different than any other meat they'd ever had. By the end, both were full to bursting. They walked slowly to their room, both considering that they might have eaten too much for one sitting, with Sabo laughing at them. Luffy had trouble falling asleep, thinking about Marco and feeling stupid. He was a slave and didn't know it. Sabo said slaves were abused and tormented. Luffy was neither. It felt wrong to compare himself to slaves. To Marco if he had been one. Sabo was usually right about things, so Luffy believed that Marco had been one when he was little. He eventually fell asleep once Ace threw his arm across Luffy's chest, and he fell asleep to the warm feeling on his hand gripping him like he knew Luffy was feeling bad even in his sleep. He fell asleep with a smile. A week after staying on the Moby Dick and adjusting to their new life, temporary it may be, Luffy found someone on the crew he did not like. The man rubbed him the wrong way, and quite frankly his appearance bothered the kid. His laugh was like nails on a chalkboard, a weird one. Well, Whitebeard's laugh was weird, but it was always giving off a happy and light vibe. Teach's sounded wicked, even if he was laughing at a joke. He was smelly and gross to Luffy. He didn't voice his dislike to the man, even to his brothers, not wanting to sound ungrateful for the Whitebeard's help. But he stayed away from Teach as best as he could. It didn't help that he smelled like alcohol a lot, which Luffy associated with fear and agony. His scowling at the man didn't go unnoticed by those who paid most attention to the boys, namely Thatch and Marco. Neither seemed to know why Luffy disliked Teach, but they were the only two to notice. Teach had come near the brothers once, not to approach them directly, but they walked past him, and Luffy immediately moved away. The man didn't notice, thankfully. He hid his dislike for quite some time successfully from others and his brothers. They both were adjusting much easier than Luffy was. Sometimes Luffy would wake up, wondering when his next job was, wondering who he'd kill next. But then he'd look around and remember what had happened, and that his old life was over, which was good. Luffy was just having a hard time since he'd never known anything different. When Marco told him that being locked up at 4 and denied food was wrong, the boy had been genuinely surprised. But after that, he did his best to not feel surprised, to learn something he used to do was not right. He hadn't killed anyone, or felt the need to, which was good. He did have pent-up energy that he wanted to release since he'd been unable to on the ship. But it was nothing so bad that he'd snap and harm someone. It seemed the pirates were moving away from that suspicion. Haruta had taught the boys how to fish, with fishing poles that were old but still functional. They wouldn't be missed if they fell. They caught a few fish, but not many. At least, not in the morning. The three, especially Ace, were determined to catch at least 5 fish. That was their goal the first day. 5 fish each. Only Sabo reached that quota, Luffy getting 0 and Ace getting 2. Haruta came to check on them a lot, and said encouraging things about them not catching much. But the crew did include the fish, small though they may be, in dinner. Of course, they were the ones who ate them, but they used their catch regardless. It was the afternoon of the next day. All three determined to make or pass their 5 fish quota. That Ace caught something heavy. "I got something big," he shouted, Luffy eagerly cheering for him to catch it. Whatever it was came floating. Make Ace bummed that it didn't seem to be any fish, just a piece of trash, maybe. Or its treasure. Luffy supplied once Ace's Ace fell a bit, but he easily pulled it up, since it was nothing living and didn't fight back. When he pulled up was a ball of some sort. "What is it?" Luffy asked curiously. "Dunno, but it's definitely not a fish," Ace said grumpily, looking at the bucket of the fish Sabo and Luffy had caught but Ace hadn't. Luffy took it into his hands and asked, "Do you think it's edible?" It was bright orange, but didn't look like an orange of any sort. It was too big and shaped strangely. "We should ask someone," Sabo replied. "Don't want to eat something poisonous. Maybe it's some sort of food that grows in the sea. Maybe it is treasure, then," Luffy said. Ace swiped it back. "I caught it, so it's mine," he said, making the youngest pout. "Hey, Marco," Ace called, since he could see the strange hairdo around the corner. Marco might not be as tall as some on the crew, but he was still very tall compared to the 12 and 8-year-olds. "What's up?" he asked, walking over. "Ace caught a treasure, but we don't know what it is," Luffy replied. Ace held up the catch, looking disappointed. Marco's eyes widened in surprise. "That's a devil fruit," he stated. "You caught it while fishing." Ace nodded his head, while Luffy looked excited. "A real devil fruit, not like whatever gave Luffy his powers?" Ace asked in awe, wondering what kind of power he could get if he ate it. "Am I allowed to eat it?" he asked, wondering if he had to give it to the pirates as payment or something. Marco nodded. "Well, the rule is that whoever finds it gets to eat it. It's interesting, I found my fruit in the sea, too. It was caught in a net on our old, tiny boat. I ate it immediately, not knowing what it was. You could say I was surprised when I caught on blue fire. But you may want to know what it is before you ate it," the commander sighed. Luffy and Sabo waited for something to happen. "Do you feel any different?" Luffy questioned excitedly, wondering what kind of power Ace got. It had to be super strong, like the fruits the ones on this crew had eaten. Ace frowned. "No, are you sure it was a devil fruit?" Ace asked. Marco nodded. "I'm positive." "Cool." And he burst into flames, flailing in panic. Luffy and Sabo started screaming about needing water before Marco grabbed the nearest empty barrel and flew down to fill it with water before dumping it over Ace, soaking him. The fire died out, and he was dripping wet. "Ace, you caught on fire," Luffy exclaimed, looking for burns. They were both shocked when Ace had no burns anywhere on his body. Ace was surprised when Marco took one of the fishing poles and jabbed Ace with it. It went through his body completely and out the other side, flames licking the wood but not burning it. "You ate a loja fruit," Marco said, sounding impressed. "Those are very rare. Not as rare as my fruit was, but it's considered the strongest type of the 3. But you can't swim anymore," the first mate explained. Sabo sighed. "Now I gotta fish you both out if you ever fall in." Ace chuckled, excited to be able to control his devil fruit. He could become so powerful, and wouldn't need his baby brother to protect him anymore. He always hated that Luffy had to protect them when necessary. The boys abandoned their fishing poles, having found something much more interesting to focus their attention on. To say Ace was a walking fire hazard was an understatement. He freaked everyone out when he walked across the deck and caught fire just for sneezing. Luffy and Sabo flailed around again, shouting for water, which was delivered quickly. Ace was soaked again. This may be a problem. 3 hours later, Ace was surrounded by buckets of water out on deck, sporting a grumpy face. They had found out the hard way Luffy wasn't hurt by the fire. He'd never been burned before, but he'd never exactly seeked out being burned, so they didn't know until Luffy got too close and his shirt burst into fire. Screaming, water was dumped on him. And the second time today, there was someone who'd been on fire but sported no burns. His clothes were ruined, though. Luckily, many shirts were made for them. If Luffy's shoes caught fire, that would be a problem since he only had one pair, but it was just his shirt. In the same way Luffy's clothes could sustain stretching and changing into the sticky good, Ace's clothes seemed immune to the flames. They hadn't noticed before, but Marco was the same. He could change into Phoenix form and his clothes would be just fine, along with his sandals. When Whitebeard and some of the other commanders had the information brought to them, they had mixed feelings. On one hand, having a devil fruit was useful and would be good for the brothers if they ever needed to fight someone and Luffy was unable to. But on the other, fire was destructive, and they lived on a wooden boat in the middle of the ocean. Until Ace could control it, he was a danger. Namor was fine at putting the fires out when they were outside. But inside, things were more dangerous. Until the boys were sleeping, a barrel of water beside the bed, and Ace caught on fire. Sabo screamed, but wasn't burned, while Luffy instinctually protected his brother and smothered Ace with the sticky substance, stretching over his body like it was going to absorb him, only to snap right back in place, waking both Ace and Luffy. Ace wasn't covered in the black substance, but he had the watery liquid on him that everyone thought was some sort of saliva. But it was better than burning the ship down or giving Sabo horrific burns. After that, the boys separated one of the bunk beds from the other for Sabo's safety, though he felt left out and excluded when Luffy and Ace still shared. But he made sure he knew that it was for safety reasons, and he'd rather not have permanent burns all over his body. In the morning, when Ace caught fire at the breakfast table and Luffy swallowed Ace instantly before shifting back seamlessly, the room went silent. In the silence, Whitebeard started laughing. Ace blushed, soaked in the saliva while Luffy was perfectly fine, back to eating his pancakes. Well, it's gross, but it works, Thatch chuckled. Ace shot him a glare, though it wasn't too heated. But Sabo and Ace were partly grateful Luffy could do this. His power was no longer just scary and destructive. Even if it was absorbing Ace, it was protecting everyone from the fire. The training with Marco shifted directions, and soon he was only focusing on Ace learning control, while Sabo began to spar with Vista, deciding he wanted to try out a weapon. He was nervous about a sword, so he was given a jit to fight with. Luffy was left to watch again until Thatch suggested he try his own training with his power. Luffy didn't really know that to do but started trying to use his power to fish. He dripped the substance down the side of the ship, trying to see how far it could stretch. Once it reached the sea, after about 5 minutes of slowly inching down, he lost the feeling in it and snapped it back. He couldn't exactly fish with it, trying to be productive. With Ace training with Marco, they had water around, and Luffy wasn't needed. Since fishing wasn't working, he decided to try using it as a lasso. He gathered a bunch of the substance into his hand, his arm dripping it in like oil, and tossed it. It stuck tightly to the piece of rope he was aiming at and then pulled it back. The rope came with it, and Luffy cheered. The substance sucked back into his skin through his pores. Jumping up and down, Luffy ran to Sabo to tell him, only to get hit in the face with the jit, though it didn't hurt. Luffy, I'm so sorry, are you okay? Sabo panicked until Luffy started gushing about his success. That's really cool, Lou, Sabo said cheerfully, very glad he hadn't hurt his little brother. I'm gonna try grabbing more stuff. Luffy cheered and ran off to cause some trouble, like latching onto Thatch's back and snapping him backwards and into Luffy, knocking them both over the side of the ship. The chef was a good sport about it, but Luffy was sleepy and napped for the next 2 hours. Whitebeard thought it was funny, but was planning on telling Luffy not to latch onto people or someone could get hurt. Haruto laughed at Thatch in a teasing way, but the man wasn't angry at Luffy for it. The next morning, Marco headed into the infirmary with Ace to give his blood to Whiskey, since she had said it would be helpful to have Loja blood to reference. Ace was fully willing, but was nervous about accidentally burning someone other than Marco or Luffy. The man was surprised to see Whiskey sleeping at her desk. He thought something was wrong and woke her up. Whiskey, are you okay? Marco asked in concern. She was a bit dazed before waking up and straightening her back. You okay? The head nurse rubbed her hand down her face. Yeah, I stayed up late last night with testing Luffy's blood. It's become unhealthy with how much I want to solve this goddamn mystery. Is there something you need? No, but I have something you do. Ace here fished up a Loja so you can have some Loja blood to reference like you wanted. Whiskey had been on night duty so had been sleeping when Ace fished up the fruit and had eaten it. No one had gotten burned so nobody went to the infirmary to tell them. Great, Whiskey said. We'll need the sea stone cuffs to draw the blood, she commented. They had a single cuff in the infirmary that was used for the fruit users when their blood needed to be drawn. Well, specifically when Marco needed it, and now Ace, too, since he was a Loja. Ace did not like the feeling of sea stone and sagged against Marco when it was put on his wrist while whiskey drew blood. It scared Ace, and they hurried, taking it off after around a minute of it being on. Ace, are you all right? Marco asked in concern when Ace's lip wobbled and he had a scared look on. Why yeah, just brought back bad memories. Being so helpless, Ace confessed, looking away, cheeks red and embarrassed. Marco rubbed his head. There's nothing wrong with a moment of weakness. Do you want to talk about it? I won't tell anybody else, not even your brothers or pops. Marco knew what it was like to feel the need to always be strong for your family, younger siblings, never showing a moment of weakness in front of them. Ace looked uncertain before lowering his head. It doesn't matter, he muttered. For once, Marco didn't back off, thinking Ace could benefit from having a heart-to-heart. He looked pointedly at Whiskey, who nodded and walked back to her office in the blood bank to file the blood. I think everything matters, at least to some degree. Everything matters because everything happens for a reason. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I know what it feels like to feel the need to be strong for your family, never showing a sliver of weakness or doubt. Ace's eyes widened as he looked up at Marco, before he shadowed his eyes from his long and wavy bangs. Marco thought he was going to stay silent, but stayed, hoping he'd speak. And he did, after gathering the courage to lay his emotions bare. It was when Luffy found us. We were chained up. Luffy was taken in another car, and me and Sabo were chained up with these big burly guys. We thought we were going to die, and I couldn't do anything to help protect Sabo. I'd never felt that helpless until now. It has been years since then. It should be gone. Stupid. Marco looked up at the ceiling, remembering similar feelings to a similar situation, only it had been him alone. Trauma can last a lifetime, Ace. There's nothing stupid about HVing lasting trauma. It was only a couple years ago that I finally stopped having panic attacks every time I had anything around my ankles or wrists. It faded, but I still don't wear bracelets or shoes that are high around the ankles. Ace didn't look up, but clenched his fists. The Phoenix wasn't expecting Ace's next question. I don't get why any of you care about us. We're burdens. Luffy was a killer. Sabo and I are weaklings. We're burdens, and now I'm a danger to everyone. Why haven't you all ditched us yet? Ace asked harshly. It made Marco think there were things wrong in Ace and Sabo's life long before Luffy came and literally kidnapped them. You're not burdens. None of you are, regardless of whatever happened in your past. Your past with Luffy and your past before Luffy. We're all children of the sea. Some of those on this crew have far darker pasts than yours. Not that it lessens whatever happened to you. Someone in my own division was a Marine that attempted Thatch's life. We're a very forgiving and understanding crew. This doesn't mean you can kill one of us and expect to get away with it. Whatever happened in your past doesn't define who you are a person deep down. Sure, experiences make you who you are, but mistakes don't. If you've ever done anything bad in your past, consider being on this ship as your start over, your rebirth, Marco said emphatically, kneeling down on the wooden floor and holding Ace's shoulders. He looked so small and young and broken. Ace didn't share what he was thinking, but Marco knew his words were enough to chase away the feeling that he was a burden, at least for now. It might be something he needed to work at for the rest of his life, but right now he knew he was welcome. For as long as he wanted. The boy sniffled, but kept the tears in. He wasn't holding them in forcibly, the tears had dried. He looked down and mumbled out a thank you. I have to go wake up Luffy or he won't sleep tonight, Ace said, shuffling out of the room with his head down, face red but not from wanting to cry. Didn't know you were such a good guy with kids, Whiskey called. Though she hadn't been listening, she saw the very end. I'm not. I'm just not a rotten person inside who wouldn't help a kid when he needs it, Marco replied. Whiskey was about to reply before Marco saw her eyes widen while she was looking in the microscope at Ace's blood. She stood up and ran across the room, digging through a pile of photos and then running back. Marco hurried over, too, hoping she had figured out what it was with Luffy's blood. I've got it. At least, part of it. Whiskey screamed. Not shouted or yelled, screamed. He did eat a devil fruit. Look, look, the head nurse yelled, shoving the photo of Luffy's blood, and then his head at the microscope. Before, Ace and Luffy's blood work looked different, but they were now more similar. After Ace ate the Loja fruit, Luffy ate a Loja. Marco asked in shock. But, he's immune to sea stone. How could he have eaten a Loja? He can't be a devil fruit user and be immune to the effects of sea stone. He didn't want to get his hopes up in believing something 100%, so he was crushingly disappointed if it was wrong. Maybe there was something wrong with the devil fruit. Maybe something happened to it, or it was altered. I'll test for any bacterium in the black spots of his blood. I never knew Loja blood looked like that. Get out so I can work in peace. And don't tell anyone until I know for sure. And Marco was shoved out of the room. He had a bounce in his step the rest of the day, glad there was at least some breakthrough with Luffy's abilities. He went to the library and got out the second copy of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and looked at all the known Loja fruits. What kind of coincidence has two brothers both eat Loja fruits? There were very few Loja fruits compared to the other two types, and most of the fruits in the book had already been eaten. Marco would have assumed Luffy had been fed some version of the swamp fruit, but there was a rookie out there who had that fruit now, which means Luffy couldn't have eaten it as a child. Well, a younger child. The only other fruit on the list that didn't have a user at the moment was the snow fruit and dark fruit, and although there were many attributes that were similar to the dark fruit, Luffy had some that were not listed. Of course, every fruit user has different moves. Marco was counting on something having been wrong with Luffy's fruit, but whatever it was had somehow made him immune to sea stone. It was far-fetched, but it was the only thing they had to go on. Thank goodness Ace found a Loja. There was no other way for them to get the bloodwork of one willingly. Sabo and Ace sat on the double bed against the headboard, Luffy drooling on Sabo's pant leg as he slept. Ace had come back in a much better mood than Sabo expected, smiling although his cheeks were a shade of pink in the lamplight. Mind telling me why you're so happy? Sabo whispered, closing the book he'd started reading after finishing the first. Ace looked away, a bit embarrassed. Just, these are good guys, Ace replied simply. Sabo snorted. It took you this long to figure it out. Ace nodded. What changed? Marco talked to me, said really nice things. I think we can trust these pirates, even if Luffy doesn't like one of them. They seem to all be really treasure each other, right? They can't have one bad guy. Whitebeard is smart, right? Wouldn't he have noticed? Ace wondered, suddenly having extreme trust in the pirate captain. It had taken him a while. Maybe Luffy just doesn't like how bad he smells. He hasn't given me another reason, Sabo replied, smiling that Ace found someone other than Sabo he could trust fully. Ace loved Luffy, but until recently the boy was doing the bidding of other people and hadn't been completely trustworthy. He was now, though. Maybe. Anyways, we should wake him up so he can sleep tonight, Ace said, and they both gently shook Luffy awake. He looked up, drool dried on his cheek in Sabo's pants. Wake up, Lou, Ace insisted. Luffy flopped back down. No, he complained. Do you want a mid-morning snack? Sabo offered, and of course, Luffy shot up. I do. Sabo and Ace chuckled. They had gone to breakfast, but Luffy had still been sleepy and returned to the room to nap some more. Luffy ran to the door and put his shoes on and fixed his shirt, wiping the dried drool off of his face. Both boys put their shoes on, too. Ace didn't catch fire the whole walk to the galley. They wanted some snacks before lunch, and Thatch would definitely give them some. Thatch was more kid than adult, anyways, so they could relate to him easily. He was the guy who pranked all of the commanders by switching out their ink with invisible ink that faded when dry. All those reports ruined, and then Thatch punished for 2 weeks. Even commanders have to have consequences for their actions. Thatch, snacks please, Luffy declared when the three walked into the galley. Coming right up, boys, the chef called, already getting the ice cream out to make them some milkshakes. On their way to the bar counter, Ace caught fire and Luffy put him out. The three enjoyed the shakes, with Thatch asking Ace about his fruit and what he looked forward to learning the most. Well, learn to not catch on fire on accident is first and foremost. But I want to be able to protect myself and Sabo. I don't want Luffy to have to protect us anymore. He's our little brother, so we gotta look out for him, Ace said fondly. Luffy smiled and hugged him tightly. Oh, Thatch cooed. He did that every time the brothers showed physical affection. After over a week of it, it didn't bug them so much anymore. Sabo snickered but was looking at them fondly, too. What, do I not get any hugs? Sabo said, faking a hurt voice. Luffy jumped up and ran around Ace to hug his other brother tightly. They both knew they were a little too old to engage in banter like this. Luffy liked it and was used to it. Acting like he was younger was always what he did. Thatch cooed again, and hurried back to the kitchen to start lunch after glancing at the large clock on the galley wall above the door. The boys ate their snacks enthusiastically and then began to talk about Ace's fruit, and Sabo saying he liked the jit weapon. He wasn't at risk of cutting either of his brothers or the pirates, but it was a weapon other than a gun. You know neither of us can be cut, right? Ace asked dryly. Sabo thought for a second before slamming his palm against his forehead. But Thatch's voice cut across the room. You two can be injured, Luffy by your own weakness, Ace by sea stone, and definitely Ace with Haki. I'm not sure about Haki with Luffy, but we can test that out later if you'd like. Once Sabo questioned what Haki was, the chef explained it to them as he cooked, sous chefs trickling in to assist as it got later. I want to have the cool Haki, Luffy said after Thatch had finished explaining. Ace nodded in agreement. Sabo hummed. I don't know, armament Haki would be pretty useful. Could interact with devil fruit users more. Izo walked in and overheard the boys' conversation. No, the pinnacle of all of the Haki has to be observation Haki. It will help you in the most situations to not only fight, but to know others are around you. Others are close, and you can see their movements clearly in your mind, able to dodge attacks. It's basically the minimum pirates must know to sail in the new world. But I didn't know that and I did okay, Luffy pointed out. He'd never even heard of Haki, but he was supposed to have it. Izo put his finger on his chin and thought, that is true, but you also have a very powerful and diverse set of powers at your hand. I'll rephrase it to most normal cases of pirates coming to the New World must have haki. I guess you're an exception, Izo replied. Luckily, Luffy didn't take not being called normal as an insult, and just made a noise. Marco walked in on their conversation and gave a curious look to Luffy that only Ace noticed, who looked away and blushed a bit, still embarrassed about his weakness and breakdown, but didn't think Marco would tell anyone else, not even the captain, which made Ace feel he could trust this man. Don't tell them they aren't strong enough to be in the New World without haki. Ace has a Loja now, Luffy has his powers, and Sabo is learning how to fight well so far. Besides, as long as they're with us, we'll keep them safe, Marco said, sitting across from the boys and next to Izo. I would like to learn haki. Will you try to teach me? Sabo asked before getting up with Luffy and Sabo to get the food once it began to be put out on the counter for pirates to serve themselves. Haruta and many more pirates and commanders came in once the boys and Marco and Izo had their food. The youngest commander said, "You should ask Jazu. He's the best armament haki user on the ship." Sabo pointed out he was made of diamond. So why did he need to use haki to harden his skin? Everyone should know the basics of haki. Jazu learned before he got his devil fruit, Fister replied while Haruta got his food. How is Ace doing with his Loja power? The bed caught on fire, but Luffy put it out quickly, Sabo supplied. It's still in okay shape since Luffy was there so quickly. He woke up from the fire. Marco asked. Sabo and Ace shook their heads, Luffy shoving pasta into his mouth greedily. No, he wasn't awake when it happened. His powers just reacted quickly, Sabo explained. The commanders looked surprised. Well, that's interesting. I've heard Loja fruits work that way. Once trained enough, they can make their bodies intangible when they are unconscious if they're in danger. Marco can do that as well, though his body heals automatically no matter what, as long as he doesn't have any sea stone restricting him, Curiel said. Ace will probably be able to do such things once he gets to use his fruit more. Maybe the next island we can spend some more time on to help train you three. Ace beamed. He'd want to learn how to use his fruit from other fruit users. They still didn't know if Luffy was a devil fruit user, though after being on the ship, they were very curious. They didn't know much about devil fruits, but wanted answers for Luffy's strange powers. That would be very much appreciated, Sabo said thankfully. Thank you all for being understanding with us, he added sincerely. Some commanders said it was no problem while others said it was their pleasure. You brats sure keep things interesting. I'll say that, the captain said after sitting down in his usual place. Luffy smiled softly, liking all of these people very much. Well, besides Teach and Kingdu, who still didn't like him. Everyone else had accepted him to their ship, which meant a lot. He was doing good about not killing anyone. A bit before dinner, Marco hurried to the infirmary to see Whiskey writing down things with a smile at her desk, reading glasses on as she did paperwork, much like Marco did with his own paperwork. She had her copy of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, though this one had notes in it based on experiences with users. Most of it was written by Amy, the so-called expert. Anything new? Marco questioned curiously, excitement on his face. The nurses were eating their own dinner, preferring to go get leftovers once all the men were out of the room and they could actually hear each other talk. You betcha, Whiskey said in an ecstatic voice. And I can't believe I haven't thought of it yet. I went through as many tests as I could with the unique cells in Luffy's blood, and found traces of bacterium that should not exist in the human body. He isn't ill from them, as they seem to only exist inside the devil fruit cells. They aren't inside anyone else's, only Luffy's. They are bacterium you'd find inside a rotting fruit, a very badly rotting plant. A plant that has almost lost its shape, it's so rotten. Honestly, if it was that rotten, it should have reformed somewhere else, but it didn't. And you can guess what dissolves these specific bacteria. Alcohol, Marco said, the pieces finally coming together. So his fruit was rotten? Marco asked. It was slightly anticlimactic, but also incredibly interesting since he had no idea devil fruits could rot. Yes, but I've asked Amy and she's told me it's not possible for devil fruits to rot. I also found traces of other chemicals inside the bacterium inside his cells. Not just blood cells, all of them. Thank goodness Pop splurged on the equipment of this infirmary. It's going to sound strange, but the chemicals are what creates antibodies, but also with what creates a chemical reaction that takes the form of slime. That is why his powers are that texture, and why he can heal beyond a Loja power and could be the reason he is immune to sea stone. My best theory is that his captors were messing with the fruit, injecting things into it, but it began to rot due to that, so they made Luffy eat it before it was completely ruined. And I'm estimating he ate the fruit a good 5 years ago based on the age and state of the bacterium, which seems to be sealed inside of the cells and isn't going away anytime soon. Which fruit do you think it is? Marco asked with a grin. Whiskey was brilliant. This proved it like many times before. Probably the dark fruit, though he has properties in it that I cannot explain. like the growing rapidly into smaller and larger sizes, or the fact he can transform his body into different shapes by using the solidity of his version of this fruit. It's supposed to be not solid, but his version turns semi-solid, though things can still go through him. He can have many more powers, but these ones are unorthodox in my opinion. The dark power is probably one of the most powerful out there. It's not a stretch to call its user a demon, Whiskey pointed out. Considering he must have eaten his fruit at 3 or 4, it makes sense he's good at it. After all, he's had it as long as he can remember. He doesn't remember eating it. Marco suddenly felt bummed, now that they thought they had all the information. There was no mystery to pursue anymore. Marco was satisfied with the answer, and the itch was gone, but he would miss the speculation and excitement every time Whiskey made another discovery. It sure is a strange coincidence to have 2 Lojas who are both brothers, Whiskey commented with a curious voice. Marco nodded in agreement. Man, Amy is gonna be so pissed she was wrong. For the first time, that is. Marco nodded in agreement, not looking forward to her rage, though this was a very different case than she'd ever come across. Marco told Whiskey he was going to get the captain and boys and have her tell them the news. She got her papers in order, preparing to tell them everything she found out and what she assumed. Some of it was assumption, though there was evidence to back it up. At least, enough evidence for the assumptions to sound probable. When Marco entered the galley, the boys were gone. The captain was reading the newspaper. Pops, Whiskey needs to talk to you, Marco said quietly. Whitebeard looked worried for a moment, before he saw Marco's relaxed face, meaning there was no emergency. We have to fetch the boys before we go. They followed the feeling of the 3 to the library, where Sabo was attempting to teach Ace and Luffy how to read. Boys, we have some new information about Luffy's powers. Would you like to come learn? All 3 jumped up and ran from their couch to the 2 pirates, leaving their writing stuff out, though neither pirate made them return them to their original places. When they all entered the infirmary, the 3 were bouncing on their toes while the captain had a look of interest and curiosity on his face. Whiskey explained everything immediately, showing the boys the photos of Luffy's cells compared to Ace's, and then read to them more about rotting fruit. They were worried about Luffy having bacteria in his cells, but Whiskey assured them that, if nothing had happened so far, nothing bad should become from it. Whitebeard was the most shocked out of the information. Shocked and immensely interested, the boys didn't grasp how unique the situation was. The mutated fruit changed the powers, which was fascinating. So, Luffy was so badly affected by alcohol because it dissolves the bacteria in his cells. Whiskey nodded. Why can he heal, then, if it destroys the cells? Whiskey shrugged. We won't know unless we test it. And I, for one, am not going to put my patient in excruciating pain, she said strongly. But my hypothesis is that it's part of his Loja power. But also whatever chemical they put in there, along with how quickly the bacteria inside replicates. It might not replicate the cells themselves, but speed up how they replicate normally. It's a hypothesis and might be wrong, I'm not sure. Luffy looked surprised. I'm made of rotting fruit, he asked in confusion, not being able to follow much of what the nurses said, apparently. No, you ate a rotting devil fruit that put bacteria inside of your cells, which make up your body. It's harmless and has not seemed to have done any damage. To be honest, your rotting fruit was more powerful than it was at full power, which is quite surprising. Luffy's eyes shadowed and he looked down at his hands. So, I'm not a demon? He asked in a small voice. Marco strongly replied with, no, you are not a demon. You just have a unique devil fruit, one of a kind. Luffy smiled a watery smile, and Ace and Sabo both gave him a group hug. The 3 adults in the room pretended not to notice Luffy's silent sobs, though his shaking body made it clear he was. It was an emotional moment and they didn't want to intrude. Should we let everyone know? Whiskey asked curiously. Marco didn't know how to feel about telling people. On one hand, it solved the mystery for everyone and solidified the statement that Luffy was not a demon. But he didn't want anyone to know about the alcohol weakness. We shall have a commander's meeting on the subject. Please come, too, daughter. I'd like you to explain it once again to all of the commanders, Pop said. Roger, Whiskey said. Will the meeting be soon? Immediately. Whiskey nodded and went to get all of her documents and papers together, putting them in a manila folder to carry them easier. Boys, we will be having a meeting about if we should reveal some of Luffy's information. How do you feel about that? Don't tell them about his weakness. At least, not everyone, Ace said immediately. Tell them I'm not a demon. Why my power is like this, Luffy added, wiping his eyes, which were red and shiny with tears, both shed and unshed. Whitebeard nodded and agreed to their terms. The 3 pirates left the room and the nurses helped to fetch the commanders around the ship. At this time of the day, most would be doing some sort of work, but there was no storms and their divisions could handle them just fine. 15 minutes later, the commanders were in their chairs and patiently waiting for Whiskey to start tailing. Like before, she explained everything she'd found out. She had the devil fruit encyclopedia with notes stuck to the sides of the page, and passed it around the table. To say everyone was shocked and fascinated was an understatement. No one had ever heard of a rotting fruit, or that anyone could alter them in any way like this. It was so interesting and, frankly, relieving that Luffy had eaten a normal devil fruit that was just messed with and had not eaten anything related to a demon. They felt foolish for believing that for how long they did. Kingdu's point of view did not change, unfortunately. He still saw Luffy as a danger based on his past. Namor's opinion had changed about Luffy being some sort of monster, but would still keep his past in mind. So, should we tell everyone? Ace would like us to not reveal Luffy's weakness, but they are fine with us telling them the basics. That his fruit is not related anything to a demon, despite its ominous name, Marco explained. Thatch said, I think that telling everyone when the boys are not in the room is the best course of action. So, if there are any negative reactions, they won't have to see them. But man, I sure am glad we know what's up. He sported a huge grin and leaned back in the chair, crossing his arms happily. So we let the chips fall how they may after that? Vista asked. Thatch nodded, and most of the commanders agreed that that was the best course of action. After dinner, why don't we gather everyone for an announcement instead of just hoping everyone is in the galley when we speak? Whitebeard offered. It was his decision, but he always liked hearing what his commanders thought of them. Marco nodded in agreement. That would be for the best so everyone knows. No one goes without knowing the news. I hope everyone accepts him after this. Those three deserve it, after what they've been through. I do think something was wrong with Ace and Sabo before they met Luffy, but I haven't asked and won't share if he does tell me. Everyone knew how reliable Marco was with confidential conversations, only sharing with Pops if they were a danger to whoever told him or anyone else. There were many things that his division shared with him that he never told anyone else. Everyone knew they could trust him, and the Phoenix did everything to maintain that trust. I wish they'd talk to me too, Thatch mumbled sadly. You're not very good at keeping secrets, Thatch, Jazu pointed out, making the chef pout angrily and fire back, can, too. The others sighed, though Thatch's immaturity when it was not inappropriate was endearing in a way. Haruta was second, being Thatch's prankster buddy. How long are we going to keep them here? Kingdu suddenly asked, the first time he'd spoken the entire meeting. Some looked at him in frustration or irritation. Whitebeard looked at him for a good minute. For as long as it takes Ace and Sabo to be able to defend themselves, he replied. Though only Marco could sense the lie in his pop's voice. He'd been with the man from the start, and had seen all 16 recruitments. He was a veteran here and knew when the captain wanted to keep someone, even if they didn't want to stay themselves. Whitebeard had been planning to keep them from the start. Marco agreed, and thought that maybe part of the reason was that Marco had made them take the boys with them, and he'd always been a good judge of character. Many of his brothers and crewmates had done heinous things before joining, but once they took the mark, their previous life was wiped clean, and they were reborn as Whitebeard pirates. Dinner was the same as usual except for the demeanor of their resident children. Ace and Sabo looked nervous while Luffy looked happier than usual, showing that he was glad himself that he wasn't a demon, not in any sense. At least, not anymore. The word had been haunting him since he stepped foot on the ship, and now it was disproven. Ace and Sabo seemed worried about the reaction the pirates would give, though they were hopeful everyone would be happy about it. Boys, why don't you go back to the library to read while we have a conversation in here? Marco said. The three got the message and left the room without making eye contact with anyone. The pirates made sure the boys were gone far enough to not hear before Whitebeard stood. He sure was making a lot of announcements since the kids came. The room silenced. Sons, we are having a crew-wide meeting. If you know of anyone not here, please bring them. The announcement will start in 10 minutes, the captain explained. The pirates looked at each other, but it was the climax of the dinner, so only a few were gone, either napping or in the bathroom. 10 minutes later, everyone was inside. Whiskey wasn't there to make the announcement. The captain was going to. He had a script to read off of with all the information they would be sharing with the majority of their crew. So, he explained about what fruit Luffy had eaten, the dark fruit, what was wrong with it and why it had reacted the way it did. To say the room was shocked was an understatement. No one had heard of a devil fruit rotting or anyone messing with them in such a way. Luffy was 3 when he ate it, and from that point on, was used by those who were Marco's captors. He didn't do any of this of his own choice, so we'd like for everyone to give him a chance, now that you know he simply ate a fruit, and has no relations to supposed demons, Whitebeard said, somehow making eye contact with every single one of his sons. The pirates exchanged looks, before some smiled and others shrugged. It was enough to show that the majority of the pirates were relieved and more accepting of Luffy now that they knew he wasn't in any way related to a demon, just that the way he used the fruit was creepy looking. You know, once Ace learns how to use his power, they could be pretty strong around here, Haruta said, everyone in a good mood at the more accepting nature of the pirates. Vista frowned. We can't have children fighting battles for us, he pointed out. Haruta pouted, but Namor defended his statement. How many of us have been fighting battles and overcoming them since childhood? And Luffy has proven he can fight. All we need is for Ace and Sabo to get better and we have a little team. After hearing about Luffy's devil fruit, he didn't dislike the boy so much anymore. Not after Marco's explanation and the facts they were given. That's true, but do we really want Luffy to fight? What if he loses control? Fossa questioned. It made some of the commanders think. Marco said, I don't think he'll lose control. He's never lost control on his brothers, and we're kind people as well. At least to each other and our allies. Though I don't think he should fight either, unless necessary. Those boys deserve to act like children. They deserve to not have to fight for anyone but themselves and each other. If they joined officially, then possibly. He glanced at Whitebeard, who met his eyes and then looked away discreetly, taking a sip of his booze. Marco let out a wry smile, but it disappeared so fast the pirates thought they imagined it. Well, Ace needs to learn to control his devil fruit anyway, Curiel said. It's sure convenient that Luffy is able to put the fire out, even if it is basically eating Ace and then spitting him back out, covered in saliva. Thatch and Haruto laughed. Poor kid, they said at the same time. Jinx. They then got into an argument about who said it first. The commanders talked and laughed at the table, glad they had answers now. It only took over a week, but it had been annoying to not know. No one noticed someone was very angry at one of the tables, out of the view of the commanders. Luffy stood in front of the large mirror in the bathhouse bathroom, staring at his tattoo with a frown, covering it up with his hands, as it was longer than one could cover, and trying to hide it to see what he looked like. His eyes were brighter now, he noticed, and his brothers pointed out, who were in the bathtub. Ace was in the shallow part made specifically for the devil fruit users. Luffy smiled, but it wasn't true. It wasn't creepy or unsettling, but it wasn't the true smile he reserved for his brothers. Still looking in the mirror, he shifted into his humanoid version of his devil fruit, standing and looked really creepy. He had no face, but could still see, hear and smell. When he opened the palm of his hand after making a fist, his fingers were stuck to the base of his hand before they snapped back apart. He saw his brothers watching him, but paid them no attention. From the half form, he changed into his full version, 4 legs and no head. He tried hard to rein the stickiness in, make himself more solid instead of looking like he was melting to the ground, but it wasn't possible. At least, not right now. The stick stayed on the ground, only snapping up when he walked away, still watching his appearance. Since he was so strong in this form, the sticking to the ground was no problem. It didn't take much strength to unstick his feet from it. While he was in that form, a couple pirates walked in and watched him for a bit before he self-consciously changed back and hurried to his brothers in the tub. Despite looking like he was melting, none of the stick remained after he was back to human Luffy. He left no mess or any evidence of being there. He undressed except for a towel around his waist and sat next to Ace in the shallow part. Both were drained of energy, and Ace was clearly irritated with the feeling. This is annoying, Ace grumbled, slowly picking his end up, feeling so weak. At least you'll be able to move afterwards, Sabo commented, now the only one able to go into deep water or swim. Luffy falls asleep right afterwards. Luffy sighed. Sorry, he said quietly. Ace shot Sabo an annoyed look. Not your fault, Lou. Besides, since everyone found out about your fruit, they've been willing to carry you to our room. You're not a burden. Marco said so, too, Ace supplied. He had shared his talk with the first mate with his brothers when they were feeling down about not being allowed to fight some pirates and feeling like people thought they were useless. Ace tried to catch on fire only for it to fizzle out with a little steam right away. He sighed, not having gotten any better at his power in the last week they were on the Moby Dick. He was going to practice with Sabo after the bath while Luffy rested in their room. After then were nice and clean. Ace relaxed and Luffy falling asleep, they left the bath and got dressed. A pirate from the 4th Division offered to carry the boy to his room. The 3 had talked to him before, his name was Lee. He was very nice to them after the announcement. More than once he'd carried Luffy with the brothers walking beside him. Thanks, Lee, Sabo said. No problem, the pirate replied. When the 3 kids first got on the ship, they expected everyone to be cruel and mean, especially towards Luffy after capturing their first mate, but after the last 2 weeks, most had warmed up to them, not interacting with him specifically, but didn't glare and waved or smiled when passing them. Some even cheered on the boys when they were practicing. Overall, almost all of the pirates had forgiven Luffy for kidnapping Marco. Many now laughed at the man about it, earning glares from the commander. The ones who teased him most, though, were his fellow division commanders. He could not punish them, and they knew it, so they did most of the joking and jabs. Luffy was set down on their bed, and Ace and Sabo tucked him in under the blankets, setting Luffy's favorite stuffed animal next to his head so he will feel better if he wakes up alone. Luffy had told them it was his first and favorite because he wasn't alone before Ace and Sabo came. The 2 headed up to the deck to practice with Marco and Vista as it was time to do so. Ace was feeling very refreshed from the bath. Sabo had the jit he'd been given in his hand, ready to try and catch up to Luffy. They both knew it would take a while to catch up, but they wanted to. They wanted to protect him, too. They didn't know they would fail. It was lunchtime with a break for Ace and Sabo to eat. Luffy was still sleeping, but was starting to wake up, the fog clearing slowly, but he was still asleep, just not so heavily. He was still very tired in his body, but not his mind. He was about to wake up when someone slipped into the room, closing the door with a creak behind him. Luffy didn't wake up, trusting this crew not to hurt him, so he let down his walls when he slept now. He wasn't with Ace and Sabo, but he didn't think anyone would hurt him or come in while he was napping alone. The man who entered the room didn't wait to walk to the bed, and Luffy started to wake up from the shadow over him, the man standing in front of the nightlight beside Sabo's bed in the wall. Luffy opened his eyes only to scream, but a huge hand shoved over his mouth, silencing him as he was injured by something other than alcohol for the first time. There was a knife in his stomach, pulled out once and then stabbed back in deeper. Luffy couldn't see who it was, but his fruit acted immediately, consuming the man's legs and crushing them to mush, causing him to scream and pass out from the agony of all of his legs being crushed to bits, bones shattered into tiny pieces. Luffy gasped on the bed and coughed up blood. He yanked the knife out and threw it at the wall with shaking hands. His wounds weren't healing at all, and he looked down to see the edges of the gash black and trying to stitch the wound back up himself, using the stick as stitches that continuously broke apart. The boy staggered to his feet, the world tilting around him, before he threw open the door and stumbled out of the room and into the light suddenly, hurting his eyes. "Help," he whimpered, holding onto the wall as the world tilted further and he felt he was going to fall. "Help," he shouted a little louder, though not loud enough. Where were Ace and Sabo? Where was everyone who walked around the ship? Where was anyone? Was he going to die alone? He didn't know who attacked him or why, but that was an afterthought. He heard some whistling coming from down the hall and shouted, as loud as he could, "Help me," spraying blood all over the floor, flying out of his mouth as he shouted. The whistling stopped and he heard thundering footsteps as someone ran to him and around the corner. Luffy was afraid it would be someone bad, but it was Thatch, who had dropped the plate of food he was bringing to Luffy for lunch since he hadn't woken up in time for it. "Luffy!" Thatch screamed in horror, and saw the horrible amount of blood pouring from his wound and already puddled around his feet. The man caught him before Luffy fell hard to the ground. Thatch didn't wait, seeing the wound and feeling sick, to pick him up and run to the infirmary, shoving anybody and everybody in his way, trailing blood after him. He didn't call out anyone's name, but people trickling out from lunch saw Luffy, blood all over his mouth. His head was tilted back, the blood dripping up his face and into his hairline. Thatch cursed the bedrooms being not on the floor with the infirmary as Luffy made ragged breaths. His eyes fluttered open and closed, though he wasn't aware of his surroundings, only feeling pain and fear. He didn't want to die with Thatch, he wanted his brothers. They finally made it to the infirmary, Thatch screaming for help and laying Luffy on the nearest hospital bed. He was immediately shoved out of the way by Tommy and Wendy, Whiskey coming out right after. No questions were asked as the nurses got to work. "We need to close the wound. We have no blood for a transfusion," Whiskey said in her calm doctor voice. Curiel wasn't there and there wasn't time to fetch him. Thatch ran out to get Marco and tell him what happened before searching for whoever stabbed Luffy. When Tommy tried to sew up the wound, it went right through the skin of the Loja. He must have been stabbed with something covered in haki. It was too bad Thatch had left so they could not coat the needle in haki, but they didn't have time to waste to go bring Thatch back. Whiskey's mind ran at a mile a minute, coming up with any ideas before she ran to the cupboard and pulled out a bottle of rubbing alcohol, a bottle of water, a paper cup, and a box of Q-tips. "I'm sorry, Luffy," she said through gritted teeth as Luffy screamed as the alcohol was dabbed on the edges of the wound, to weaken his skin but diluting the rubbing alcohol and water enough so the skin didn't burn away. When the injured skin was solid and not able to turn into the black substance, she stitched him up as fast as possible, regretting not drawing blood from him before now to give to him in case he suffered a major injury. She felt bad for hurting him further, but there was nothing else she could do. They could only hope that Luffy would pull through. He had an oxygen mask on his face, but no one was comfortable giving him morphine and reacting badly to his unique and polluted blood system. Ace and Sabo ran into the room, screaming at their blood-covered brother and staring at the stitched-up and burned skin of his stomach. "What did you do?" Ace screamed at Whiskey, seeing he had put alcohol on him, knowing what would happen. "I had to. His skin wasn't allowing me to stitch him up. I had to weaken the area. There's nothing we can do. I couldn't sew up his insides as a precaution to not get any alcohol inside his body, only the outside. We have no blood for him, so we have to hope his powers heal him," the head nurse said with a troubled face on. After all, she'd never treated anyone like Luffy before. What?" Marco screamed when Thatch quickly told him the situation. Ace and Sabo were at the table and shot up, knocking Haruta off the bench as they sprinted to the infirmary. Marco stood up and followed behind them closely. Whitebeard looked shocked and horrified. "Someone come with me to check out the room," Thatch said in a shaking voice, covered in Luffy's blood, his white chef's outfit ruined beyond repair. There was no way the blood would come out of it. He wanted to take it off right now, but there was no time. Whoever stabbed Luffy might have run already and they wouldn't know who did it. One of their brothers, family, stabbed and might have killed the young boy on their ship. A child, a fucking 8-year-old. And they had already told everyone that he wouldn't hurt him, wasn't a monster. Haruda and Vista stood up immediately and ran off with Thatch to try and find the culprit. Not long after, Whitebeard got up and followed, catching up to his sons easily as he stormed through the halls. The three who hadn't already seen it were sick with the amount of blood pooled a few feet away from the bedroom door, showing he'd been stabbed while he was probably still asleep. No one wanted to go in, but they had to. Pops went in first, flipping on the light switch, seeing the bloody dagger in front of his feet before seeing who had committed the crime. It was Teach, and Luffy had gotten him back. His legs, up to his upper thighs, were damaged beyond repair. He was unconscious and sweating from the pain of the injuries. The three commanders felt absolute fury, while Whitebeard hid his sadness, devastation that one of his sons had done this. One of the sons he'd had for the longest time. One of the first 20 he'd recruits all those years ago. Why would he do this? Someone get handcuffs and prepare a cell in the brig. No one had used the brig in over a decade. After all, they were supposed to all be family, and family didn't hurt each other enough to be locked up. Sure, there had been injuries, but they were accidental while sparring or some other kind of accident. Teach hadn't injured any of his family, but he had betrayed them by harming someone under their care, crew member yet or not. The commanders and captain already thought of the boys more as family than as guests. The three had let them in, opened their hearts to the pirates and trusted them. They'd proved it time and time again by telling the truth, allowing others to carry and touch Luffy, allowing everyone to know Luffy's real powers, letting the commanders and captains know Luffy's one weakness. Well, besides Haki apparently. Teach was chained quickly, and since he'd never walk again, he was not woken up and was instead dragged along the floor. Jazu had come with a sheet of plastic to put under the traitor so he didn't track blood down the halls. He wasn't worth anyone carrying him there. The pirate woke up when they went down the first flight of stairs. Pops, Ugh, Luffy did this to me. He's a monster, Teach shouted. Thatch stomped down on his face enough to break his nose and knock out more teeth than he was already missing. You sick fuck. We know you stabbed Luffy while he was sleeping. Don't you dare call Pops that when you've betrayed our trust and values, Thatch snapped. No one had ever seen him this angry. Even after Marco was taken, never had he been this furious. He rarely swore, unlike most of them, so hearing him say fuck was surprising. Though they really shouldn't be, as Thatch had welcomed and opened up to the boys almost immediately. He cared about the three deeply. No, he attacked first. What were you doing in his room, then? Haruda asked coldly, kicking his face and break a cheekbone. There was going to be more from where that came from. Why would he lead you to his own room only to injure you like this? Why wouldn't he just kill you and leave you alive to tell the story? He's not stupid, he's killed before. Just him not killing you after you stabbed him shows he isn't a monster. You are. They were still dragging him along the hall. This part of the ship cold and dusty as no one needed to come to the brig. Nothing was stored there, and no one was locked down there. Usually, the pirates were punished for mistakes by chores or restrictions of privileges, including alcohol. Never, in many years, had anyone needed to be down there. The last time someone had been locked up in the brig had turned out to be a misunderstanding, and the man was let out almost immediately, apologized profusely for their mistake. I don't know how to think like a crazy murderer does, Teach shouted, still wincing and gasping from the pain in his mangled legs. It really did look extremely painful, but they couldn't feel pity for him after he tried to kill Luffy. It was one thing to try and kill a guest on the ship, since they weren't officially part of the crew, but it was abhorrent to kill someone so young as Luffy. Whether he had blood on his hands from his previous life or not, it didn't change the fact that he was a child. A sweet, innocent one that had been forced to commit those murders. Teach, and the rest of them, had killed many times, but never something this disgusting and immoral. He was tossed into the brig and his chains were connected to the wall. Those that had gone with them down, taking Teach to his last place he'd ever be on this ship, ran off to check on Luffy and fill in the others on what had happened. Whitebeard stayed down there and looked at his son with sad but stormy eyes. Why, Teach, why have you done something like this? And do not lie to me, I will know. And you will be in more pain than you already are. This is not just a horrible thing to do. You have betrayed the trust of your family. Tried to kill someone everyone has been told to leave alone. A child who should have a long life before him. You've tried to snuff out a bright light and I want to know why, the captain said in a dangerous voice. He ate the devil fruit I've been searching for decades. Teach shouted. Whitebeard looked disbelieving. You have possibly killed that child over his devil fruit that he didn't choose to eat himself. His voice was quiet in the shock, even though he was so furious he wanted to scream. Yes, that was the only fruit that would succeed in killing you. I'd do anything for the fruit, not even blink at killing one of our own. This is not my family. You're just a bunch of idiots playing house when you could do so much more. You're a disgrace of an emperor. Teach spat out. Whitebeard's eyes darkened. and it took everything he had not to unleash part of his power to punish Teach. He refused to injure his home and children, which didn't include Teach anymore. "So, you've been faking this whole time?" Whitebeard asked in a cold voice, despite the utter shock he was feeling. The shock and pain that one of his sons would so boldly claim he'd kill another of his family, his father and any brother that got in his way. "Yes, I was never your son, you old fool," Teach growled. Whitebeard didn't want to hear any more, had heard enough, and shut and locked the cell door. "I hope you know the consequences of your actions. Your punishment is execution," Whitebeard said before closing and locking the brig door behind him. Even if Teach got out of the cell, it was impossible to open the brig from the inside, and Teach would never be able to walk again. The commanders stared at the young boy laying on the bloody bed with pained expressions. Ace and Sabo were sobbing into the mattress. Luffy might die. He'd lost a lot of blood. It was spread throughout the ship. His shirt was torn open to show the wound that was stitched up and burned badly. Whiskey had explained what she'd done in a guilty voice, though it was the only thing she could think of. There was the black and thick oil leaking out of the wound, but it wasn't blood and wasn't leaving completely. It just leaked out and then was sucked back in, like it was going along with Luffy's ragged breaths. He had an oxygen mask on, covering a lot of his face considering they weren't sized for children. Children weren't on this ship usually. When Whitebeard entered, the commanders turned to him to see a grave expression on his face. "How is he?" the captain asked in a quiet voice, not wanting to disturb Luffy's sleep. The only ones being loud were the other children, crying uncontrollably. Ace's shoulders were on fire, but didn't spread anywhere else. "He's in critical condition," Whiskey replied immediately. "He might not make it through the night. If he does, then I believe he has a good chance at surviving. We need his powers to kick in and heal him, but he's lost a lot of blood." Another sob racked out of the 12-year-olds' bodies. "At least he got Teach back," Thatch said, unable to help having wet eyes, though he would be strong for the boys and not cry. Haruto was having the same issue. "He's destroyed his legs. Teach will never walk again." Whitebeard sighed. "About that, we must have a meeting, sons. One of you may stay with the boys," he said in a soft voice. It didn't betray the world of hurt he was feeling. Thatch offered to stay, predictably, and walked to the boys, putting his hand on both of their heads. He knelt behind them, and Ace's flames dimmed when Thatch gathered both of them into hugs. Marco was reluctant to leave, but he needed to know the situation. "I will calm our brothers and not let them know what happened," Fossa offered. All of the commanders were in the infirmary, and even Kingdu looked sad. Not as much as some of the others, but he never wanted Luffy killed. Just not on this ship. The 13 commanders, minus Thatch and Fossa, headed to the meeting room, all silent except for a sniffling Haruto. None of them could get the sight of Luffy's small and bloody body out of their heads. None of the nurses cleaned him anywhere other than the wound since they didn't want to move him and risk opening up the stitches. Everyone felt heavy as they sat on in their chairs, Haruto laying his upper body on the table and hiding his face in his arms. Marco was feeling devastated, too, but was being strong for his brothers and not showing it. He'd never forgive himself if Luffy died. He was the one who took the boys onto their ship, after all. Whitebeard took a few moments of silence before he said, "Teach has committed more than the attempted murder of young Luffy. I asked him why he had done such a thing, and he explained to me in what I believe was honest." He took a deep breath and released it as a sigh, bringing his big hands together on the table. "He told me he was never part of our family, and he killed Luffy because he has eaten the devil fruit Teach has apparently been looking for decades, since he joined this crew. He also confessed to not batting an eye at killing myself or any of you. He hinted that that was the reason he wanted the dark fruit in the first place." "Calm, my sons. We need to think rationally. There will be time to make Teach pay later." Some of the pirates had tears in their eyes at one of their brothers betraying them and saying such horrible things. "I'm so sorry, my sons," the captain said sincerely. "We're gonna kill him, right?" Namor asked in a dark voice, full of hate. "It's the rule. I know he didn't kill a crewmate, even if Luffy feels like he is, but he admitted to killing you or someone else on the crew in the future." "Yes, the rule is execution and this applies to the rule," Whitebeard replied. Haruto sniffled and said, "Good." Then his face crumpled. "I hope Luffy will be okay." Marco's face showed guilt. "It's my fault if he does. I brought him on the ship, exposed him to Teach." "Marco, do not blame yourself for the actions of a traitor we thought was our family. No one could have seen this coming. Even I myself had been fooled." "You will not blame yourself," Whitebeard said in a surprisingly strong voice. Marco didn't reply, but everyone could tell he didn't believe his father's words. "I know me and Thatch wanted them to stay. If Luffy doesn't make it, Ace and Sabo would never forgive us," Haruto said in a hush. "We do not know that, but it is likely. We've done what we can to save Luffy, and all we can do now is hope that something out there deems Luffy deserves to live more time. We can do nothing but trust in his power and our nurses." Curiel said, "Whiskey was the right person to treat him. Even if I'm the head doctor, I would never have thought fast enough. It is good we've studied Luffy, or else we wouldn't have known about the alcohol." "Pops, if Luffy does make it, can we have them join?" Haruta questioned quietly. I don't care if you don't like him, Kingdu. He's a good kid and deserves a loving home, which is what we can give him and his brothers. He said the last part in a harsh voice, and Kingdu didn't reply. Pops has wanted them permanently from the start, Haruta, Marco said. No one else could tell, but I've seen the recruitment of each person aboard this ship. There's no need to ask. Any other time, the commanders who supported it would have jumped up in cheers, but now it was only a few weak smiles. No one was in the mood to be happy. They were all angry on the surface, but devastated underneath. Should we investigate if there are any other traitors on the ship? Jazu asked in a cold voice. If there are any, they would most likely be Teach's closest former friends, Juru said. Men in the 2nd Division. We really need to fill that seat. He might have gotten caught if the 2nd Division member was still here. That idiot left to be with Roger. We have no one smart enough or skilled enough to fill that seat that isn't already a commander. Marco has been stretched too thin for too long. This is not a jab at your competence, son. It is just the truth. It was wrong to put you in charge of both divisions. Marco nodded, though he thought he should have seen it long ago. He knew Pops was thinking the same thing. He should have spotted the deceit long ago. When will the execution be? Curiel questioned. They all stiffened automatically at the thought of kill their own, but it faded quickly. When we know whether Luffy will make it or not, depending on the outcome, we will change how he is executed. It is death regardless, but we are not overly cruel pirates. Unless Luffy dies, Whitebeard replied. Soon, It was a long 3 hours of waiting and watching for any change. Ace and Sabo had a feeling he wouldn't make it if he hadn't healed already, but Whiskey told them it took a while for blood cells to multiply to the amount Luffy had before he had been stabbed. Both of the brothers hadn't wanted to hear what happened. Not yet. They didn't want to be devastated and furious. They could only hold one right now. Thatch stayed with them most of the time, opting to not learn about why Teach had done what he'd done, or tried to do, depending on how Luffy ended up. Thatch wanted to keep his attention on the boys who needed someone to comfort them. They were used to being alone, but not like this. Ace and Sabo both sat against the wall facing Luffy, Thatch in the middle. They both leaned against him, and he'd rub their backs when one of them broke into tears. The crying was off and on. Sometimes they wore blank, resigned masks, while others they cried their hearts out. He was so happy here, Ace whispered. He can't die because of one of you. He can't die being alone. He was alone when he was stabbed. He must have been so scared. Ace wasn't talking to anyone in particular, mostly himself, but it made Sabo's lip wobble precariously. He kept the tears in. Tommy was monitoring Luffy closely, sitting next to his bed. He had a heart rate monitor on that was beeping steadily. He was breathing normally now, but nothing had changed with the bubbling black substance along his wound. Tommy looked up and shouted out. The 3 others in the room shot up and ran to the other side of his bed. The black oil had changed into sharp blades and stabbed along the wound, slicing the stitches apart and then was absorbed by his skin. Tommy quickly and gently pulled the remains of the stitches out. They slid out easily, and all that was left was a streak of burns and a thin line. The burns were still severe looking. That hadn't changed. Stronger alcohol would have been even worse than the diluted version Whiskey had made. The head nurse pushed Tommy out of the way and looked at the wound. The burns are still severe, but the initial wound looks like it won't come apart again. When she went to reach to put burn cream on, black blades shot out of Luffy and tried to stab Whiskey, knocking her back so she didn't get cut. Ace reached forward and gently laid a hand on Luffy's side. None of the spikes appeared, and Sabo did the same. They thought it was a fluke and it only happened because someone suddenly touched him, but when Whiskey tried to dab burn cream on, she was almost cut again. Sighing, she handed the burn cream in cotton balls to Ace and Sabo, who gently dabbed it along the burn site. Luffy's body accepted his brother's touches, but no one else. He didn't wake up for another hour. When he opened his eyes slowly, no one knew he was awake until Sabo glanced up at his face to see his eyes scrunching open. It was bright in the room, and Thatch got up to dim the lights. "Lou, oh my god, Luffy, you're awake," Ace stuttered, not wanting to shout and hurt Luffy's head. The kid looked to his brothers' faces and looked confused, slowly bringing his into the oxygen mask. "Keep that on, Luffy," Sabo said quietly, caressing his baby brother's cheek. "Can you speak? How do you feel?" Luffy was thirsty, but didn't say anything about it. "Stomach itches," he said and went to scratch at it. Ace took his hand and kept it from scratching at the burn. "It's a burn. You can't scratch at it, Lou," Ace said gently. "Do you hurt anywhere?" "Just the burn." "What happened?" he asked, mind foggy after being woken up by being stabbed. Ace and Sabo didn't know whether to tell him, but since everyone had been honest with them, Luffy deserved the truth as well. Sabo and Ace sat on his big bed, since they had to fit people as large as Jazu on it. "A bad man on the crew tried to kill you while you were sleeping. Apparently, you crushed his legs to bits, so you got him back. But you're okay, that's all that matters," Ace explained, and leaned forward to gently hug him, making sure he didn't jostle the injured boy too much and made sure he didn't touch the burn. Luckily, it was thin since Whiskey only dabbed the very outsides. Thatch had left to tell the commanders and captain that Luffy had woken up. Luffy asked, "Why? I didn't do anything, I swear." SHH, Ace said gently, pushing the hair out of Luffy's face. He had been cleaned, so blood wasn't on his face anymore, even if it was crusted in his hair at the hairline. It wasn't anything you did. All you were doing was sleeping. You've hurt no one. There was no reason for you to be attacked. You did nothing wrong. Even though Ace and Sabo didn't know why, it wasn't anything Luffy had done. At least, not since he was on the ship. The commanders flooded in, the captain following solemnly. Luffy looked up and noticed that some of them had red eyes, and he wondered if they were crying about him or someone else. "Luffy, you were attacked out of jealousy of a traitor on our ship." "It was nothing you did," Marco said immediately. He moved to the side when Whitebeard pushed him gently. Then, he did something that shocked everyone. He got down on his knees and bowed his head. His sons were in outrage of him bowing to anyone. "Silence," he said harshly. "I am sorry to you three. I should have seen his treachery before now. I should have seen it, and Luffy would not have been harmed. You have my deepest apologies." Marco didn't miss a beat and got down himself. "We are sorry as well, Luffy. As commanders, we should have been able to see. We're just as guilty as Pops." The other commanders shared glances and then bowed down themselves. "We are sorry," Thatch said with a sniffle. Whiskey had tears in her eyes at seeing her captain bow to anyone, but this was not a wrong thing to do. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were shocked. It's okay," Luffy said in a small voice, shocked at all the people, powerful people, bowing to him. "It is in no way okay, but thank you for your forgiveness. You are a good child, and we are all glad you are better," Whitebeard said before getting back to his feet with a smile. "Do not worry about the traitor. He will be executed. Death by Sea King sounds best." He wished to have the devil fruit Luffy had eaten. Once the owner of a devil fruit dies, the fruit forms somewhere else in the world. Teach expected you to die and to get away with it, and get the fruit once it was reincarnated. He wanted Luffy's devil fruit. "Why?" Sabo asked in disbelief. He wanted it enough to ruin his relationship with his family. At least, risk it. If Luffy had not fought back, like Thatch said he did, then no one would have known it was him. "He wished to kill me. The fruit, if it were normal when eaten, can negate devil fruit abilities, meaning my power would not work on him and he would be able to hurt all of us devil fruit users. There are also other things a normal version can do." Luffy was confused. "But, wasn't he your son? Didn't he like you?" he asked. "Family was supposed to love one another, right? He and his brothers loved each other. Why wouldn't this Teach love his father?" Whitebeard sighed sadly. "Well, we had thought so. Apparently love cannot reach some people, or they do not want it. He was a good actor for a long time. His time is over, as he failed. You are strong, Luffy, and have a strong will. Your wound would have killed anyone else." Luffy's eyes widened and he looked down at the burn and small red line that went through it. He knew it had hurt very badly, but it was fuzzy about what happened. "But how?" Luffy wondered. "Haki. He covered the dagger in haki so it would negate your power protecting you," Marco explained. "Considering you're immune to sea stone, I just assumed you would be to haki, too." "Apparently not. Enough of this dark talk. Whiskey, how can Luffy eat?" Whitebeard asked. At the mention of food, Luffy's stomach growled. The head nurse, her emotions reined back in, said Luffy could only eat soft foods on his stomach since she didn't know how healed it was. "I'll make the best damn applesauce you've ever had," Thatch declared. Luffy frowned, not liking that he couldn't have solid food. He felt fine besides being tired and his burn hurting. His burn was on the outside, but maybe there were still problems inside of him. "I don't want to leave him, but could we go beat the shit out of Teach sometime before he's executed?" Ace asked with a dangerous look and voice. Luffy had never heard him so angry, even when he was first kidnapped by the boy. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, regarding the child. Finally, he answered, "Yes, only with someone else in the room. Teach is strong physically. He is in a lot of pain from Luffy's attack. But would it make you feel better to hurt your brother's attacker?" When Ace and Sabo both nodded, Whitebeard agreed to let them, but not today. Today was for comforting and staying with their brother. Sabo's eyes flicked from pirate to pirate, trying to read their expressions. Some were clearly still very angry, but others were just sad. But Sabo needed to ask, "Are the rest of your crew trustworthy?" He asked in a low voice. "I trust the commanders with my life. They are trustworthy. We will be doing interrogations inside the 2nd Division just in case," Whitebeard replied in a strong voice, full of conviction. Sabo just nodded and settled next to Luffy, Ace on the other side. Everyone knew neither would be leaving him anytime soon. Luffy was sleepy, and Whiskey told him he needed more rest. He would be woken up in a few hours to eat. Luffy nodded and laid back in the bed, content to share his pillow with both of his brothers. As long as they were close, he'd have no nightmares. The youngest fell asleep rather quickly, completely on his back, while Ace and Sabo framed him, stilling and saying nothing so he could sleep. They'd do all they could to help Luffy heal, since they weren't there when he needed them most. That was hard, Haruta said when they left the infirmary to let the boy get some rest. Jazu looked to the side and asked, "Which part?" The smaller commander sighed and put his hands behind his head, talking badly about the traitor, watching Pops bow to someone else, seeing Luffy ill like that, seeing Ace and Sabo so angry, staring at Pops with hate, even if that hate wasn't directed at him. All of it. Marco turned to his two brothers and said, Pops was in the right to bow. It was our job to make sure our crew is trustworthy, and we royally fucked up. They deserved as sincere apology as we could give, even if it wounded our pride a bit. Whitebeard laughed, though it wasn't joyous like usual. There is nothing wrong with bowing when necessary. I was not bowing to an enemy, but to 3 children that were under my care, that I failed. There is nothing wrong with what I, and you all, did. I was proud when you moved aside your pride and bowed as well, the captain said in a triumphant brag. Looks like I didn't fail on all of my children. Marco and Thatch both stopped and turned to look at Pops, having been the only two to hear that last murmur. You haven't failed any of us, Pops. We're adults, we aren't those 3. We know enough to know what right and wrongs are. You may be our father, but Teach is not a child that simply made a mistake. He betrayed us, was rotten from the start. None of us noticed. It's on all of us, Marco said in a determined voice. Enough. I don't wish to talk about it anymore, the captain said, though he wasn't angry at his children for trying to comfort them. But it did wound his pride more than bowing, having his children have to be strong for him. It was the other way around, always. He was the father, the mentor. Maybe Marco was right. Maybe it wasn't his fault, but it was still on his decision that Luffy almost died. He recruited Teach as a kid. Surely, he couldn't have been rotten the whole time. But Whitebeard had been a loving and nurturing father to all of his children, so he couldn't see a reason Teach would want to kill him other than to look strong in the world's eyes. What a foolish thing to do. Edward Newgate would never understand those that put anything before their family. He may be an odd pirate, not caring for treasure or the One Piece, but he would never understand people who wished to be alone. He glanced down and looked at Marco, who didn't look happy but didn't look upset. Comparing the Marco he found all those decades ago with who he was now, Whitebeard felt nothing other than pride for him and his growth. Maybe Whitebeard didn't do so bad. After all, he made Marco learn how to smile. That was enough to make him feel he had been a good father to his sons. Teach aside, he was as good a father as he could strive to be, and he would continue to do so, hopefully going to teach those children to smile just like Marco, especially Luffy, to have him and his family heal the scars in his heart. Marco stood in front of his former brother's cell, staring at the traitor with flat eyes. He wondered how someone could be so rotten that he'd kill his own family, or at least, plotted to. Marco wanted to torture him now, but he would save it for Ace and Sabo. After all, their brother was the one who was almost murdered. Teach was unconscious, and Marco looked at his wounds with absolute pity but also sick satisfaction. Luffy's power had not just destroyed his legs. Marco had been a pirate a long time, and had seen many gruesome and disturbing things, but really, out of his 40-some-odd years, never had he seen something so utterly agonizing. His bones were shredded. The flesh that was left over was dangling by strips of muscle. The bones stabbed through what was the mush of the fat in his legs. It looked like a giant dog got a hold of him and he was the chew toy. And it stunk, too, meaning it was getting infected fairly quickly. Maybe there was something in Luffy's monster form that added something to the injury. Marco hadn't been harmed while inside Luffy, but he was also a phoenix and immune to most injuries and illnesses. He had his flames out to light the brig, since there were no lights along the walls, as no one was ever down there. He was the only one, staring at the unconscious traitor, trying to figure out why he would do this. Marco remembered meeting him like it was yesterday. Teach had been a child himself, 12 years old. An orphan, family gone and dead. Marco had been 17. Thatch already joined and best friends with Marco. They hadn't had anyone younger than Marco since the crew had been formed, but they welcomed Teach. The Phoenix Zoan had seen some of himself in Teach, some of his old self. If Pops hadn't agreed to take him in, then Marco knew he would have asked Pops to help heal the orphan boy. Apparently, he had been unable to. Teach had to have been rotten from the start, but as far as Marco could remember, he could not come up with a time that he felt Teach was not a good brother. They got along well, and Teach seemed truly happy on the crew. But apparently Teach had been fake from the start. How would a young boy be so rotten from that young of an age? Even Luffy, who is 8 and has blood on his hands, is not rotten inside. Did something happen to Teach when he was even younger than 12? Marco had been with Whitebeard for 7 years when Teach came. The crew had been around 20 members back then, before Whitebeard had a well-known name and grew out in the New World seas. Marco shook his head, not wishing to feel pity over this fool. He wasn't down there to just look at him and think sad things. Marco tossed a bucket of cold water on Teach. He woke up with a start and cried out as his mushed-up legs were jostled. "We've decided your punishment for your crime and the truth you so foolishly told Pops. Death by Sea King. Look forward to being chewed up even further than whatever the hell is left of your legs. Look forward to it. And you won't be getting any food, water, or medical care. You disgusting pig," Marco said in a flat voice, glaring down at Teach, who was snarling at him. Don't know where you went wrong, but you're a stain on Pop's name. Once the crew finds out your sins, I'm sure you'll be visited from of your former friends. You see, after Ace and Sabo get a chance at you, we're opening up your cell so anyone can come in. And not to help you, fucker." And Marco turned around and strode out before Teach could say anything and anger Marco further. He shut the metal door, turning the lock with a grating sound. Marco headed to dinner, not with an appetite, to find almost everyone were picking at their food. Hearing of Teach's betrayal and real reason for being with them had been a blow to everyone. Some took it better than others, but based on reactions, no one knew the truth about Teach, what kind of guy he was. People were happy to hear Luffy was awake, so that was a relief. No one was mad at him for being the target of Teach's betrayal. Ace was at the counter, trying to pick up dinner for all 3 boys. Luffy's dinner was warm but not hot chicken noodle soup that Thatch made. Marco overheard Ace asking for 3 bowls. They didn't want Luffy to feel left out. Thatch cooed, made Ace look a bit embarrassed before the chef got out a tray for Ace to carry to the infirmary, where Sabo was. "How is he feeling?" Marco asked Ace when he was on his way out. Ace frowned and looked at the floor. "Ace, he's scared of anyone that isn't a nurse or a commander," the kid replied, voice a little cold. He then walked past Marco into the infirmary. Marco swore, though he couldn't blame Luffy for being afraid. He was stabbed in the stomach while he was asleep, at his most vulnerable. The first mate sighed and went to get his own food, bringing it to the commander's table and sitting next to the captain, like usual. Everyone was quiet, much too quiet for the Whitebeard crew. But no one could blame anyone else for not being chipper and talkative. Shuriel came into the meal a little late, frowning deeply. When he sat down with his own food, Marco asked him how Luffy was. Physically, he is almost completely healed but the burns. The burns will be severe and sensitive for a while based on their rate of healing so far, compared to everything else. But it's mental that I'm concerned about. And everyone else should be, too. His powers are reacting to his emotions. Anyone who isn't Whiskey coming near him is slashed at by his power. Apparently, when Whiskey needed to put cream on his burns, the black was coming out and stabbing at her until Ace and Sabo did it. I doubt he'd mean to hurt anyone on purpose, but we need to be careful around him now. Sabo told me Luffy had never had anything like this happen to him. The poor kid was crying by the time I left the room. Everyone at the table frowned deeply. Would Luffy trust them again? Well, even if he didn't trust all of them, they could work on it. They would just need to be careful and gentle with their actions towards him. And he's fine with Ace and Sabo, Haruta asked, sad but glad he was a commander. And Luffy wasn't wary or afraid of any of them. Curiel nodded. Curiel sighed. When Ace got up to leave to get them both some dinner, Luffy freaked out. I think he'll be much more clingy to them now. After all, he was alone when Teach attacked. Well, we won't be letting them leave anytime soon. Now they aren't ready to be on their own if they wanted to. And we're the ones responsible for Luffy's attack. Teach was on our crew and ship when he went after the child, Whitebeard said darkly, fully willing to keep Luffy on the ship regardless of any instability that might remain after his body fully healed. Until then, Whitebeard knew himself and the others would always feel guilty for what happened to him. Why, oh why, couldn't they see what kind of guy Teach was for those 28 years he was on the crew? It was a disgrace. Luffy, I brought food, Ace announced when he entered the room and went behind their curtain. Luffy was now on a different bed, since the other had to be cleaned from all of the blood. Luffy was leaning against Sabo's chest in his lap as the blonde scrubbed the blood gently out of Luffy's hairline. Sabo stopped and moved Luffy back to resting against the bed, hands so gentle, like Luffy was made of glass. The 3 ate the soup, and Luffy trusted Thatch to not poison his food. The commanders were okay, besides the grumpy-looking one, and Thatch and Marco were especially his favorites. He was very surprised when the pirates and the captain bowed to them. It made him really feel they were upset and sorry about what happened. The 3 ate the soup hungrily, though Luffy was ordered to go slow by the nurse and reminded that he was still wounded, even on the inside. So, he ate slowly. Too slowly, but he did it. He drank slowly as well, only allowed water right now. The nurse had fixed him up well, so he trusted her. He was irritated he had to get burned, but she apologized and said it was the only way to close the wound. Luffy believed her sincerity, and she'd left him alone with his brothers, trusting they would monitor his health. They were behind a curtain because the moment an unfamiliar face walked into the room, he curled up and hid his face, breathing heavily. A panic attack. And Whiskey helped his brothers help him through it. After that, Whiskey moved their bed and put a curtain up so Luffy didn't need to see everyone that entered. He didn't say it, but the scariest part of seeing the people coming in the room was seeing their silhouettes. Since the hall was brighter than the inside, when Whitebeard had come, his size made it clear who he was, and it didn't make Luffy afraid. He trusted the man, even if he didn't trust all of his sons anymore. Do you want me to get a book and read to you? Sabo asked while Luffy ate the rest of Sabo's, as he and Ace weren't hungry. Not yet. Their appetite was still absent. Okay, a happy book, Luffy answered. Sabo walked out of the infirmary before sprinting to the library, frantically looking for a happy book before sprinting back to the infirmary, not wanting Luffy to get scared with him away, even if he had Ace with him. He raced back in record time and climbed back up onto the large bed. Cut 1. It's fairy tales, Sabo said. Sabo had made up plenty of stories over the years to entertain his brothers, but fairy tales would be his favorite since he could make up all the creatures and places he wanted to. Luffy cozied under the sheets in between Ace and Sabo, holding one of their hands in his. He looked nervous, but once Sabo started speaking his eyes weren't so wide, and he listened contently to the story. Sabo felt bad when he saw Luffy fighting sleep as hard as possible. Ace was worried as well, and put his hand on Luffy's head. "We won't let anyone hurt you while you sleep, Lou," Ace said kindly. This gave Luffy reassurance and he drifted to sleep, though he still gripped his brother's hands tightly even as he slept. Ace and Sabo were silent for a while, both lost in their own dark thoughts. Ace finally spoke first. "It's been him protecting us from the start, from being killed when we first met, from the people at that facility just by being with him, those guys in the forest who threatened us and we could do nothing. And we failed him. We let him get stabbed in his sleep and didn't even know until he was already being treated. We're failures, Sabo," Ace lamented, his face crumpling in shame and regret. Sabo didn't know what to say, since he fully agreed with Ace's words. They had failed Luffy big time. Almost lost him because of it. Sure, they couldn't have predicted Teach attacking him, but they could have stayed with him while he slept. But they were too busy doing what they thought would help them pay Luffy back for all he'd done for them. As they trained to protect him, he was attacked. Marco had told them they'd be sleeping in a different room since blood and chunks of Teach's legs were all over the place, making the room stink and uninhabitable. Luffy had to fight by himself, even after he was gutted. Whiskey said that he was stabbed at least twice. Finally, Sabo spoke. "Then, we'll never make that mistake again. We'll all learn Haki. You'll learn how to use your new devil fruit, and I'll become strong in my own way. Then, he won't need to protect us and we won't need to protect him. We'll be equals after all this time. I don't want to get stronger just to protect him and you. I want us all to be able to protect one another, but mostly ourselves. In the long run, we're not always going to be there to protect one another. That's why we should get stronger together," he said in a determined voice. His voice and face were hard, but his thumb continued to stroke Luffy's hand. "I thought you wanted to protect Luffy," Ace said, though he agreed with what Sabo said. It made sense to protect each other and be good enough to not need to. None of them wanted to worry about the other. "I did, until he got attacked and I realized we won't always be around each other to be protected or be the protector. I don't want to have to worry about you more than I naturally always will," Sabo said in a hard voice. "I want to trust my brothers to be okay when I'm not present." Ace looked at the hand he was holding. They had always thought Luffy was invincible, and if he had been awake, he may have been able to get the upper hand over Teach before anything happened. There was no way to get around being asleep without knowing Haki like Izo talked about. "We'll get stronger, Sabo. All three of us. Until then, we're safe here. We can train and be taught. Keep Luffy safe from anyone and everyone who will want to hurt him. Keep him safe while he recovers mentally from the attack. After that, we can leave if we want. I doubt Whitebeard wants us here indefinitely. It's our presence that made one of his men betray him. After all," Ace said, sagging against the bed frame and under the covers a bit more. Sabo looked at Ace skeptically. "You can't be blaming us for Teach's betrayal. He was rotten since the beginning if he betrayed in the first place." The brothers glared at each other. "Ace, you can't let your low self-esteem win over common sense. Are you saying it's Luffy's fault that he was fed that fruit when he was young? Because if you're blaming you and I, you're putting the most blame on the victim in all of this." Sabo was giving him an angry look as he looked pointedly down to Luffy's sleeping face. Ace deflated. His cheeks colored, and he turned his head away from Sabo. They didn't speak for the rest of the night until Luffy woke up and needed to use the bathroom. For less discomfort or pain, the hospital bed was wheeled closer to the entrance of the little bathroom patients, and the nurses used attached to one end of the infirmary. Every step Luffy took was painful, making the burn on his stomach ache. He was sure his insides were healed, but had a feeling the burn would stay sensitive a long time. Once he was done, Luffy fell asleep again, nestled between his brothers. After the first nightmare, Ace and Sabo alternated watch and sleeping. The nightmares were more like flashbacks, only more detailed than Luffy actually saw. He hadn't seen anyone before the pain in his abdomen fired off. He hadn't even noticed Teach in the room until it was much too late. In his dream, he woke up earlier and watched in slow motion as he was stabbed over and over, more than just twice. After that, Luffy waking up screaming. Whichever brother was awake would gently awaken the boy if he showed signs of a nightmare. Luckily, in the morning Luffy didn't remember any of the nightmares. They were just blurs. He explained to Ace the next morning when he asked if Luffy's nightmares had been very bad. "I don't remember much about them." Sabo ruffled his hair with a smile. Then don't think about it. We don't want you to remember bad things. A few commanders came into the infirmary to see how Luffy was feeling. Ace and Sabo could tell everyone still blamed themselves for Luffy's attack. While Luffy insisted he didn't blame anyone but Teach the night before in private, it was clear that the pirates didn't feel the same way. Ace and Sabo wished they were able to put it past them. Not blaming anyone when Ace and Sabo blamed themselves for not being there, but blamed the pirates for not noticing the kind of person Teach was until too late. But neither of them voiced this opinion, not even to Luffy. Luffy may have had a violent past and violent behavior. On this ship he was a different person. While he'd never been inherently bad, at least to his brothers, he had been flippant with people's lives. After leaving his familiar living place, and being informed that what he'd been doing was wrong, Luffy did his best to change, and he blossomed once he was surrounded by kind people. It was found that he was patient and forgiving at heart, something that Ace and Sabo hadn't known until they were on the Moby Dick. The two older brothers also knew how much it meant to Luffy to not be compared to a demon anymore. Not after everyone used it as an insult, and he found out that it was only called that way to scare people off or intimidate them. Their brother had changed a lot in the last couple of weeks, and they hoped the trauma wouldn't change him for the worse. Luffy, can we talk to Ace and Sabo for a moment while Whiskey looks at your injury? Marco asked patiently. When Luffy's eyes widened and they could all see panic bloom on Luffy's now expressive face, Marco said, they will only be in the corner with me. No one else will be here but the commanders and nurses. The youngest looked very uneasy and fearful, and Ace and Sabo insisted they stay with Luffy. And Luffy didn't let them go even when Marco confessed that the conversation was about Teach. I still want to be with Ace and Sabo, the 8-year-old said, and covered his ears with his hands. I won't listen, but I want to stay with Ace and Sabo. Marco gave him a smile and asked for Haruta to get some wax they could use as earplugs. The feeling of them going into Luffy's ears tickled and felt weird. But he didn't argue or fight with it, perfectly happy to not hear anything about his attacker. It felt strange for everyone to talk about Luffy like he wasn't sitting right in front of them, but the boy couldn't hear a thing. He had no idea what they were talking about. I'm sorry you two, but you can't take out any anger on Teach. I went in this morning and found him already dead. Ace and Sabo looked shocked, and Marco was frowning deeply. It is very unsatisfying. We even get to let anyone go at it. An infection from his wounds killed him during the night. Luffy's self-defense move of destroying his legs were left to fester in the cold and dirty brig. Ace and Sabo glanced at the other commanders in the room, all of whom looked sour except Thatch, who was showing Luffy a trick with a coin, and could feel their frustration and disappointment. The good thing about it is Luffy was the one to avenge himself. It was his injury that got Teach killed. We tossed his corpse into the sea. Still got eaten by a sea king, like we planned, just not alive, Marco explained. There's nothing else to do about the situation other than help Luffy heal. Both of the boys were disappointed, but happy Luffy was the one to, figuratively, get the last laugh. The three all looked to Luffy, who was looking happy while watching Thatch do easy magic tricks. His creepy tattoo had gradually stopped looking creepy once everyone got used to it. Now it was just there. It didn't detract anything from his face or expression. The Whitebeards could only hope it was thanks to their support that he wasn't uncomfortable and nervous, face blank as a mask and looking a bit uncomfortable. Everything was going fine with Luffy until the earplugs were taken out. Only a few seconds after the earplugs were pulled out, the closet door with medications in it creaked open, Wendy sorting through pills inside. The sound reminded Luffy of the sound he heard before the pain, before he woke up. He slapped his hands over his ears and started shaking. Ace and Sabo both ran to him and asked what was wrong. And noise. Sounds the same, he whispered out. The commanders searched the room for any sound before locating the only thing other than the machines making any sound. Marco shot forward and stopped the door from opening. The creaking noise ended, and Luffy slowly calmed down. Sorry, Luffy said, feeling embarrassed. Marco stood in front of Luffy and gently took his shoulders in his soft and warm hands. He made eye contact with Luffy, and emphatically said, there is nothing to be sorry about when it comes to trauma. You didn't choose this. The trauma was inflicted on you by someone else. Never feel ashamed of trauma. Just strive to overcome it. Luffy's lower lip wobbled and he nodded. The bad man is gone and will not get you again, Marco said suddenly. Gone, like dead? Luffy asked slowly, not wanting to think about Teach, but he needed to know. Marco nodded. He's gone forever. Luffy nodded, tears falling from his eyes. You're safe here, Luffy. We're doing investigations to find any more traitors, but I think that if there was any accomplices, they would have tried to break Teach out or flee. They would know that now we were aware they'd be found out. Nobody is going to hurt you on this ship, not anymore. You and your brothers are safe here and can stay as long as you want, Marco explained. Luffy nodded, wiping his teary eyes with his fists like a young child. Are you mad? Luffy asked after a moment of silence. What would we be mad about, Luffy? Thatch asked in bewilderment. I killed your friend, Luffy pointed out in a quiet voice. Thatch looked at him sadly, but then gave a small, reassuring smile. He hurt you first. You acted in self-defense. You were in the right and he was in the wrong, Thatch said in a decisive voice. And he was no longer our friend, if he ever was one in the first place. Nobody blames you for Teach's actions, Marco added. Not even his closest former friends. Everyone unanimously agrees that he was wrong to do what he did, and that you are innocent in this. It isn't like you killed him on purpose, you specifically didn't. I don't know if you realized it at the time, but you could have easily killed him, but only went for the legs. He did die by an injury you gave him, but his life was ultimately ended by something out of your control. You didn't give him a fatal infection, the brig did. The germs down there festered in his wounds and took his life. Luffy was nodded along. I don't want to kill anymore, the boy said quietly. Ace and Sabo could see the pain in the commander's faces for such a young child saying those words. You don't have to kill anymore, but accidents do happen, Luffy. And there are times where you need to prioritize your life safety over your values, Thatch stressed. Luffy nodded and wiped his runny nose, sniffling loudly. Ace and Sabo had teary eyes, too, at Luffy's growth. He really did bloom under love, and he'd gotten a small dose of it back in the old place, but here, love came from everywhere, not just aimed at him. You're a real good kid, Luffy. We'll help you through the trauma as best as we can, Thatch said with a grin. And it's not a bad thing to cry or get scared. Even we pirates cry and get scared sometimes. The other commanders in the room nodded with smiles aimed at Luffy, who slowly gave a small smile, too, one of more relief than anything else. When Marco came out of the brig and went to Whitebeard's room, his expression must have been angry. The captain had sat up immediately, seeing Marco in the doorway with his arms crossed. Marco was rarely angry or irate. Well, at least when he wasn't hiding it away. What is it? Whitebeard asked, pulling the blanket aside and standing up, sensing something was deeply bothering his son. The captain knew he hadn't slept well at all, and assumed Marco hadn't either. Marco entered the room and closed the door behind him. It was still quite early and most of the other commanders were asleep. Teach is dead. I think infection got him. It's not pretty down there, and it reeks, Marco said in a toneless voice, his face a blank mask that the captain hates to see. I see. There wasn't really anything to say. Marco sighed, looking out the windows at the rising sun, which was peeking over the horizon and changed the color of the sky rapidly. I'm gonna clean it up before most of the crew wakes. No one needs to see it. We may all collectively hate Teach now, but no one wants to see him in that state. Well, see anybody in that state, Marco explained. He took a deep breath and went to exit the room and closed the door behind him. Whitebeard was there too fast, keeping the large door open. I'm coming, too. What kind of father would I be to let my son dispose of his former brother alone? And as much as I detest him now, Teach was a son of mine for decades. I need to at least see him go. Marco nodded and the two left the commander's hall and headed downstairs to the brig, passing by the sectioned-off crime scene. The blood on the floor had been scrubbed away, luckily not soaking into the wood. The evidence of Luffy's attempt murder was something nobody wanted to be reminded of, so having the blood not staying was a good thing. The three were still in the infirmary sleeping, the two assumed. They didn't know how Luffy had slept, but imagined it hadn't been a very peaceful one. Both were familiar with trauma and associated nightmares, especially Marco. When they reached the brig, Marco told Pops to plug his nose as he opened the door, and the smell of rotting human flesh was festering inside the small space. Whitebeard covered his nose, as it was too much for even he. He'd been around dead bodies many times before, but not rotting ones that had been enclosed to fester. Marco pulled out a huge trash bag from the cupboard outside of the brig which held cleaning supplies and weapons. Oh, geez, Whitebeard muttered when they got a look at Teach's body. It was horrendous, and Whitebeard had trouble looking. Funny how we care more about what happens to him when he's a rotting corpse and not a rotten human being, Marco said humorlessly. Please help me get him inside, Pops. There were no gloves big enough for the captain's hands, so he had two trash bags over them. Lifting Teach's body was easy for the large man, but far from pleasant. Being up closer to him was even worse, and Marco immediately closed the bag the second Teach was inside. He then went and got another bag to double bag it. They'd have to bring it through the ship, and hopefully it wouldn't make the entire place smell. The two had kept the door of the brig shut so the smell didn't move to other parts of the ship, but they had no way to air out the space. Hopefully, they wouldn't use the brig again anytime soon. They still had to clean up the leftover flesh and blood in Teach's cell. They couldn't leave it there or the smell would get worse. Whitebeard had the bag over his shoulder, both men silent and in their own thoughts. They were still angry and hateful towards Teach and his deceit, but it was still hard to carry his dead body out on deck and toss it over the side of the ship. A sea king appeared and ate the body, plastic bag and all. Eventually, the two men returned to their rooms to be alone, not saying a thing but sharing a tired look. Luffy had regular panic attacks whenever someone entered the room that he didn't know well. The commanders and his brothers were patient with him. The pirates knew how to handle panic attacks well. After all, some of them had dark pasts and knew how it felt personally. The boy stayed in the infirmary for another week. His burn healed slowly, but it was healing. They all knew he'd have those scars for at least a few years. The ship was feeling down, still, about Teach's betrayal, but also still very angry. And there was no way to quell the anger in a satisfying way since Teach died himself. He wasn't killed on the spot. Breathe. 1, 2, 3, Marco said slowly to Luffy once he had a panic attack about the lights being turned on in the infirmary without being prepared. Luffy had learned to not apologize for having them anymore, constantly being told he did not need to apologize. He eventually stopped, and everyone was glad. It wasn't his fault, and they didn't want him to feel guilty for it. Luffy's breathing calmed and he closed his eyes, listening to Marco and his brothers speak in quiet tones. The panic attack was over, and he was calmed down enough to have lunch. He was allowed to have solids now, but nothing that could upset his stomach like spicy food. On the day Luffy was released, the newspaper had an interesting article on the first page. The boys were sitting at the table, Luffy in between his brothers who were surrounded by commanders. The youngest was nervous about all of the people in the room. Though he didn't want to be in there, he wanted to be brave and get over his trauma, no matter if it was hard. Very hard. Marco had the newspaper in front of him, and when he unfolded it after finished his food, he choked on his water before swallowing it and coughing once. Everyone turned to him to see his eyes were wide, and he looked troubled before smiling in a way that didn't reach his eyes. The boys turned, wondering what the problem was. Sabo was rubbing his hand on Luffy's back, since he was startled with the sudden noise. "Son, what is the problem?" Whitebeard questioned, putting his spiked coffee jug down. "Looks like the Marines finally put out something about our boys, after weeks of nothing. And it looks like Smoker and G5 survived," Marco said and turned the newspaper so everyone could read it but Ace and Luffy. So, Sabo read the title to them. "The Whitebeard pirates have reached a new low, taking children aboard, who were so scared they hid from them," Sabo said. Apparently, they didn't understand Luffy destroying one of their men's hand. Haruta grumbled about it, saying, "We didn't kidnap them, Luffy kidnapped one of us, and now they're here willingly." No one liked being accused of kidnapping the boys because it wasn't true. If they wished to leave, they were welcome to, even if no one thought it was a good idea, including all 3 children. Whitebeard hadn't officially offered them to join, not wanting to take things too fast. Marco sighed and grumbled as well. Stupid world government. At least they don't have photos or names. And no one clicked that Luffy has attacked and killed Marines before. Well, maybe because he was always in his devil fruit form. "Luffy, did you ever show your real body when on a job?" Thatch questioned. Luffy shook his head. "They told me not to. I was either in full form or halfway. Said it was dangerous if they knew what I looked like," Luffy explained around his pancake. "Well, at least those bastards did something right," Vista commented. Ace was looking very grumpy. "You didn't kidnap us, what the hell? Are the Marines just stupid or something? And Luffy hurt them, why would they care about our safety? Screw them," he ranted quietly. Marco folded the paper so he didn't have to see the stupid article. He knew that Ace had the wrong idea about this. "Rest assured, they don't care about your safety. They just want to slander our name." The commanders nodded in agreement, knowing that was the type of thing the Marines and world government love to do. "Our allies will be confused but will know we have no ill intent." "Well, most of us. Teach is a different case. What about that woman on the G5 crew? Didn't she seem like she cared?" Sabo questioned. Namor said, "She's got to be the only exception. Most Marines do not care about anyone but themselves. They're selfish and cruel. Pirates don't have slaves, but the world government does nothing to help slaves be free. They are ruled over by the celestial dragons, cruel nobles who do whatever they please, including killing anyone they want on a whim." Luffy looked down, feeling ashamed that he once did the same thing. "They know what they do is wrong. That's the difference between you and them, Luffy," Thatch said in a strong voice. Luffy nodded slowly, still feeling bad. "I don't like that they said you kidnapped us. Everyone's really nice, so they shouldn't say bad things about you," Luffy mumbled, though those around them could hear. "Even after I did bad things, you kept me. I don't like them, not at all." By the end he sounded quite angry. Ace put his hand on Luffy's head with a smile. "We all know. They're good people, but the Marines clearly don't see them that way." Haruta sighed. "The Marines will always look at pirates with rose-colored glasses. Even though we don't attack anyone for no reason and take care of our protected islands, they see the word pirate and just think we're all evil. That they're doing justice by trying to take us down," he explained. "It will always be that way. But we don't see ourselves as evil, so that's all that matters. The Marines can believe what they want to. There's no changing their opinion. Best not to worry about it." Thatch and Marco wished that Ace would have said us instead of they. Well, those two wanted them to be part of the family already. It had been 3 weeks only, but they were so attached to the boys. Like they were the sticky substance of Luffy's fruit and the 2 men couldn't get them off, not that they wished to. No one walked behind Luffy the entire meal, going around the other sides of the tables. No one asked them to do that, but it was done and the commanders were proud, especially the captain. The commanders hadn't heard a single person utter Teach's name, which was cursed now. No one wanted to acknowledge what happened, wanted to move on. The commanders still felt guilt over the whole thing, especially Pops, but they didn't show the weakness to their subordinates. They would remain strong for their crew. They would also help Luffy back to how he was before the attack, which would raise morale as well, and was also just the right thing to do. The boys' room was cleaned and not smelling anymore, but no one expected the boys to return to that place, especially with Luffy's panic attacks. Being in the place where he was almost murdered would not be good for him in the slightest. For now, for Luffy's sake to feel safer, he and his brothers would be sharing the empty 2nd Division commander's room. Like usual, Kingdu was the only one against it. Many of them were irate with the pirate still not liking Luffy even after he had proved he trusted the Whitebeards and hadn't hurt a single person. Not on accident and, more importantly, not on purpose. Kingdu claimed that people just don't change as drastically as Luffy had in such a short amount of time. Maybe not adults, but Luffy's still a kid. And he finally has people that truly care about him. Of course he could change under the blanket of care and love. Thatch had shouted in the middle of the meeting about where they'd be placing the boys. The others were surprised with the outburst. Not once had Thatch raised his voice in a meeting in a negative way. Maybe in an excited way, but not in anger. "Son, control yourself," Whitebeard scolded lightly. Thatch was still glaring at Kingdu, though, after apologizing for shouting. Marco closed his eyes and decided to ask the question he knew was on everyone's mind. "Pops, when are we asking them if they'd like to stay permanently?" The first mate questioned. "I know you want them, and I know the majority of us want them, so what are we waiting for?" Everyone went silent, staring at Whitebeard, needing and wanting to know. Whitebeard joined his hands on the table before answering. "I'd like to wait until Luffy is better. I don't want them to stay only because it will help the boy heal physically, mentally, and emotionally. I want them to stay because they feel this ship is a home and we can be their family." The commanders could see where their Pops was coming from, but some disagreed. Wouldn't having a big family help Luffy heal? Knowing he was wanted for good might help with how he deals with the lasting trauma, and plus, we don't know how long it will take. Don't you think they'll feel we are only keeping them because we feel guilty about one of our own being the one to hurt him? Thatch asked, showing a rare moment of smartness in the meeting. Everyone turned their gaze back to Whitebeard. He was quiet while he regarded Thatch. "That is a good point, son. I will think about that and get back to all of you once I decide. For now, we will take care of the brothers and help them take care of Luffy. Not just because we owe them, but because we want them to be family and family helps one another." Meeting adjourned. The first night Luffy was able to sleep outside of the hospital and stay out of the infirmary the whole day was one that made him uneasy, but also happy. He was tired of the infirmary, but there were people everywhere. Though the pirates did their best to stay away from Luffy for his own comfort, it wasn't possible in the hallways to stay away from everyone. When the boys were introduced to their new sleeping quarters, they marveled at the large bedroom with a large bed that could fit all 3 of them. There was even a bathroom with a shower and small bathtub attached to the room, meaning Ace and Luffy could both shower and not be tired like they were in the bathhouse. Luffy had expressed his desire to never be so exposed when he was asleep after being in deep water. It was understandable. And Ace and Sabo said they would do their best to not have it happen again. They slept on the bed easily, and there was a larger porthole in this room than the previous, letting in moonlight that didn't stream right onto the bed and into their eyes. Ace and Sabo slept on either side of Luffy, and stayed up with him while he tried to sleep. It was only in the morning that they knew something weird was happening with Luffy's powers, when they were going to be woken up, as they had slept in because they'd stayed up so late with Luffy, trying to get him to relax enough to sleep. Marco knocked on the door, though no one came. When he cautiously opened the bedroom door, he ran into a black, slippery wall. Luffy's devil fruit powers had been blocking the bedroom door the entire night. And when the older two heard Marco shouting their names in a panicked voice, they turned on the lamp to see the thick darkness was attached to Luffy's foot and was linked to a large block against the door. The 2 awake boys gently woke Luffy up. The substance seeped back into his foot, and light flooded in from the hallway. The light was dim in the hallway so it wouldn't scare Luffy like sudden light and silhouettes did now. Marco looked concerned, but Luffy didn't know what the problem was. "What's wrong?" Luffy questioned. Ace and Sabo didn't keep the information from him. Unlike Ace, who was steadily being able to control not setting on fire. After Luffy's injury he hadn't focused on it, but it also didn't happen much. Luffy's power was growing. Maybe harder to control. It was the second time the powers had activated in his sleep. The first was when Whiskey was trying to put the burn cream on and Luffy's ability attacked her. This one was more harmless, unless there had been an emergency and the boys couldn't hear Marco. But it didn't hurt or attempt to hurt anyone. Just protect Luffy from what he feared, someone coming into the room. The lock on the door was not in good condition. and the three felt safe enough in the commander's hallway when they each had observation hacky to not lock the door. Well, Luffy felt differently, clearly. Are you okay, Luffy? Marco asked, walking into the room slowly after turning the light on. Luffy nodded. Sorry, he said dejectedly. Marco sat on the bed next to Sabo, who was on the left of Luffy. There's no need to be sorry. Everyone deals with trauma differently. Devil fruit users often have their powers linked to their mental health. That's why, under stress, sometimes devil fruits react even when the user doesn't want them to, Marco explained, clearly knowing from experience. Did Whitebeard have that when I kidnapped you? Luffy asked uncertainly, hoping he wasn't the cause of any earthquakes, as the boys knew his power was incredibly strong and dangerous. But Marco shook his head. No, Pops has complete control over his power. I couldn't say the same for myself for a long time, though. When I was stressed or having nightmares, I'd catch on fire. It's not dangerous fire, but it still woke me up. Jazu has turned to diamond more than once on accident whenever startled to the extreme. Ace looked uncertain, thinking about something that didn't make sense with what Marco was saying. But I've been stressed lately and haven't been catching on fire, he pointed out, getting a smile from Marco. That shows that you will have remarkable control over your fire someday, probably soon. You should be very proud of that. Sabo chuckled at Ace's shy smile and blush. He wasn't complimented like that very often. Luffy giggled. Ace is so cool. Ace grinned and ruffled Luffy's hair. I think you're pretty cool, too. Sabo's not. He doesn't have any cool powers, Ace teased, the feeling in the room much lighter than it was a few minutes ago. Sabo shoved his arm, though he knew Ace was joking around. Sabo didn't really want or need a devil fruit. He had to be the one to be able to pull his brothers to safety if they were in the water. Luffy turned to Marco and asked, Marco, how did you deal with your trauma? It got a lot better once I had a family. I had Pops for a couple months while we sailed alone, but it wasn't enough to heal me completely. Once we started gathering new family members, I came out of my shell. Knowing that many people cared about me despite my past helped me a great deal, Marco explained with a light smile. My family saved me from myself, just like your family will, too. Ace and Sabo took Luffy's hands and gave him sincere and small smiles. We'll always be here for you, Sabo said strongly. Marco smiled at the scene and said, there's still food out for you in the galley, but it's getting cold. Marco left the room for the boys to change. Izo had made some button-up shirts for Luffy the day before when he complained about how hard it was to put shirts on without hurting. Still sensitive burn on his chest. It was healing faster than most third-degree burns, which was why Whiskey let him out after a week of rest and another week of fairly close monitoring. The button-up was much easier to do, and if needed, he could leave it open. The three hurried to the galley and saw the eggs, bacon, and other breakfast foods out on the counter. They got their plates and brought them to the table, which was mostly empty besides Namor, who was reading the paper. When asked, Namor told them there was nothing of too much importance. Nothing that directly affects us, that is. Sabo took a break from his eggs and looked at the front cover. Who is Big Mom? Sabo questioned, seeing the name in bold on the front page of the paper. Big Mom is another of the 4 emperors. She's not like Pops or Red Hair, doesn't value her kids or crew. She destroyed another one of her islands while being hungry for some food them didn't have, Namor explained casually. She killed her own people for food. Ace asked incredulously. Namor nodded and said she was a bit insane, but incredibly strong and dangerous. But she stays in her own territory and rarely does any of her crew venture far from it. We've never met her personally, but Pops was once on a crew with her. He doesn't talk about those times much, though, and we don't ask, Namor explained. We don't worry about her dealings, though. That's why it's not a big deal for us. Luffy shoved the half of his current pancake into his mouth, chewing loudly, before asking, are there more emperors? He took a large gulp of the milk, preferring orange juice, but Whiskey still limited the types of food and drink he was allowed. Yes, there are 4. Pops, Red Hair, Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom. Kaido and Big Mom stick to their territories, while Pops and Red Hair travel around the New World, sometimes visiting Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, Namor replied. Sometimes Red Hair visits us, but the other 2 don't. Thankfully, we may be strong, but I don't think anyone but Pops and Marco would stand a chance against either. Even Big Mom's children could best most of us. One of her kids has a bounty over 1 billion berries. Apparently, he can even see a few moments into the future because his observation haki is so advanced. He would be a troublesome opponent. Wow, he can see into the future, Luffy exclaimed. That's so cool. Ace and Sabo nodded along, deeply impressed. Namor chuckled. He has a funny fruit, too. He can turn his body into Machai, which is a desert. He has one of the only devil fruits in the world that is considered awakened. He may be an enemy, but I will admit that he is quite impressive. It's a good thing he doesn't go and just kill others. He only follows Big Mom's demands. So does that mean people can eat him? Luffy wondered. I'm not sure. Probably not. He's still a human. not a loja like you and your brother, though he can use it as a loja. It's complicated to explain and I don't think I'd be the best one to ask, the fishman replied. Hey, Nammer, I have a question, Luffy said after swallowing a sausage whole. He had missed solid foods very much. Ace scolded him, saying Whiskey said to chew everything thoroughly. What is it? Nammer asked, wondering what the boy was going to ask. How come you look different than the other pirates? He questioned innocently. Sabo looked to Nammer nervously. He didn't know Luffy had never met a fishman. And if he'd never met a fishman, then that should mean he'd never killed one. Nammer looked angry at first, before he saw the curiosity and nothing negative on Luffy's young face. I'm a fishman. It means I look different and can breathe underwater. Most of the population lives under the sea, on an island that belongs to our crew. Well, we protect it. I wish I could swim without falling asleep, Luffy said in a sad voice. The subject was passed with no conflict or negative feelings. Luffy didn't seem to think much of Nammer being different. He stretched and then winced at the pulling on his burn, frowning deeply. You okay? Ace asked. Luffy nodded, but still frowned. He wanted to be better already. He wasn't allowed to shift into either devil fruit form in case it aggravated his burn. That didn't affect him much, since he rarely changed anyway anymore. There was no reason to, and he could use his power on specific parts of his body. He didn't know he was able to do something like what had happened that morning, but he was excited to learn more ways to use it. Marco sat on the highest yardarm, having flown up to it after telling the boys that breakfast was ready. He was in a bad mood. Well, not bad, but not good. Ever since the boys had come aboard, and Marco had learned more and more about Luffy's past specifically. He'd been thinking more about his past, which he didn't like to do. It hadn't bothered him much, as he could just push the thoughts away easily, experienced in doing so. It was after Luffy was stabbed that things got worse. No one noticed but Pops that he started spending more and more time with others, rarely taking any alone time to go read, like he used to. He told Luffy the truth that his family helped with coping, and still did. After seeing what had happened to Luffy, regardless of the betrayal, the thoughts were harder and harder to push away. He was remembering when he was in that place, before he was saved and adopted, about the torture and abuse. Luffy's situation was different in many ways, but also similar in some. He was moping against the mast, looking at his knees, which were bent up halfway to his chest. Marco, are you all right? Pops asked. Marco nodded, but of course the captain didn't believe him and raised an eyebrow, as if saying, you really think I'll believe that crap? Marco sighed and jumped down, landing on his feet easily, standing in front of the captain. He also realized he hadn't told him of Luffy's actions in his sleep. It had escaped his thoughts when he went to be by himself for the first time in days. What is it? Whitebeard asked after they went to his seat, and Marco sat on his shoulder. What is bothering you? Marco sighed. Just thinking about the past. Not exactly happy thoughts, he said truthfully. He didn't lie to Pops, even when he sometimes wanted to, mostly about his own feelings. He had to be strong for everyone. Very few knew of his past. Only Pops, Thatch and Jazu, who he'd known the longest. They had seen how he was back then, and knew something was wrong. When they'd asked, Marco had willingly told them. Pops had said he should share his burden with others besides him, because of Luffy's situation. Pops questioned in a soft voice, knowing to treat Marco softly when he was thinking of before. Marco nodded. And it got worse after the stabbing, didn't it? The Phoenix nodded again. Is this why you didn't get off at the last island? And volunteered to watch the boys. I want to do everything I can to help Luffy not of the trauma I do, Marco replied. He had skipped the island they stopped at to stay with the boys and Whiskey. They're both for himself and to make sure nothing happened with Luffy while injured. If his powers went out of control or turned hostile on their own in his fear those days after waking up from the stabbing. The crew didn't need him to go with them, and Pops allowed him to stay. Of course, the boys didn't go either, and nothing happened while they were docked at the dinky little village. Are you keeping up with the journal? Not really, no. I keep forgetting. I'm just so busy with the boys. I feel responsible for them, you know. I brought them here. That's why I've been telling them so much. To make them all feel better and to make sure they know they have my trust and I have theirs. They haven't shared anything as far as I know, and I don't expect them to. Whitebeard was shocked that Marco had been giving pieces of his past to children that had only just come. It took years for him to open up to anyone else. But maybe that's why he was doing it. Marco had no one to help him while knowing how he felt. Pops had been empathetic, but he didn't know how it felt. I don't want Luffy to close himself off to anyone but his brothers, how I did with you. I just want him to not go through what I did. If I can do anything about it, well, then I'm trying to, Marco explained. Whitebeard gave him a warm smile. I'm so proud of you. I've raised a good man, he said with a grin, the warm smile growing bigger. Marco smiled back. They both didn't mention the thought of Teach and how Whitebeard thought he'd raised a good man, only to be betrayed. Marco wanted to change the subject, not wanting to dwell on the sad thoughts anymore and be distracted by something else. Do you think we should let the boys off at the next island? Since it's one of our protected islands, he should not be attacked by anyone, Marco questioned. I think the boys have become stir-crazy. Whitebeard took a gulp of his sake and replied, I think it depends on whether going off the ship is good for Luffy's wound. We should leave it to Whiskey to be the final vote, but I do think it would be good for their mental health to get off the ship. Marco nodded, expecting that answer. Oh, something happened with Luffy this morning. When I went to wake them up, the door was closed, and they didn't reply when I was calling them at first, so I opened it. Luffy had created a wall blocking the entire door in his sleep. It only disappeared once they woke up. Interesting. What did you tell them? I told them that trauma affects everyone differently, especially devil fruit users, Marco answered. He shifted on the captain's shoulder and crossed his legs. If that's what he does to feel safe, as long as it doesn't harm anything, I don't see anything wrong with it. It wasn't like me when I first got my fruit and still had anxiety. The flames affected only me, but Luffy's can leave his body now, react to Luffy's wishes even in his sleep. It's quite impressive in my opinion. Even though Luffy is undoubtedly powerful, I think he can grow into much more, Marco finished. And I told Ace that he was going to be adept at his fruit. After all, through all of the stress, he hasn't flamed up more than once or twice. I think it was because he didn't want to hurt Luffy while he was injured and vulnerable. But it's still impressive, considering he ate the fruit only a few weeks ago. Whitebeard smiled. Well, it's good to not have a family member who can accidentally burn down the ship, he joked, though it wouldn't stop him from asking the boy to be part of their family. Marco chuckled. It was a good thing your flames don't burn other things, or our old ship would have been a goner in a week after eating your fruit. Marco knew that was true. He'd had zero control over his fruit at first. His family had laughed at him a lot back then, suddenly flaming and glowing feathers. He didn't like it back then, but couldn't blame them for it in hindsight. Suddenly, both men turned to the side after feeling a familiar presence coming quickly with their haki. Others gathered at the railing, feeling it, too. There was only one person who would come to their ship in this way, and they weren't proved wrong when the fishman launched himself up out of the calm waters and onto the deck. Hello, Jinbei, Marco said with a smile, jumping off of Pop's shoulder to go and greet with ally fishmen. Good to see you, Marco, Jinbei said, looking around the ship for something or someone. He turned his attention back to Pops. Hello, Whitebeard, Jinbei said with a large smile, bowing to the man in respect like usual. Jinbei, what brings you to these waters? Whitebeard questioned curiously, taking a gulp of his sake. They hadn't seen Jinbei in many months, just never being near enough to visit the Moby Dick. Jinbei wore a serious face, and some of the pirates had a feeling they knew why. I've been keeping up on the newspapers, he began, only to be cut off by Pops raising his hand. Yes, we do have children aboard, but I can assure you we have not kidnapped them. Did you honestly think we would take children hostage on our ship without a good reason? Whitebeard sounded miffed at this, thinking that Jinbei had more trust in them than this. I did not think so, but those on the island are feeling doubt, and I wanted to come and get the truth so I can pass it on. I doubt the paper would tell the truth after that first article. Can I ask why they are here? I don't mean to be nosy, but I cannot help but be curious, Jinbei explained. The pirates were glad he did trust them and was only asking for others. Believe it or not, one of the kids kidnapped Marco, Whitebeard said with a laugh. He could laugh at the fact a child kidnapped Marco now that he knew Luffy hadn't done it on his own whim and had not harmed Marco. After seeing what he was able to do to anyone he absorbed, the captain was glad he did not try it on his first son. To say Jinbei was shocked was an understatement, and they could understand why. First mate and strongest member Marco had been kidnapped by a child. Why is he here then? The Whitebeards were usually a forgiving bunch, but surely kidnapping their family member was a bad thing that was unforgivable. I will not go into it deeply, but Luffy was under orders to do so. He's a sweet kid, and we'd have to think we're even after one of our own attempted to murder him in his sleep. The feel of the deck grew drastically colder and darker. Jinbei looked shocked. One of the Whitebeards had tried to kill a child under their care. What idiot would try that? And that meant someone had betrayed their ideals and values by attempting to take the life of a child they were keeping, for whatever reason. What happened? Jinbei asked with a disbelieving voice, sitting on his knees before Whitebeard to listen. It is simple yet complicated at the same time. Luffy has a powerful devil fruit, though it has abnormal circumstances. Apparently, Teach wanted that fruit, so he tried to kill Luffy. Stabbed him in the gut multiple times while he was asleep. When briefly interrogated, Teach confessed to lying these last for decades, and had planned on finding the fruit to kill me and any one of my sons who got in his way. When he saw how angry Jinbei was, and probably wanted to give Teach a visit too, Whitebeard stopped him. The traitor is dead. He succumbed to infection in his wounds before we could do anything. Luffy fought back and his injuries killed him before we could, the captain explained. May I ask what the fruit was? Jinbei asked. Marco walked up and began to explain. It's complicated, but he ate a form of the dark fruit, which is a loja fruit. His brother fished up the flame fruit and is now also a loja. I won't go into specifics about their past. That is their decision to share or not, the first mate said strongly. He wasn't going to share personal things about the boys to someone they didn't know. Is the boy all right? Jaibai asked in concern, not minding being denied the information. He survived, but just barely. He still has a bad burn that will take a while to heal. But the stab wound has healed thanks to his own fruit and our experienced head nurse, Marco replied. Well, that is good. How long are you planning to house the children? Jinbei asked. Whitebeard grinned. Well, we want them to join permanently, but we haven't offered it quite yet. Not until young Luffy is healed, the captain replied. We've grown quite fond of them. A few on the crew nodded in agreement. Jinbei then questioned curiously about how Teach had been wounded. Whitebeard took a sip of his drink. It was self-defense, he started, not wanting Jinbei to see Luffy's attack as over the top or just cruel. He crushed Teach's legs to bits, and the wound grew infected down in the brick. Marco found him dead in the morning. It was anticlimactic to say the least, and a bit disappointing, but he did try to kill Luffy. It was fitting that it was his victim who was his downfall, even if Luffy hadn't attempted to kill him. How old are the kids? Ace and Sabo are 12, and Luffy is 8, Marco supplied. Jinbei's mouth dropped in disbelief that someone would murder such a young kid in their sleep. We know. It's heinous and none of us can see why he would do something like that for a devil fruit, or why he forsake his family like this, or was at least planning to in the future. I'm so sorry, everyone, Jinbei said sincerely. A betrayal of one someone believes to be family is much more painful than a simple crew member. Jinbei had met Teach and, as far as the Whitebeards knew, hadn't seen through Teach's disguise. Marco ran his hand through his hair. Yeah, it's a mess, but at least he isn't on this ship or crew anymore. We don't think there are any other traitors on board and have investigated into the division Teach was a part of. It's too bad you have your own life or you could be our 2nd Division commander. Jinbei looked down. I am honored, but I have a duty to my island and captain's legacy. Marco just smiled, figuring that was the answer. The idea just popped into his head, and it was a good one, as the captain agreed as well. May I meet the children? Whitebeard set his large bottle of sake down, making sure to seal it back up with the cap for safety reasons with Luffy on the ship. Thank goodness they hadn't voiced that weakness or Teach would have been more prepared and definitely killed Luffy. I'm not sure that's a good idea at the moment, Jinbei. He is quite wary and even frightened of strangers after what has happened. We want to make sure Luffy feels safe and welcome after the incident. And I don't think meeting new people will help that cause, no matter how good the people are. Marco regarded his father, not agreeing completely with his words. He agreed about what they were trying to do to make Luffy feel safe, but Luffy was strong and wouldn't want to be underestimated. Pops, why don't we just ask Luffy and see what his answer is? He's trying his best to move on and be strong, and I don't think babying him like this would be good for his self-esteem. Good point. Very well, why don't you go ask him and Ace and Sabo? Pops offered. He heard the captain warn Jinbei that Luffy looked unsettling at first, telling him about the tattoo and sometimes dead eyes, which were slowly being seen less and less. Marco nodded and hurried inside to find the boys. He knew Luffy was strong-willed and would want to try, but he didn't know if he would want to at the moment. He hadn't had a panic attack so far today. Marco found the boys in the galley, talking with Namor, who was clearly trying to read the paper but Luffy kept asking him questions. Marco smiled at it, as Luffy was looking happy. His brothers were, too, and it was a nice sight to see after the last couple of weeks. Boys, there's someone on the ship who'd like to meet you. Would you like to meet him? He's a trustworthy man and has been our ally for decades. We protect his island, so there's no way he would hurt you even if he wasn't trustworthy, Marco explained. Ace and Sabo both looked to Luffy, who was staring at Marco. It's okay if you don't want to, the pirate added. What's he look like? Luffy asked. Nothing like Teach. He's a fishman, like Namor, and he dressed quite differently. Though, he does have a striking face, but we all know first appearances can be deceptive, Marco replied, and the three knew he was talking about Luffy's face tattoo. Okay, I'll try, Luffy said in a strong voice, though nervousness was tinted in the words. Marco smiled a wide smile, proud of the boy trying so hard to move on from the ordeal. He wasn't just strong in his devil fruit. All right, his name is Jinbei. He already knows about what happened with Teach, but he wants to meet you three, Marco explained as they walked through the halls after putting their dishes in the kitchen. Thatch wasn't there. He was listing what they needed to restock with Haruta and Blenheim. Normally, Marco would be walking at a much faster pace, but Luffy both had short legs and moving too quickly hurt his injury. It had been very bad the first couple of days, where he winced and cried out with every step. But now, slow leisurely walking with small steps didn't hurt too bad. When the three exited the interior of the ship behind Marco, they weren't exactly surprised the fishman was big. After all, there were very large people on this ship besides the captain. Jinbei definitely didn't look anything like anyone they'd met, even Namor. Jinbei looked to see the two taller and older children standing in an unintentionally defensive manner, shielding their brother. None of them looked alike, even though Sabo and Ace were possibly biological brothers, while the youngest was not. "Hello, my name is Jinbei. I'm an ally to Whitebeard. It's nice to meet you," he said politely, doing his best to lower his voice and try to make it less gruff. He barely glanced at Luffy's face tattoo, which everyone pretty much ignored by now. His eyes weren't hazy but a bit uncomfortable while hidden under determination. "Hi," Luffy said. Ace and Sabo gently took both of his hands in one of theirs for comfort. Everyone saw Sabo caress Luffy's hand with his thumb in a relaxing way, which worked as Luffy's shoulders released a bit of the tension. It was adorable and touching, and had the captain and first mate smiling fondly. "I'm Sabo, this is Ace, and this is Luffy," the blonde introduced. He didn't know what else to say, so he waited for the fishman to speak. "Well, you three have clearly charmed the Whitebeards," the fishman said with a laugh as he noticed everyone's smiles at the three. Even those who never fully interacted with Luffy or the other two liked them. Everyone had seen and noticed the growth of the three under their care, and were proud of that. Marco wasn't the only one who noticed that the boys were given a very wide berth except for Marco, who stood close but not too close. Everyone was already used to Luffy's comfort zone, not even thinking about it. Only the commanders may have said anything about it, but everyone seemed ready to welcome them. Marco hoped it wasn't out of guilt for their brother nearly murdering Luffy. The boys weren't just kind or cute, they were inspirational, especially Luffy, with how much different he was compared to when they first met. The commanders saw this firsthand clearly when Luffy said he didn't want to kill anyone anymore, when just weeks before he had slaughtered a group of men without blinking an eye. "I like them a lot," Luffy said, voice shaking a little bit as he tried to be comfortable around the new person. After a few tense and awkward moments, someone came to save the brothers. "Hey, boys, I could use some more eyes to count out what we need on the island," Thatch shouted from the entrance of the ship. He must have seen the tension in Luffy's posture from behind. The three turned around and quickly took the escape offer, if that's what Thatch meant to do or not. Marco smiled as he watched them go. Luffy did very well, even if the discomfort had been plain as day. "And that little kid kidnapped Marco," Jinbei finally said in disbelief, not offended that the boys hurried away. If he didn't know why, he would have thought it was because he was a fishman, but it was because he was afraid of people he didn't know. Poor kid. Don't underestimate Luffy. He'd adapted his devil fruit, which continues to grow. He's not a stranger to killing, though he doesn't want to do it anymore, Whitebeard warned. He didn't like his sons being belittled, even when they weren't around, and would defend them to anyone who insulted them. Jinbei sensed this and backtracked. "I meant no disrespect. He's just very small. That's what got me kidnapped in the first place. I thought he was just a little kid before he used his power," Marco commented. "He didn't hurt me at all, though he could have. I know that wasn't because he chose to, it was orders, but still." Whitebeard chuckled. "Your brothers have learned to stop calling you a mother hen, but son, you sure act like one with the brats." Marco huffed and looked away, though he felt his cheeks grow hot. He knew it was true. He wasn't ashamed of it, just didn't like when his family pointed out his soft side like it was something to be embarrassed about. Jinbei left after catching up some more, not about the three, and then left with a grin. "I wish you luck with recruiting the boys." And then he left. Good job, Lou," Ace said when they followed Thatch through the ship into the storage rooms. There were open crates everywhere. Many were empty, but some were still full. Luffy smiled at the praise, glad he was able to do it for at least a few minutes. He did his best, but he was still afraid of him, just because he was new. Sometimes Luffy felt like he'd weakened considerably while on the ship. But then Ace or Marco or Sabo would remind him that it was temporary and normal after the experience he had. Luffy felt he was cared for and would be helped through the recovery process that he thought would be long. Even after his burn was healed, it would stay there. The burn scar and pink line that was where he was stabbed and stitched back up, but it wouldn't hurt for forever. The boy and his brothers all secretly wondered how Luffy would have been treated if he'd been injured like this back at the facility. Would they want to keep their precious tool alive and well, or would they throw him away? None of them voiced it and didn't know the others were wondering the same thing. Sorting out the nearly expired goods from the ones that would last longer was nice and distracting. Luffy given the easy job of being handed the food and reading the expiration date and handing it to the next person who put it in the correct pile. It wasn't taxing and didn't jostle his stomach too much. "So, are you two thinking about coming on to the next island? It's a lot nicer than the last one you guys stepped foot on, I'll tell you that," Thatch said enthusiastically. "I know you guys didn't get to go on the last one, but this next one is a Whitebeard island. No one will attack you as long as you're with us." "We didn't really think about it," Sabo admitted. "Kinda forgot about it, to be honest. After everything that happened, it just seems inconsequential." Ace nodded while Luffy wondered what kind of people a Whitebeard-protected island would have. Would they be nice like the pirates were? Or were there teachs out there? "We don't want to make Luffy's burn worse," Ace added. You can go without me if you want, Luffy said, making both brothers say a strong not happening. Luffy frowned. He didn't want to hold his brothers back. He'd done that for years already. We all go or no one goes, Sabo insisted. But, do you feel up to going? There are a lot of strangers on an unknown island. Luffy would have curled into a ball if he didn't know it would be painful. He looked down, face red. The skin under his tattoo turned pink in shame. His dark eyes fell to the floor. I'm not ready. But I don't want to hold Ace and Sabo back, Luffy said in a sad but strong voice. I already did that for a long time. I don't want to do it anymore. The room fell quiet. Those inside looking at Luffy as tears welled up in his eyes, making their usual dullness sparkly with what was now cascading down his cheeks. Sabo and Ace got up and walked to him. Sabo wiped away his tears. You don't hold us back. You didn't know any better, and no one at that facility would ever let us go while knowing what they did. And you don't hold us back if it's our own choice. Lou, we'd have nothing if we didn't have you. You aren't holding us back, or a burden. It's our decision if we want to go or not without you, and the decision is no. We're not leaving without you, and we're not going when it will only set you back or make you miserable, Ace said in an enforcing and unwavering voice. Thatch was looking sad at his spot, guilt on his face. And you, stop thinking it's your fault. All of you act like it's your fault. Sure, you didn't notice Teach's foul, real character, but it's not like you knew and kept him. He blindsided everyone. No one hurt Luffy but Teach, Ace shouted, sounding angry and irritated. It was just going to make Luffy feel more upset if everyone else blamed themselves. Ace, it's hard not to. We knew him for decades. Of course it's our fault for not noticing, Thatch said softly. Stupid. The whole thing is stupid. Luffy is trying to move on. Why can't you? Ace shouted irritably. The words shocked those in the room before they looked ashamed. Luffy was the one attacked, and if he's willing to try and forget, then people who weren't involved should try and move on themselves. I know it will be hard for everyone, but you have to try. Try to be like Luffy. Try to be brave. He said the last part in a much softer voice. Sabo and Luffy were both sporting a look that was of agreement with Ace's outburst. The child huffed and then returned to finish dividing the food products before storming out once it was done, Sabo and Luffy following after, holding hands. Ace's outburst may have been surprising, but it was definitely the truth, and the Whitebeards needed to hear it. Thatch attracted attention by staying in the kitchen all throughout dinner, even eating his food in there instead of going to the table. The commanders were worried about his distracted look and lethargic motions. Marco was chosen and offered to go see what was wrong. Luffy watched Thatch in the kitchen with sad eyes while Ace and Sabo looked on, Ace seeming a little cold and not talking. None of the commanders asked what was wrong with the boys, thinking it may be something about Luffy that they didn't want and weren't going to share. Thatch, what's wrong? You stayed in the kitchen all through dinner, haven't even looked over at us, Marco said in a concerned voice. Thatch sighed and started doing the dishes. Marco knew Thatch cooked when stressed and clean when upset. He was cleaning, so he was upset. Marco waited at the counter patiently for him to speak, knowing he would. I didn't want to be seen in front of the brothers, Thatch finally admitted. Marco was taken aback, clearly not expecting that. Had the boys been mean and hurt Thatch's feelings? But Marco couldn't see them trying to be intentionally mean to Thatch, one of Luffy's favorites. Why not? Marco asked in a quiet voice, not wanting anyone to overhear in case it would make one of the brothers look bad. Did one of them say something? Thatch chuckled, but it wasn't an amused one. Ace sure did. But it wasn't to be cruel. He gave a little speech of an outburst while we were working with the stocking. He told us to stop blaming ourselves for Teach, that we weren't to blame, and that if Luffy was trying to move on, then we should, too, try to be brave like Luffy. We were all shocked by it, and then the three left the room, Thatch explained. Marco's eyes widened, and Thatch gave him a knowing look. Marco had never compared themselves to Luffy. Luffy was the one who was almost murdered, but he was also the only one who was trying to move on from the experience. He was an 8-year-old, but was able to move forward more than any of the adults on the ship. The Phoenix could see why Thatch didn't want to be near them. He knew Ace's words and sentiment were true, but was unable to move on and so didn't want to face them. We do need to move on. It won't be easy, but Ace is right. We have to try. All of us, Marco said softly, mostly to himself but also Thatch. For the first time since it all went down, Marco allowed himself to feel the pain that he'd been holding back. The only way to move forward was to accept, and he had to let it out to move past it. A choke of a sob broke through, and Thatch hugged Marco as both of them shed tears. Their brother never loved them in the first place. All those days of fun, bonding, were fake. They were one-sided. They'd all been so hurt by what Teach had done, but not many had accepted it fully, including Marco and Thatch. We can do it, Marco, Thatch cried. We can be a beacon. We just have to move on and accept what he's done and that he's dead. Marco nodded against Thatch's shoulder. It felt really good to let it all out, even if it was feeling pain and despair. After a good time of them both shedding tears, They both felt uplifted afterwards. By the end of the day, when the three boys were asleep in their room, the message had been spread around the ship. Be brave and try to move on. Ace had unknowingly helped almost every single pirate on the ship, including the captain, who had been feeling the most guilt. There was nothing he could do now to atone to his mistake, but all he could do was try to move on. Put this ugly and upsetting event in the past, where it needed to go for his family to be healthy again. Like Marco, much of the ship had been festering, but putting up appearances that they moved on and were fine. Though Whitebeard knew his sons well, they had been good pretenders. There had been a mutual misunderstanding between captain and crew. Whitebeard looked like he'd moved on, so his sons tried to copy it. The captain saw his children had taken it better than he had, and he tried to emulate their behavior as well. They had to face their emotions and accept them before overcoming them. And Ace slept soundly in his bed, not knowing he might have just saved the Whitebeard crew from themselves. When Sabo woke, he noticed the door was a solid mass of black, and there was no light coming from between the door and the floor. He blinked groggily before following the black to connect to his little brother's bare foot. He didn't wake Luffy up, and instead slowly got up to inspect the wall. He'd never liked the feeling of Luffy's ability since he'd first seen and touched it, but he wondered if he could reach the doorknob and not have to wake Luffy up to get out. He sunk his hand into the black where he knew the doorknob was, but his hand just kept sinking up until the elbow. He pulled it back slowly, fighting the stickiness of the darkness wrapped around his arm. When he finally got free, there was a loud snap as the thick oil that had been stretched recoiled back into the mass. It woke Ace up with a startle, and Sabo whispered an apology, going back to the bed. "What is it?" Ace asked in a hush. "We can't get out without waking Luffy and having him remove the wall." They both looked at the sleeping boy, laying on his back even though it wasn't his favorite sleeping position. They didn't want to wake him, but Sabo was starving. "Luffy, Lu, wake up," Sabo said softly. The lamp turned on dimly. The brothers knew that Luffy had to be awoken in a certain way for him to not wake up in distress. Ace and Sabo made sure that they were on the side the lamp was not and had their faces fully lit. There were no bright lights or loud noises. "Luffy, wakey wakey," Ace chanted softly. The youngest opened his dark eyes, blinking sleepily as the wall on the door retreated back to Luffy's foot, exposing the door, which was in perfectly fine condition. "Wah," Luffy slurred, sitting up and yawning. "Sabo is hungry and couldn't get out unless we woke you up." "Sorry, Lu," Ace said. Luffy nodded and stood up slowly. His brothers helped him dress smoothly, only helping when the movement would jolt his burn. The button-down shirts were a lifesaver. Once they were each dressed in their outfits, Whitebeard marks stitched onto every top, the three put their comfy shoes on and left to go to the galley. Luffy was still sleepy, but refused to be separated from his brothers or sleep alone anytime soon. He was afraid to sleep without his brothers, period. The three children were surprised with how sad-looking much of the crew was. Before, they were all so happy. Luffy glanced at his brothers in concern. "What happened?" Luffy asked. What was weird was that everyone looked sad, but smiled brightly when they saw Ace and Luffy. The brothers wandered into the galley, suspicious. Food was out, but no one was really talking. Thatch was in the kitchen, and when the three took their plates, Thatch gave them bright smiles, warring the rest of the pirates' emotions. "Hello, boys," he said in a chipper voice. "Thatch, why is everyone so sad?" Luffy asked in concern. Thatch put down the frying pan and clicked the stove off, walking around the counter and kneeling in front of the kids. "We're no sadder than we were before. To move on, we have to face our emotions first, right? So, things will be sad today, and maybe for a few days, but we've all resolved to be brave and try to move on," Thatch explained, giving Ace a warm smile. "Thank you, Ace." No one could have said it more simply or any better. Ace's face turned a bright red at the heavy compliment. "Ace is so cool," Luffy gushed. Thatch chuckled and went back to cooking. Sabo gave Ace a knowing smile. "I can't believe your shouting inspired everyone," the youngest said with a smile, though he felt sad for all of the depressed-looking pirates. "Well, the praise can't only go to Ace, Luffy. Hear the source. Ace just put it into words," the blonde explained. Luffy was confused. "Well, the first one to be brave and try to move on is you, after all." "Oh," Luffy replied. "I just want to be better and not sad all the time, or scared. I'm not sad like the pirates are, they lost their friend. I want to be back to how I was more recently." Sabo ruffled Luffy's hair. They needed showers today. Pirates filled in at a slower pace, and most looked sad or contemplative. Now that the boys knew why, they weren't so surprised. Commanders sat at the table steadily. The boys had woken earlier than normal. Whitebeard came in, and the three noticed that the commanders all looked a lot happier than everyone else. Ace and Sabo knew it was to help those below them, but the commanders did look lost in thought a lot, though not overly depressed. They sure did all smile at Ace, though. But no one said anything about it, as Thatch had already explained everything. The oldest of the three was embarrassed and uncomfortable. His freckles splattered over pink-tinted skin. "How did you sleep?" Marco asked conversationally. "No bad dreams, though the wall thing was back," Luffy said, taking a deep sip of milk. The 3 children were too small for the tables, but they made do. Sitting in booster seats was a no-no for all 3, even if Luffy's chest barely reached the table's surface. I tried to get out with it there, but it wasn't possible. Luffy has made the most reliable door lock, Sabo commented. I don't mean to, it just happens, Luffy said. Sabo rubbed his back. We know, and it's not a bad thing. Hasn't hurt anyone or anything, the blonde replied. Marco said, remember, Luffy has a thorough checkup today with whiskey. Best to start early in the day. We don't know how long it will last. The brothers nodded, not having forgotten. The test would be on Luffy's burn, as well if there were any lingering problems inside of him that hadn't healed correctly. The 3 set off after breakfast immediately, wanting to get it over with. Luffy was visibly nervous, but felt much better than the week before, so hopefully he was in the clear for the inside stuff. His burn still hurt, but he'd accepted that it would feel like that for a while. He didn't remember how long the burn along his arm lasted, or how long it took for that arm to grow back. He wasn't sure if he was too young to remember, or was in too much pain and had blocked out the memory, like Sabo had suggested might have happened. Well, if it hurt worse than the diluted rubbing alcohol used and still affecting him, he had no clue how long or painful it had lasted. Whiskey welcomed them the moment they entered. All right, shirt off, Luffy, the head nurse said, getting her clipboard. Luffy was nervous but unbuttoned the shirt and slipped it off his shoulders, Ace bending to pick it up for him and set it on the bed. The bed Luffy had been on had needed to be dumped. The blood seeped into the mattress, ruining it. It had happened before with crew members who were horrifically injured and losing blood. Whiskey was brisk, but gentle with her tests. She first tested Luffy on normal things, a doctor's checkup. He did everything she said and was in the clear. Next, he had to go under a machine to see his insides and how they were healing. It was an abdominal X-ray machine to see his inner organs. After the photos were ready, Whiskey put them on a board and pointed out what was what to the boys. They had no clue about the anatomy of your gut. Well, I don't see any abnormalities in there. No cuts, infections, scars, anything not belonging. Your powers are incredible, Luffy. You've almost completely healed. I am sorry that the burn seems to be slow to heal, and will most likely continue to be painful and sensitive for quite some time. You need to still be taking it easy, letting Ace and Sabo do many tasks for you. Still do not shift your abdomen yet. Amy wants to do her own exam of your devil fruit abilities to see if anything changed afterwards. And Ace has a test, as well. Sabo will be sitting out for this one, Whiskey explained. Ace had had a test scheduled with Amy, but it had been pushed back quite some time due to Ace's unwillingness to leave Luffy's side while he was hospitalized. Plus, there wasn't much to know about the flame fruit. It was a well-known fruit. Luffy's was more versatile, even if he'd eaten it normally without it being tainted and rotten. When Amy came in after Whiskey gave Luffy the clear and he was able to eat more acidic food like juices, which the youngest was very happy about, she had a clipped expression. The boys knew she was still miffed about being wrong over Luffy's devil fruit. Everyone tried to convince her it wasn't her fault that Luffy's from was an anomaly. She didn't believe anyone. Luffy was tested in a different place than last time, as that area was now designated for drinking, which the pirates followed the rules. Nothing new was tested but to see if Luffy could form things other than sharp edges and if he could stretch the substance away further. The boy had grown more powerful, but had also lost some control over it. He was unable to stretch too far, and it would snap back quickly, though he was able to form the wall or a thick spot on deck that would be absorbed back into his arm since his foot was covered in his shoe. Amy didn't seem too impressed, but Luffy wasn't there to impress her. Ace's test was fast and simple. All he could do was catch fire or keep from catching fire. His fruit was simple and not as interesting as Luffy's altered fruit. The 3, after the tests, went to their bedroom to shower. Luffy went first, but burn covered by a wrap of plastic around his abdomen to keep the water from irritating. Washing his back was near impossible to reach behind him without irritating the burn even a little bit, so Sabo washed his back. The shower didn't drain Luffy, which he was glad of. He'd never be submerged in deep water again. He wished the bathtubs were shallow like his old one that he could sit in. The boys, nice and clean, walked down the halls to see people carrying objects and clothes and tossing them over the side of the ship. When the 3 gave questioning looks, the nearest pirate, standing a couple yards away from Luffy and right in front of him, explained that they were finally getting rid of everything belonging to Teach, which had just been shoved in the closet to the very back. When the 3 moved on, Sabo said, "Looks like your outburst really helped, Ace." The freckled child blushed, unused to being helpful like this, or his yelling actually being anything than rude. Luffy grinned up at his taller brother, who ruffled his hair when he noticed the look. "Do you think there's an empty part of the island that we can get off of but see no people not on the crew?" Luffy suddenly asked. "It would be nice to go off the ship but not into a busy place." "Well, we can ask. I'm sure, if there is, they'd be willing to take us. Hopefully we wouldn't have to fight or anything this time. But since it's an island under the crew, they shouldn't attack us," Sabo explained. Luffy agreed that they would ask. For now, he wanted to go out on deck and soak in the sunlight. The two Odler obliged, and they were soon all out on deck, going to the front and sitting on the whale's head. It was behind Whitebeard's chair, where he was sitting and relaxing. Luffy trusted the large pirate with alcohol, knowing he wouldn't drop it, and if he did, would warn Luffy before it got to him. All of the pirates had been really good about staying in the specific drinking places besides when there was a party, which hadn't happened in a while. Marco walked over while they were watching the sea, something that was always nice to do no matter how often they did it. When he approached, he made it known that he was coming, saying their names still a few yards away so he didn't startle Luffy. He was doing better. Marco didn't want to risk giving him a panic attack while he was distracted by the ocean. "How did the checkup go?" he asked, standing behind them until they turned around to face him. Luffy's allowed to eat and drink more acidic foods like juice and spicy things. The burn is healing but slowly. It will still hurt for quite some time, Sabo explained before the other two could answer. "We were wondering if there is a safe place away from people that we can go to when we get to the island. I'm glad he's healing well. There is undoubtedly some place to go that is not populated. Would you like to go off the ship?" Marco asked. The three boys nodded. Luffy will have to take it easy, though. So, no running around or playing strenuous game. Luffy nodded, knowing that already. He was determined to heal, and taking things slow and accepting help when needed was a must to heal as quick as possible. Ace and Sabo couldn't imagine the pain he had when he had his arm burned and cut off. It had no doubt been horrific, and Sabo thought that Luffy probably blocked it out of his memory. It would make sense to do so, even if he didn't do it on purpose. "Since I have been staying on the ship for the last island, I'll be one of the commanders to be doing things. Thatch will be busy as well, shopping for food. On the first day, that is. I'm sure Thatch would like to take you on the second day, once the food is stocked and stored." The three nodded, perfectly fine with going on the second day. Haruta looked through the telescope at the horizon, twisting the base to zoom in. There was something or someone out there, but then the intelligence leader saw the distinct shape of a ship. He put the telescope down and immediately headed to Whitebeard. Marco was sitting and talking with the boys on the whale's head. "Pops, there's a ship tailing us," Haruta said. Marco turned around and stood to go listen. The boys watched, too, but didn't listen. They didn't think it was their business what the commanders were saying, so they turned back to look at the scenery. "How close?" Whitebeard asked. Not concerned. They had more than enough members to protect the children. If Luffy were not injured, he would allow the boys to watch the fight from the doorway that lead into the ship. Seeing the pirates fight may make them feel more secure on the ship, which was the pirates' aim, along with letting them know they were wanted. "Should reach us before dusk. It's not a fast ship like G5 had been. I can't tell if it's a marine ship or pirate ship. In Paradise, it could be a trading ship, but I doubt it is here," the youngest commander explained in a serious voice. "We may want to prep for a fight. The island is still a day away. Either these sailors are idiots, or prideful idiots, heading towards our ship when we're so close to a protected island. Fools," Pop said, and then downed the rest of his bottle of sake, tossing it into the water. "If they do come at us, we need to keep the ship steady. Don't let them get on our ship in the first place," the captain continued. The other two commanders knew why he said this. Any sort of sudden movement would scare Luffy and possibly make him fall, hurting the sensitive burn that they gave him, treatment or not. Storms scared Luffy, but he stayed as strong as he could. There was always warning given. For the storms, Luffy was always seated in a couch bolted to the floor in the library, Ace and Sabo on either side keeping him steady. There was usually a commander in there in case anything went wrong. There were more than enough pirates aboard to take care of the ship during a storm with one commander absent. "Pops," Haruta said. Marco nodded as well and went to spread the words while Haruta gathered his division to track the progress of the ship tailing them. Usually, it was some stupid rookie that came after them, usually losing their entire ship to show just how weak they were. Show them they needed to get a grip or return to Paradise. Luffy got up and walked slowly to in front of Whitebeard. "Is everything okay?" he asked nervously. "There is a ship tailing our vessel. We're keeping track of it and will fight if necessary. There's no reason to worry. Our crew is more than capable at taking them, no matter who they are. No emperor would be in these waters and threatening us," the captain explained patiently. "We do want to keep the ship steady to not aggravate your burn," he added. "Sorry," Luffy apologized. Everyone went out of their way for him, even for a small burn. Yes, it had been a very serious burn, but it was not that big and yet caused so many problems. Whitebeard could see his thoughts on his face. The kid used to be able to keep his emotions as behind an unsettling mask, but now he was as easy to read as a book. After all, he'd let most of his walls down around the pirates, even if the incident with Teach raised them once again. "There's no need for you to apologize. We gave you that wound, after all. Treatment or not, it was our actions that caused you pain," the large man replied in a strong voice. Luffy nodded, but didn't look convinced. "We are very glad you are alive, Luffy. A burn is a small price to pay compared to you losing your life." Ace and Sabo were on either side, Ace's hand on Luffy's shoulder and Sabo's holding his hand. "Whitebeard, I have a question," Luffy suddenly asked, clearly changing the subject by the different tone of his voice. "What is it, child?" Whitebeard wondered. "Is there a way to remove the tattoo on my face?" Luffy asked, pointing to the side of his face the tattoo stretched across. Whitebeard asked why he'd want to do that. "It reminds me of who I used to be. I don't like it anymore." Whitebeard thought for a moment. "It is possible to remove it. It might hurt a bit, but it is possible. It will take many months, considering how large your tattoo is. You really want to forget your old life, don't you, child?" Luffy smiled. "I like now me better than old me. I want to forget about it." Whitebeard laughed happily. "You're all good and brave children," he said with a grin. He had to work to catch himself from calling them his sons. He hoped so much they would stick around after Luffy's burn healed. The boys were strong, but they were still children and needed nurture and guidance, along with a safe place to live. Normal pirate crews would not be a safe place to live for children, but Whitebeard had children on his crew before, and they turned out safe. Not all of them turned out good, since he'd had teach since he was a child, but they grew up happily on the ship. He wise to do the same for these three. 8 would be the youngest he'd had on the ship, and it was safe because of the mighty commanders and sheer size and power of the crew and ship. Plus, Whitebeard would be there to protect them as well. "Thank you for letting us stay, Whitebeard," Sabo suddenly said, especially after Luffy's injury. Whitebeard waved his hand, as if dismissing the child's words. "You may all stay as long as you wish, and definitely until Luffy is fully healed, no matter how long that takes. And we are not keeping you out of guilt, or feeling we owe it to you. You three have wormed your ways into many of our hearts, and we wish you to be safe and happy, even if you do choose to leave someday," the captain explained patiently. Luffy grinned, big and bright, making the captain not believe how he'd ever thought this adorable child was creepy. "Thank you," Ace said, Sabo giving a bow. Whitebeard waved the thanks away as well. Luffy grabbed Ace's hand and swung both brothers' hands back and forth happily. The three returned to the whale's head to bask in the sun and relax. Not a care in the world after Whitebeard's kind words. He grinned and got up to get another bottle of sake. A few hours later, after lunch, which was big and healthy in case the pirates had to fight the ship tailing them and coming closer slowly, Haruta and his division rang the alarm that the ship was coming closer and would be at them soon. The winds had died down considerably, bringing both ships to an almost standstill, the other needing to paddle. The Whitebeards knew they'd catch up and didn't care when. The boys were inside and safe from any fights that they would try to keep on the enemy ship. The paddling boat was not a marine ship. It was a ship with a super rookie on it. Whitebeard sat and grinned at the excited looks on his sons' faces. After all, it wasn't often that there was a real battle to fight, as most weren't stupid enough to fight them, and those who were usually disappointingly weak. The fallen monk pirates. While he had a large bounty, the captain, it paled in comparison to Marco's bounty of over 500 million berries. Someone went inside to tell the boys to stay inside and out of the fight. While hiding under Pop's chair had been a good idea at the time, it was not now. Luffy would be in pain if he laid on his stomach, and there was just no reason to risk their safety by having them out on deck. The enemy pirate crew were shocked when they pulled up and every pirate on deck jumped onto their ship, an all-out battle starting. Whitebeard watched from the side of the ship as his sons fought, grins on their faces as they took down the lesser pirates. Marco started fighting the captain, Uruj, hitting him many times. It didn't take long to realize he was immune to blunt blows. He brought out his talons and instead scratched him badly. "Why are you attacking an Emperor crew?" Marco asked. Not having broken a sweat against the super rookie, the Phoenix dodged a hit with the enemy captain's weapon. Thatch arrived, slicing at Uruj's legs viciously with both swords, blood staining the silver metal. Thatch and Marco always were good at fighting with each other. Marco took the upper body of the opponent while Thatch focused on the legs and abdomen. It was especially handy against large enemies, which Uruj was. Thatch was having fun, too. The other commanders and crewmates had easily disposed of the lesser pirates on the enemy crew. Whitebeard was still watching with a proud smirk, drinking his sake like he was eating popcorn while watching something interesting. "Curious about the kids you got," Uruj said. The atmosphere of the deck changed drastically. Those who heard dropped their grins and now looked furious. It was uncharacteristic, but some went back to the unconscious pirates and tossed them over the side of the ship to drown. No one targets their resident children. Thatch and Marco grew angry, though experience made it so it didn't make them sloppy. Thatch became much more viscous with his stabs and cuts, covering the swords and haki. Marco attacked Uruj's face with his talons, making him scream. "No one threatens our kids," Marco growled. Haruta climbed up to the first yardarm and sliced open the sail into pieces with his sword. Jazu began to pummel the ship and broke off the helm. They wouldn't be going anywhere. Pops had lost the smirk and smile and now had a cold expression on. Marco went in for the kill while Uruj paid more attention to his missing hand. He sliced across the monk's throat, talons going halfway through his neck, though not deep enough to completely decapitate him. His body was thrown into the ocean unceremoniously. The mood was ruined, and the pirates stomped back to their own ship. Luffy napped on the bed, brothers in their room with Sabo sitting at the desk and Ace doing his homework Sabo gave him on learning to write and read. He traced letters with a pencil. Tyler from the 3rd Division had come and told them to stay inside during the fight. The ship hadn't moved at all, making them think that the fight had been on the other ship and not the Moby Dick. The youngest snored quietly, on his bed under the sheets with his hands next to his head on the pillow. Both older ones heard the whimper and turned on the lamps and woke Luffy before he could have a full-blown nightmare. "Lou, you're safe," Ace said with a soft voice. Luffy's face turned red. He almost apologized before Sabo pressed a finger to his lips. "Remember, no apologies allowed," he said in a stern but kind voice. Luffy nodded. Sabo had told him no more apologies the last time he had a nightmare. The two boys hadn't been surprised when Luffy's powers stretched to the door and covered it in the thick black wall. It was no problem. But this room, they had their own bathroom so did not need to leave the room for any reason other than food or being bored inside. "Luffy, when did you decide you wanted to get rid of your face tattoo?" Sabo asked curiously. "When I asked," Luffy replied simply. "I only just thought about it. It'd be strange to see you without it," Ace commented, Sabo agreeing with a nod. "Well, I didn't choose it. All the pirates chose their Jolly Roger tattoos," Luffy said. "I'd want a tattoo I choose. I thought it was cause I ate the demon fruit, but I didn't eat a demon fruit so they just tattooed it to try and look creepy. I know it makes me look creepy," he said sadly. Usually would have curled up if it weren't for his burn. "Well, the tattoo did do the trick for the first sight, but the pirates and we don't care about it anymore. But if you want to get rid of it, it's your choice after all. No one can stop you," Sabo replied. He ruffled Luffy's hair. "There's nothing you can do about how dark your eyes are, but that doesn't matter much. But be prepared for everyone to call you cute once the tattoo is removed." "Cute is much better than creepy," the youngest said back. Ace chuckled. "Good point." Once the fight was over, Haruta came to tell them. The wall on the door had disappeared once Luffy woke up. Not even seeming to notice it returned to his body. Luffy had been practicing tracing words with Ace while Sabo was reading at the desk. It was relaxing, just to be doing something productive in the quiet. Sabo had learned to read before he teamed up with Ace at their old home, both homeless and needing to steal to survive. Ace's background was different than Sabo's, but they still were best friends that decided to be brothers before Luffy found them. Luffy and Ace had not learned to read or write. Ace had no one to teach him, and those who controlled Luffy hadn't deemed them important skills to learn, clearly thinking they'd have the boy the rest of his life or until he died. They could recognize low numbers, but that was it. Haruta knocked on the door gently, and Sabo got up to open it. "Fight is over. A few people are injured, but not too badly. We're throwing a party tonight. Haven't done one in a while. Too long," the short commander explained. They noticed he seemed angry under the surface. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Luffy asked in concern. Haruta gave him a smile. "The enemy just said some annoying things. That's all," the commander replied. "So, you can come out now, if you wish." The boys looked at each other, sharing a look they could each decipher. "We're gonna stay in here for a bit longer," Sabo said. "We were just relaxing in the quiet." Haruta gave them a smile and left, closing the door gently behind him with a soft click. The two black-haired children went back to being on the floor and now copying the letters they'd traced. They would have been doing this much sooner, but Luffy just didn't have the attention span after what happened, and Ace and Sabo were taking care of him and giving all their attention on him. Plus, Ace wanted to learn along with Luffy, not having the youngest being behind and rushing to catch up. "Ace, Sabo, when do you think I'll be better?" Luffy suddenly asked, barely touching the wound on his stomach absent-mindedly, trying to ignore the stab of pain it brought. Ace and Sabo shared a look from across the room. "Well, the burn will take a while to heal, and you're going to be upset and startled easily for a while. Probably, too," Sabo answered honestly. Rarely did they ever lie to Luffy. They strived their best to not to anymore. Luffy deflated. "Do you think they'll kick us off when I got better?" Ace spoke next. "I'm not sure what they're planning in the long run, but they've made it clear that they at least want us here until you're doing better. Sabo and I lived on our own before we met you, so we could probably live on our own and be just fine if we hunt for our food somewhere. So, we'll have to leave eventually?" Luffy asked in a small voice. "I assume so. They're pirates. They might not want the responsibility of children," Sabo replied. "But we can protect ourselves," Luffy exclaimed. Ace was quiet, watching Luffy's reactions. It was clear Luffy did not want to leave. Ace could see why. This place was his second home, temporary or not, after living in a bad place that made him do bad things. Sabo raised his hands in a peaceful way. "I know that. After you're better we can ask. We're not leaving anytime soon anyways." Luffy pouted, before deflating again and returning to his paper, though his face was looking a bit miserable. Ace remembered Whitebeard's words. They could stay as long as they'd like. Did that mean they were offered to stay with them indefinitely? Ace couldn't help the feeling of excitement and happiness in his chest from the thought, but he wouldn't get Luffy's hopes up. Maybe Ace would be brave and ask one of the commanders. If they said yes, Ace could ease Luffy's worries. If they said no, then Ace would be prepared and there to comfort Luffy. The freckled child couldn't tell if Sabo wanted to stay. He got along well with the others, but not as much as Ace and Luffy. With Luffy charming everyone and having them feel they needed to help him after what had happened, and Ace's outburst, speech, they were treated differently than Sabo. Everyone did their best to help Luffy emotionally, pirates and brothers alike. Sabo hadn't had anything special happen with him so far, but Sabo didn't seem especially bothered by it. When they lived together prior to meeting Luffy, Ace was always the one catching attention, getting into arguments with adults. Sabo was always the placating one, cleaning up Ace's messes. He was naturally the most responsible. Maybe the pirates saw this, and that was why they treated the blonde older than the other two, despite Ace being the oldest of the three. Being at that place changed them a lot, but Sabo being more mature than Ace would always be a constant. Ace was pretty sure of that. Ace couldn't be more grateful for Marco taking them away from that place and being the catalyst to Luffy's change of heart. That change showed a lot to the brothers, with Luffy wishing to remove the tattoo. It had never bothered him before, since he didn't remember never having it. But now he wanted to put everything behind him and get rid of the thing that reminded him of his past every time he saw his own face. It was actually surprising, now that he thought about it, that Luffy hadn't commented on it before now. The three spent a long time in their room in comfortable silence, all lost in their own thoughts. By the time mid-afternoon came, Marco had come down to check on them. He knocked on the door softly, but loud enough for the boys to hear. When Marco said it was him, Sabo got up and opened the door for him, even though it wasn't locked and Luffy hadn't blocked it off. "Are you three okay?" Marco asked in concern. The boys nodded. "Just wanted some peace and quiet. Ace and Luffy are doing homework and I was writing some stuff." Sabo had always wanted to write books. So on the pieces of paper he was jotting down things about life with Luffy and now the pirates. Just bullet points, and there were a lot. Someday he could write a book maybe, if they didn't end up staying on the ship. He didn't mind staying, but would still wish to publish a book. "You mean Luffy and Ace is learning to read and write?" Sabo nodded. Luffy held up his newest sheet of paper, uppercase and lowercase letters traced neatly. He picked up Ace's to show his progress as well. The handwriting between the two were completely different. "Good job," Marco said, looking at the letters. Luffy smiled, and Ace huffed in embarrassment. "You know, if you need it, some of those on our crew would be happy to help accelerate the teaching." "No, Sabo will teach us," Luffy said, shooting down Marco's offer. He didn't take it personally and just said okay. "Well, the enemies are long gone and we'll be at the island tomorrow. It'll be busy. And you won't be in the infirmary this time, so you can help us take the crates off the ship if you'd like. Ace and Sabo, so Luffy won't aggravate his wounds. Dinner will be soon." "Luffy, do you really want to get rid of the tattoo?" he asked, changing the subject quickly. Luffy nodded. "Izo does the tattooing, so you should talk to him directly about it. Removing tattoos takes quite some time, but you'll be here a while, so it should be fine." The boys hadn't talked to Izo in a while, besides him giving them new clothes with the Whitebeard symbol stitched on. Even on clothes they didn't wear anywhere other than the ship. After the first outing, on the second stop at the island they never saw from the infirmary, Izo had bought more fabric for the youngest. The stars and polka-dotted shirts didn't match well with the Jolly Roger sewed on, but there was no argument about including the symbols. "Marco, do you know when I'll get better?" Luffy asked suddenly when Marco was about to leave. "You mean the trauma?" Marco asked, closing the bedroom door behind him for privacy. Luffy nodded. "It may take a few weeks, it may take a few years, or it could stay with you for a very long time and you have to work around it," he said, not sugarcoating it. Luffy's face fell, like he was expecting that answer but was unhappy he was given it. Luffy had a feeling it would take a long time, but he didn't want it to be for forever. "You've been healing at a remarkable rate, trusting others and depending on people who aren't your brothers. No one can know this early," the Phoenix Zoan added. "But I can't even be around people I don't know," Luffy pointed out. "I had to run from Jinbei cause I didn't know him." Marco crouched in front of the chair Luffy was sitting in. "Everyone heals at different rates. There are some people who have never gone through trauma that can't even leave their houses. And you're going to go off the Moby Dick tomorrow out of choice. What you should not do is force yourself to do things you know you can't. Push yourself, but don't overdo it." "When do I know I'm overdoing it?" Luffy wondered. Was going to see Jinbei overdoing it. "You are overdoing it when you make yourself go backwards in progress. Overdoing it for you would be pushing yourself so hard that you give yourself panic attacks," Marco replied. "Your panic attacks have dwindled down very much, and we don't want them to come back too much." Luffy moped. "I had a bad dream today," he confessed. "You can't control what you dream about. Do you remember what it was? Maybe writing it down would help, or writing it down with a happy ending." Luffy shook his head. Ace and Sabo woke me up before it got too bad. Marco smiled. What did I tell you about family helping you heal? Luffy grinned. I believed you, the youngest pointed out. I love Ace and Sabo. As well you should. All three of you deserve to be loved. 5 hours later, all three boys were getting ready for bed, changing into their PJs and brushing their teeth before Luffy got onto the bed and his brothers flopped down next to him. Sleep tight, Blue, Sabo said, Luffy giving him a smile and nodding. He wished he didn't need to sleep on his back anymore, but he was going to do everything Whiskey told him to. He wanted to get better physically and emotionally. Luffy woke to his brothers sitting on either side of him, having been saved from a bad dream. He looked around frantically before realizing he was safe and with his brothers. The warm lamplight was on and Luffy knew he was in their new bedroom. Do you want to talk about it? Ace asked quietly, moving a lock of hair out of Luffy's adorable face. Luffy shook his head, and both of his brothers accepted it, and the three went back to bed, Luffy holding both of their hands. Sometimes during the night, the door opened silently, not a creak this time. For the second time that night, Luffy woke up, but not from a bad dream. Something felt off, and when he woke up, he found neither brother next to him. He assumed they were in the bathroom, but it made him uneasy. The room felt colder, but the porthole window wasn't open, so the cool air didn't come from outside. The thought didn't linger in Luffy's mind, still hazy from sleep. Ace, Sabo, Luffy called, getting off of the bed and standing to go look for his brothers, standing in the bathroom doorway. He turned on the light, but neither were in there. He grew worried, but told himself it was irrational to be worried. They were safe, and besides, Ace and Sabo were strong. But they also wouldn't just leave Luffy to sleep on his own anymore. He had no doubt about that, but they had left him. Growing scared, Luffy hurried to the bedroom door to try and find his brothers in the galley. But the door was locked. He jiggled the handle, but it didn't open. There was no lock on this door, but the door also opened inwards, so was someone holding the door shut on the other side. Hello, Luffy shouted. There was no response, and he was now very scared and uneasy. He was able to stab the door with his power and now time to make it into just a pile of broken wood. He would get in trouble for that, probably, but he was on the verge of a panic attack. Hurrying down the halls, he expected someone to be there, but it was so quiet and he passed no one in the halls. He banged on bedroom doors. Once he didn't know anyone who slept in it, trying to find anyone but no one answered. He resulted to breaking down doors, but every single bed was empty. Even Whitebeard's room was empty after he blew out the door, not caring about causing damage anymore. No one was here, and he began to breathe heavily, panicking, and his heart was beating a mile a minute. He could hear it in his ears and feel the pounding of it in his head. He heard a creepy creaking noise and saw a shadow at the end of the table, big and fat. Luffy ran back to his bedroom and covered the doorway in his power now that the door was gone and unable to be closed, or even locked in the first place. Hiding under the covers was the only thing he could think of to try and calm himself. It just made it worse when the shadow was over his bed. He whimpered but was afraid to look outside of the blankets. He missed his old, strong self for a moment, but the thought faded quickly when the sheets were ripped away. Teach loomed over him, grinning like a madman, and he had a much longer blade this time, covered in red. Dripping. Luffy had found no dead bodies anywhere, but the blade was definitely covered in blood. It dripped onto his shirt and soaked through. Luffy tried to spike Teach in his panic, but it was also like Teach ate a loja fruit as the spikes went right through him without doing a thing. More and more spikes burst from Luffy's body and decimated the area, trying to get Teach to get away, before he ignored the spikes, moving his arm through them like smoke, and sunk the blade into his stomach all the way through, stabbing into the bed as well, before he pulled it out and repeatedly stabbed through Luffy, deep enough that he felt the exit wounds out of his back. Screams tore from his throat as blood sprayed around him, soaking the bed in it. It hurt so bad that his surroundings faded and all he knew was pain and unfamiliar laughter. His brothers weren't there to help. He worried that they were dead or had ditched him. Logic didn't reach him, like how Teach had already died, or that the entire crew couldn't have just left Luffy on the ship. Someone would have to stay behind, and someone should have heard him by now. He continued to scream as his organs were destroyed into mush, but he didn't die. The pain continued, and he wished he was dead. Ace and Sabo both woke to a blood-curdling scream right next to their ears, snapping up and ready to wake Luffy, until black spikes destroyed the bed above and below the boy. Ace and Sabo scrambled off of the bed to get out of the way of the spikes. Both dived down, but more and more spikes started shooting out of Luffy's writhing body and splintered into the walls, causing cracking noises all around. Ace, into the bathroom. Sabo screamed and dragged Ace up, both sprinting to the bathroom and into the shower, closing the shower door. Once everything was quiet, besides Luffy whimpering, the two older boys opened the shower door slowly and made their way out, only to be met with a wall of needles stopped right against the bathroom doorway. There were wood chips all on the floor from the ruined walls. There was no water, though, meaning the spikes hadn't gone through the side of the ship. They weren't going to flood, thankfully. Sabo, what do we do? Ace asked in a hush, not wanting to startle Luffy and have the spikes stretch more and impale both older boys. The commanders have to have heard all of that. Marco should come, he can get to Luffy safely. What about Luffy's fruit? He doesn't have that power, at least not yet. His spikes won't cancel out Marco's. They only put out yours cause they suffocate and take all the oxygen out. Fire needs oxygen. I don't need a science lesson. Ace hissed. We have to help Luffy wake up. Sabo's cheeks grew red, embarrassed. We have to wait for the commanders to get here. I don't want to be spiked by Luffy, Sabo replied. What about my fruit? I'm made of fire. I should be fine to go through, right? He had forgotten about his fruit in the sudden panic, thinking he'd be skewered. But Luffy didn't know Haki, so Ace should be fine. Sabo grabbed his sleeve. You don't know how to change into fire and go through the space, the blonde reminded his brother. Ace cursed, knowing Sabo was right. He couldn't control the tangibility of his body yet. They needed to wait for Marco to come. As desperately as they wanted to wake their somehow still sleeping brother, they didn't want his power to react to the sudden noise. Every commander and the captain woke to three things: a spike in their haki, a child's blood-curdling scream, and the sounds of splintering wood and pounding on the walls. They all flew out of bed and out into the hall, all in various states of sleep, Thatch's hair down his back and Izo's in a tangled mess. Many of them were shirtless. It had to be very late at night since they were all asleep. They all saw what the problem was immediately. There were black blades sticking out of the section on wall that was the 2nd Division commander's room, where the 3 boys were. The screaming had stopped, but there was no other sound. Marco walked forward and put a finger in front of his mouth to quiet his muttering brothers. Marco gripped the door handle, which fell off the moment he touched it. He dug his hand into one of the cracks in the door and pulled it away, breaking it easily out of its hinges. What he was met with was a wall of spikes. Marco motioned for his brothers to get out of the line of fire if the spikes extended and made it into the hallway. The Phoenix got closer and could see the bed, which was broken into pieces. Luffy's limp body melted into the ripped-apart mattress. He was thrashing around, whimpering and tears coming out of his eyes. It looked like the spikes were all coming from his body, coming out of every part but the middle of his stomach and his head. All of the black spikes were very skinny, like needles. There had to be millions of them. Marco grew very worried about Ace and Sabo, who would be in no way able to survive being stabbed millions of times. The light from the hall streamed into the room, and Marco saw movement coming from between the spikes at the bathroom door. He let out a heavy sigh, relieved that Ace and Sabo were alive, but trapped in the bathroom. Ace, Sabo, are you all right? Marco asked, loud enough to be heard but not loud enough to cause a panic attack. We're okay. Luffy had a nightmare. Sabo supplied just loud enough to reach Marco's ears. And what a nightmare it had been. Marco touched the wall of spikes, making sure Luffy hadn't activated any haki in his terror, but his hand slid right through. He changed into full Phoenix mode and slowly made his way through the spikes. He stepped over ripped-up stuffed animals and broken toys that the 3 had brought to the ship with them. Walking to the absolutely ruined bed, Marco was able to touch Luffy's face with his hand. He was still covered in flames but was no longer in his Zoan form. His clothes were ruined, torn to bits after changing back into human form. Luffy, Marco said gently. Luffy jerked away, and spikes came from his cheek and right through Marco's hand. Thankfully, it didn't hurt. Luffy, wake up. Luffy, you're safe. Your brothers are safe. You have to wake up, Marco said. He knew the brothers weren't safe. At least Sabo wasn't. If Luffy's power activated again, it could stab into the bathroom and through his brothers. Luffy's eyes snapped open and he looked around in terror, eyes pouring tears and his whole body shaking. Marco was right next to the collapsed bed. The poor boy was so delirious, and clearly didn't know what had happened with his powers. All of the spikes receded when Luffy relaxed from Marco's reassuring smile. Ace and Sabo ran forward, kneeling into the mess of stuffing and wood. What? Luffy asked, seeing the state of the bedroom. It was destroyed, but thankfully didn't pierce through the hull of the ship and into the water. You had a nightmare, Luffy, Ace explained. He and Sabo looked very shaken but not afraid of their baby brother. Luffy started to openly sob, and his hand flew to his stomach, and Marco could guess what he'd dreamt. Damn that teach, haunting Luffy's mind even in death. A few commanders entered the room slowly, looking at the mess that had once been a nice and clean bedroom. There were wood chips everywhere. Ace and Sabo gathered Luffy into a big hug. This was a big problem. Luffy's powers had gone off in his sleep, and not in a harmless way. It could have killed Ace or Sabo. Luffy could have killed them on accident, in his sleep. Luffy sobbed out apologies for ruining the room and causing danger to his brothers. He could see this was a major problem as well. The commanders he wasn't closer with left the room, while Marco, Haruta, Thatch, and Pops all stayed. No one seemed angry about the state of the bedroom. They couldn't blame him for awakening his powers during a horrific nightmare. I can't go back to sleep, Luffy said. Ace and Sabo frowned, but everyone in the room agreed that Luffy should stay awake. No one wanted him slipping into another nightmare. Did I hurt anyone? Luffy asked his brothers quietly. Sabo wiped a tear from Luffy's cheek. Nobody got hurt. Me and Ace are okay. The room and bed aren't in a good shape, but no one blames you. You wouldn't do this on purpose. What if it happens again? The boy choked out, looking deeply ashamed. Don't worry, Luffy. We'll come up with something. We're not kicking you off the ship for something like this. Thatch said in a soothing voice. Why don't I go start breakfast, and you three can help out? Luffy's clothes were ruined. He was practically naked and only covered in bits of fabric. There were some of their clothes in the fabrics room waiting to be washed. Aizo hurried off to go get him a new outfit and underwear. Before the boys left, Aizo had ran back with a new outfit for Luffy. The boys wanted a distraction, and the three agreed to go with Thatch. Whitebeard stayed behind with Marco and whistled at the state of the room. There wasn't an inch of wall that hadn't been stabbed. Some holes were very large, but others were tiny. We need to get on this immediately, the captain said seriously. We'll have to get them another new bedroom. I wonder what kind of dream the poor child had. He was touching his stomach where the wound is. He was probably dreaming about being stabbed again, Marco said in a sad voice. Pops, what will we do about this? We'll talk to Whiskey about it. She's his primary care physician. For now, let's try and clean up the room. We don't want anyone getting splinters. We'll find what's left of their few belongings. Marco nodded, and he and the other commanders helped clean up all of the bits of wood and put them in a trash bag. They swept up every little piece, and by the end, the room hardly looked any better than before the wood chips were cleaned up. I don't want to hear a word, Kingdu, Pop said in an assertive voice. The commander had started to talk, and everyone knew it was going to be some sort of I told you so. But they wouldn't be giving up on Luffy for this. He didn't do it on purpose. They'd find a solution. Marco had no doubt about that. We have to make sure he knows no one is mad about this, Marco commented. He's gonna feel very guilty, but no one was hurt. Ace and Sabo are lucky, as is Luffy. He'd never recover if he killed his brothers on accident. Haru sighed, leaning against the pole of the broom. This room is a goner. Even the floor is ruined, he said, poking the toe of his shoe into one of the new grooves. I don't see how any of the shipwrights could fix this. Fossa was the shipwright and lead that division. We'll figure it out. We'd have to replace the flooring and walls completely, but it seems the foundation of the room is still fine, and the spikes did not pierce the hull or we'd be in a lot more trouble, the double-chinned man explained. He'd never really interacted with the boys, and took no special interest in them like many of the commanders had now. How long will that take, son? We don't have enough wood to do so it won't be happening without a lot more wood. We'll need nails and sealant. I have no doubt my division will fix it, but we may need to do some brainstorming first, Fossa explained. Luffy's spikes can pierce through anything, so it wouldn't help to put anything special against the walls. He then looked up at the ceiling. It seems the wall and floor has taken the most damage. The ceiling has to be replaced as well, but nothing collapsed. Just the surface has been damaged. I would worry more about Luffy and our safety than a bedroom. Well said, son, Whitebeard replied. I have confidence in you and your division to repair the wall, if not anytime soon. Thanks, Pops, Fossa said. We'll figure out something. We always do, Haru sighed. He looked around the room again. I hope this doesn't set him back. Aizo put his hair in a low ponytail, not liking wearing it down. Well, even if it does, we're here to help. Shouldn't we just tell them already that we're expecting them to stay? Maybe it would make them feel more stable? The crossdresser asked. A few nodded in agreement. Whitebeard thought for a moment. I'm starting to think that is the best course of action. We'll see what happens today. Aye, Pops, some in the room said. Many knew they couldn't sleep again, but a few of the commanders went to try and fall back to sleep. Marco headed towards the infirmary, Whitebeard following. Based on the rising sun outside the porthole, the nurse on duty would have switched with Wendy, who would wake Whiskey once she heard the seriousness about what had happened. I have an idea, Whiskey said to the captain at the breakfast table. It had only been an hour since she was told what had transpired in Luffy's sleep. Marco left his food to get up and follow her when she beckoned him to. Whitebeard as well. The boys were all feeling down, it was clear on their face. Luffy's eyes were still red and he was jumpy. When they entered the infirmary, Whiskey started talking instantly. Luffy reacts strongly to baths, correct? Makes him sleepy and unresponsive. Marco nodded. Depending on how long he is affected by the water, he may be able to go to sleep and still have his body unresponsive all through the period of REM sleep. He may still dream, but his devil fruit will be weakened so it can't act out while he's dreaming. This is the short-term remedy. We can only make sure this doesn't happen again is by counseling. I'm still not comfortable with giving him medication, even after knowing his powers come from a devil fruit and not some injected experiment. And I don't want to prescribe medication to a young child. The main goal right now is to make it so his powers don't go out of control while asleep. So far, this is the best idea I've come up with, and the only one, to be honest. Marco frowned. It sounded like it would work, but Luffy had been attacked while weakened by previously being in water. keeping away dangerous nightmares while setting him in the same state that the real incident had occurred. It's not ideal, Marco, but it's all we have. I'm sure Luffy would rather be scared than waking up to find he'd impaled his brothers on accident, Whitebeard said emphatically. Marco knew he was right. We don't know whether his abilities are weakened with being submerged, and we don't know how long it lasts. We also can't recreate today's situation without rightfully being accused of child abuse. Well, why don't we talk to the three directly? Or do you think we should wait until later? Whiskey asked. Later. Luffy still has to be pretty upset. He needs to spend time one-on-one with his brothers, taking him into the infirmary and suggesting we submerge him in water while he is already on edge and upset would not be wise, the captain said. We will give him time to calm down. Whiskey and Marco both nodded. Poor Luffy. Luffy was distracted all morning. He didn't want to go back to the room he'd destroyed. He'd killed all of his toys, too. His stuffed animals were torn to bits, and his other toys were in pieces as well. He'd never lost control like that. Sure, he'd been unintentionally using his abilities at night ever since the attack, but never had he almost killed his beloved brothers. While the boys were helping Thatch make breakfast, it didn't help that Luffy kept breaking eggs or dropping things with his shaking hands. He was trying to be distracted, but he just came away as clumsy and inept. It made him feel like even more a nuisance before Ace and Sabo decided to stop and take him outside to talk with. Luffy, what was your dream? Sabo asked bluntly. Ace shot him a glare, but Luffy had to tell someone what had terrified him so much that he'd destroyed the bedroom and furniture around him. Luffy curled into a ball automatically before wincing as it aggravated his stomach. He grimaced, wishing that the ordeal had never happened. He didn't wish he'd not met the Whitebeards, but he wished Teach had never attacked him. Everyone was gone. All around the ship, no one was there. I looked everywhere, but no one was there. Then he was there. And I hid under the covers and then he stabbed me over and over and over again. But it was a big knife. It went through me into the bed. It hurt really bad, Luffy confessed, wanting to let his brothers know he'd only lash out like that with a horrible dream, not the usual short nightmare that they wake him up from. I'm so sorry, Luffy sobbed. The three were on the whale figurehead. Ace and Sabo hugged him, Ace gently taking him onto his lap and rocking the younger side to side slowly. He'll never come back and we'll never ever leave you alone like that, Sabo said softly but also sternly. Teach is dead and long gone. He died and then was eaten by a sea king. He's never coming back. Tears were coming out of Luffy's shut eyes, and the blonde wiped a few away before more came. I broke the room. My toys are broken, too. Everything. Sabo's story is probably ruined. And our clothes are all ripped up, Luffy muttered against Ace's chest. Sabo didn't react to hearing his story was ruined. He already knew. Had seen the pieces of paper. But he didn't really get far and could rewrite everything easily. Besides, even if the papers were destroyed, the bits were still readable. Don't worry about my story, Lou. It was just notes, and nothing I can't rewrite. Maybe Izo can fix your stuffed animals, or get new ones at the next island, Sabo said. I almost killed you and Ace, he said flatly, finally voicing the most worrying part about the incident. That's never happened before. I've never hurt you. Sabo rubbed his back while Ace continued to rock him. He may only be 4 years younger than them, but he was still their little brother. The older siblings take care of the younger, even if they're not blood related. They are family, but you didn't. Only cause you were lucky, Luffy said against Ace's shirt, getting it wet with tears and snot. Maybe. But at least we made it so we can figure out how to fix this from the get-go, Ace said, fairly bluntly. We don't blame you. Thatch doesn't blame you. Marco and Whitebeard don't blame you, so stop blaming yourself. If you had lashed out on purpose then we would be upset and that would be wrong, but you were trapped in a horrific nightmare. And your powers were only trying to protect you. We were just in the crosshairs, on accident. He pet Luffy's hair softly. Now, why don't we ask if anyone has any plans on what to do? The Whitebeards are smart guys, and Whiskey is a very knowledgeable nurse. She's figured out how to treat you in many ways, on the spot, too. If she can plan, then we might be all right. Luffy nodded and wiped his runny nose, sniffling loudly. His eyes were puffy red, and he had red splotches on his chest. The three got up and walked to the infirmary. It looked like word didn't spread around the ship yet as the three weren't getting any new looks. They didn't know how the rest of the crew would react. They'd been plenty welcoming so far, but Luffy lost control. Maybe they'd find him as a threat. Hopefully not. The boys arrived in the infirmary to see Whiskey and Marco talking. Wendy was treating someone who cut his thumb on a wire and needed stitches. Whiskey turned and saw the boys. Like usual, she got right to the subject. Luffy, I've come up with an idea that might work, but it will be unpleasant. But you have to choose comfort over safety for your brothers. Already it had the boys nervous, fidgeting where they stood, much shorter than everyone else. Luffy, have your powers ever worked after being submerged fully in water? You'd get exhausted, right? No, I've always fallen asleep before anything happened. Always really sleepy, Luffy replied immediately. He wanted to know what she meant. He didn't want to drag it out. Well, we were thinking that, before bedtime, you'd take a long bath. That way, your entire body will be asleep. REM sleep, the time when you dream or have nightmares, starts at around 90 minutes into the sleep cycle. It can last hours or minutes. If your body reacts strongly enough to the water, you may stay inactive throughout REM sleep. You may still have nightmares, which will need more time to treat psychologically, but the dangerous reaction to nightmares may be dulled. This is all speculation, but most things about you are speculation. If that does not work, then we could submerge parts of your body while sleeping. Maybe have your hands resting in bowls of water, or wrapping you in something wet to sleep. It may mimic the feeling of being submerged. Whiskey finished. When Luffy had an uneasy look, the head nurse reminded this is for the safety of those around you. Luffy nodded, though he wasn't looking forward to it. How do we test it? Luffy asked. Well, we will not recreate the situation. We won't trigger nightmares on purpose. As a test, I was thinking maybe having you take a long bath, and we'll see how long you sleep afterwards. Then, Marco will poke at you or tickle you and we'll see if your fruit activates, until Ace can control his tangibility. He won't be used in any tests, Whiskey explained. Marco hadn't said a thing, but turned to Luffy and crouched down, making direct eye contact with the child. Even with what happened, no one is going to kick you off of this ship. Until you get better, and unless you want to leave, you're welcome to stay here safely. Many of us on here have had nightmares, just they didn't have your powerful devil fruit. We treated those who needed it with counseling and other forms of care, and that's what we're gonna do for you, the first mate explained. Counseling? Luffy wondered. Sabo said, it's talking to a trained physician or psychologist. They know what to do or how to help you specifically where family and friends can't. Exactly, but it won't be me. Wendy is the counselor on board. In case you are uncomfortable with Wendy for some reason, Curiel has offered to try, but I would not recommend him, Whiskey explained patiently. We'd like to start the counseling as soon as possible, perhaps tomorrow. Luffy looked behind him to see Wendy waving over to him with a smile. Luffy didn't know her too well, even if she helped him recover after the stabbing. Whiskey was more acquainted with Luffy, and had done the surgery that both healed and damaged him. But Luffy trusted her to take care of him. Being with another one of the nurses might be strange, but he wasn't going to shun her. None of the three had reacted to Marco saying they could stay as long as they wanted. It still didn't feel like they wanted them indefinitely, just until the boys wanted to leave. Did that mean they didn't want them to stay for good? Only as long as they felt like it? What do I have to do in counseling? Luffy wondered, not liking it and not really even knowing what it was. You'll preferably share your thoughts and pain with Wendy, who will treat you as best as she can. Nothing you say will be told to anybody else, even Pops. It will be strictly confidential, Marco explained. You will be taking it slow, not exposing everything the first session unless you want to yourself. Ace and Sabo are going in with me, the child asked. Sabo was the one to answer. Not this time, Lou. It's just you and Wendy. We'll stay right outside the room, though, the blonde replied truthfully. Luffy didn't like this. You can tell us all about it afterwards. But we don't want me or Ace interfering with Wendy's judgment. Luffy pouted, but looked down, trusting Sabo. He wouldn't put Luffy someplace scary, alone, by himself. For now, we will try our only idea, Whiskey cut in. I'd like to do the study early, so how about now? Have you boys gotten breakfast yet? When they nodded, Whiskey walked the boy to the infirmary bathroom, and to the bathhouse area. It was small, but the bathtub was more than big enough for Luffy, since their room and bed were unusable. Marco had set up a bed inside a storage room, sheets and all. Luffy reluctantly went inside and did as they said, even if he was shaking while in the deep water. Sabo was in the bath with him, Ace sitting on the edge and wishing he could go deeper to help. The youngest became limp almost immediately, and they stayed in the warm water for over a half hour before Marco entered and told them it had been long enough. The moment Luffy was out of the water, he passed out. Sabo dressed his limp body, and Marco gently carried the boy to the storage room turned bedroom. Ace and Sabo were situated behind a wall of crates and with the door slightly open so they could flee if necessary. Marco had the unfortunate task of bothering Luffy in his sleep after the 90-minute mark. They were timing how long he stayed asleep before the dreams could start. Once the hour and a half were over, Marco started to slowly bother his body. He poked Luffy in uncomfortable places. He didn't wake, but his body didn't react either. After a good 10 minutes of poking and prodding him with Ace and Sabo watching, Marco told them to get out and close the door. Trusting Marco, they did so and left the room, though a bit reluctantly. When they were out, Marco clapped his hands loudly and suddenly. Luffy's body flinched but didn't wake up. Only a tiny coil of black left Luffy's arm. It hardened before going limp and retreating back to its power user. Marco smiled, thinking it had worked. He waited for anything else to happen, and then went to the door, twisted the door handle loudly and pulled open the door, flooding light into the room and onto Luffy suddenly. Luffy's powers reacted in a different, non-dangerous way. The blackness seeped out of every pore but his burn. covering himself in protection while he couldn't fight back. Marco saddened, but smiled a soft smile. This was a much better outcome than the stabbing was. But was it good enough to trust it wouldn't hurt Ace and Sabo? The blackness almost immediately was sucked back in. Luffy stayed asleep for another 4 hours, his brother staying in with him while Marco came and went to check on the boys. Whitebeard ended up going over while Ace and Sabo curled up on either side of Luffy, unafraid of being spiked. Leaving him in a time of need would be worse than being injured. Food was brought to them by Thatch, and a little ice chest was put in the room for whenever Luffy woke up and wanted food. He didn't seem to have any bad dreams, or his body was just too exhausted to wake up from them. After reaching the 3rd hour, Marco had switched with them to try and rouse Luffy's powers again, but the results were the same, with Luffy shifting. Marco came out quickly and told the boys he had hoped that this would work. The 2 boys beamed before hurrying into the room. After 4 hours and 6 minutes, Luffy woke up slowly and raised his head. He looked to his sides to see Sabo and Ace. Ace was napping while Sabo was reading, book in the air and laying on his back. "I'm awake," Luffy mumbled. What happened?" he asked through a big yawn. Sabo closed his book slowly and woke Ace. "It worked. When you were asleep, Marco kept bothering you, but your powers reacted really sluggishly and only covered your whole body. Your powers didn't attack anyone in your sleep. I think it might actually work," Sabo explained enthusiastically. Luffy gave a small smile. "Good," he whispered. Then his stomach roared. Ace brought over the ice chest and Luffy dug into the cold lemon chicken. It didn't matter if it was cold, it tasted good to Luffy. And the cold juice was nice as well. A couple minutes after Luffy woke up, Marco knocked on the door gently, not knowing if the boy was up yet. He must have known he was when Sabo called he could come in instead of getting up and going to the door to open it himself, even if there was no lock. "Hey, Luffy, sleep well?" Marco asked, holding something behind his back. Luffy nodded. "Izo fixed something," Marco said and turned on the light, pulling out Luffy's stuffed animal that had been on the bed with him. Izo had repaired it, and Marco gave it to the child, who started crying. He had thought all of his special toys and stuffed animals were gone. Even if the rest were, he had his favorite plushie. He hugged it close and thanked Marco through tears. "It will be hard to repair the rest since they are mostly shredded, but Izo's division will do their best," the commander said in a kind voice. "They aren't mad or afraid of me." "Everyone else?" Luffy asked in surprise. Marco shook his head with a smile. He sat on the bed next to the boys. Marco ruffled Luffy's hair, slow enough that he could pull away if he was uncomfortable. The other 2 were watching apprehensively, knowing Marco would tell them what everyone thought of what had happened. "No one who knows what happened is afraid of you. Most of the crew knows you have nightmares, and that this one was especially bad. They just don't know what happened with your abilities. No one got killed. The room is off limits now, so no one has seen the interior. I'm gonna let you in on a secret that you can't tell anyone I told you," Marco said quietly, glancing at the bedroom door. "We welcome you with open arms to stay forever. Wait for Pops to ask to agree, but just know that question will be coming, and you will now be prepared with an answer. If you choose to leave, we will not take away your freedom, but will miss you and be sad you left." He gave them a smile and got up to leave the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Luffy still felt sluggish, but was stiff and wanted to at least get up and walk around the room. "I don't like the feeling, but I don't want to hurt Ace and Sabo," Luffy said sadly, helped to walk with Ace securely wrapping his hand around Luffy's mid-back. After a few rounds around the room, Luffy was able to walk on his own. "Are you scared of me now?" Luffy questioned quietly. Ace frowned and exchanged a look with Sabo. "No, we're not scared of you. Are you when you sleep? We were both scared when the spikes came, but only because you were in the middle of it," Ace answered in a strong voice. Sabo put his finger on his chin and thought, "You know, Haki would have been really useful. We could have sensed where the spikes came from instead of blindly dodging." "Sure, it worked, but it wasn't ideal," Ace agreed. "And Marco said they wanted to keep us. Maybe they'd be willing to teach us extensive Haki training," the freckled brother offered. "Though I do wonder if Marco would get in trouble for going against Whitebeard to tell us they wanted us to stay." Luffy looked worried, no longer moping openly. "You think he'll get in trouble?" he asked in concern. "Probably not," Sabo replied. "If Whitebeard is meaning to ask us to stay, or offer it, it doesn't go against him really. Maybe if Marco told us we weren't wanted or not to stay, he may get in trouble. I think we've all noticed Marco is the favorite." The other 2 boys nodded. It was clear. Marco was the only one who sat on Whitebeard's shoulder, the one he stayed with throughout the day. Big question to ask, but I think we know the answer. Are we going to join the crew or set off on our own? Luffy was already sure. Sabo was leaning towards sure and Ace was not at all sure. Well, there are a lot of pros, but also cons. Pros are safety, family, getting trained to be stronger. Cons are loss of freedom. Not that we've had it for a long time, having to do as Whitebeard says as part of the crew. And people would find out about Luffy's weakness, besides Haki. The rest will have to gain our trust to let something like that slip, Sabo explained. I want to stay. I want to get better and have more control. And Ace to learn his devil fruit. I like Thatch's food and people are nice and don't make me kill people, Luffy said. He looked almost pleadingly to Ace, who looked down at the floor. He sighed. I'd always stay with you too. If you decide to stay, then I'll stay too. I don't know what I want yet. I never thought of being an underling. But our future was set in a completely different direction when Lou came along. I do like the people here, but besides some of the commanders, no one has gained back my trust after Teach, the oldest said in a strong voice. Sabo nodded, sitting down on the mattress. Ace has good points, but you've never been a very trusting person. You didn't trust Luffy for a long time, even after I learned to. You might be biased about joining because of your issues. Ace looked at his brothers with a guilty face. What's wrong? Luffy asked in concern with Ace's pained expression. I know we don't talk or think about it, and you say it doesn't matter, but what if they dig into our past and find out who my family was before Sabo met me? Sabo frowned. You think they'd care about that? He asked in a snappy voice. Ace flinched. They won't care about something so inconsequential. Besides, you don't talk about it to anyone, even us, so why would you bring it up with them in the first place? Ace glared at him, and Luffy didn't like it when his brothers got in fights. Don't fight, he said sadly. Ace and Sabo flinched and apologized to the youngest. Why don't we go out on deck? Sabo asked. We've been cooped up in here for a while. Not many were told about what happened last night, so don't worry about that. Lou, he said when Luffy opened his mouth to ask. The boy nodded and looked down at his stuffed animal. I doubt anyone would look down on you for carrying your stuffed giraffe around, the 12-year-old said kindly. Luffy looked conflicted for a few seconds before picking up his plushie and tucking it into his inner elbow. When the boys were out on deck, they heard Thatch, from somewhere on deck, shout about how cute Luffy looked. He always looked younger than he was, just now it was accentuated. The boys saw Marco sitting on Whitebeard's shoulder, and he gave them a wink that no one else noticed. Armed with the knowledge Marco gave them, Ace didn't hesitate to go up to the captain and ask, Whitebeard, would Haki have helped me and Sabo this morning? He didn't go into details, not knowing how many people around knew about the incident. No doubt it would help. Both of you were incredibly lucky. Or, you may have Haki already and we just haven't noticed, the man said, making Luffy feel a bit ashamed. It is in the past, child. Remember, be brave and try to move on. The brothers wondered if that was a new Whitebeard motto. Will you teach us? Sabo asked. Sure, I'm sure my children would be willing to help you. Ace still needs training with his devil fruit. Luffy has improved quite a bit since the attack. I think starting up practicing would be beneficial. Besides, Ace has no doubt grown in control of his fruit. He's yet to burst into flames while Luffy has been in recovery, the captain explained. Luffy looked proudly up at Ace, who was grinning, cheeks a bit pink, but feeling pride for not risking hurting Luffy in any way. It seemed he couldn't be burned by Ace's fire, but the child could not risk it. How could I risk hurting my baby brother? Ace asked, ruffling Luffy's hair affectionately. Whitebeard laughed his unique laugh. It was a warm laugh, welcoming and almost proud. It made the brothers think that Marco most likely had been telling the truth. With all the smiles and congratulations given to Ace, it felt to him like this might be a place to stay. And Sabo was right. He didn't need to tell anyone about his biological father. It might not matter to the captain, but it was his life, and Ace was positive not everyone on the crew had shared their entire life. Maybe this could be a safe space to grow up. Let Luffy grow up in a nice place and not a facility where people used him for their own gain. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.